A young boy stood by the Nile River, his small hands clutching a wooden amulet carved in the shape of a scarab. The sun burned fiercely above, casting golden light across the shimmering waters. His grandmother, a weathered woman with eyes that seemed to have seen the dawn of the world, knelt beside him. She whispered ancient stories into his eager ears, stories of gods, monsters, and a universe older than the sands themselves. "They say the world began with nothing," she murmured, her voice trembling with reverence. "Just endless, swirling darkness called none. A vast ocean that held everything and nothing all at once." The boy's heart pounded as he imagined this endless sea, cold and unyielding, without land, without sky, without a single sound. Then, she described a miraculous spark, Adam, the first god, rising from the waters on a sacred mound. His form was light itself, a force that pushed away the suffocating darkness. "He spoke," she said, "and from his breath came Shu, the god of air, and from his spit, Tefnut, the goddess of moisture." She leaned closer, her bony finger pointing to the horizon. "They created the sky and the earth, and their children, Geb and Nut, brought life. Nut, the arched sky, and Geb, the earth below, lovers torn apart to give space for the living." The boy gasped. "Why would they be separated?" "To bring balance," she said, her voice heavy. "Without balance, everything would collapse. The gods fought endlessly to keep Ma'at, the harmony of the universe." Her words carried the weight of an unseen world, one where chaos lurked in every shadow. She spoke of Apep, the serpent of destruction, writhing in the depths of none, waiting to strike. Apep hated the sun, despised the order Ra brought with his golden light. Every night, Ra battled Apep as he traveled through the underworld, his solar bark cutting through darkness, bringing dawn to the world above. "You think sunrise is simple," she said, her voice cracking. "It is a war. A war that has raged since the beginning." The boy shivered. For the first time, the sunrise he had always taken for granted seemed fragile, as though the next dawn might never come. His eyes darted to the amulet in his hand, suddenly feeling its power. If even the gods fought to keep the world from unraveling, what hope did humans have? She turned to him, her voice softer now. "But the gods did not leave us defenseless. Ra's tears created humanity. He loved us so much that he gave us the tools to survive. The Nile to nourish us, the sun to guide us, and Ma'at to show us how to live." Her words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. She spoke of Ma'at not just as a goddess, but as a principle. Truth, justice, and balance. It was more than rules, it was life itself. Without Ma'at, the chaos of Apep would consume everything. Every action, every thought, every breath had to align with it. But, her voice darkened, even the gods faltered. Humans, too, were tested. "Do you know the story of Ra and Sekhmet?" The boy shook his head, eyes wide. "Once, humanity angered Ra with their arrogance. He sent Sekhmet, his fierce lioness, to punish them. She was unstoppable, her rage endless. But as the rivers ran red with blood, Ra's heart softened. He saw the horror and wanted it to end. To calm Sekhmet, he tricked her into drinking beer dyed red like blood. She drank and fell into a deep sleep, her fury quenched." The boy's chest tightened. The gods, mighty as they were, carried emotions as turbulent as the stormy Nile. They created, they destroyed, they loved, and they grieved. Their actions shaped the world, but their struggles felt eerily familiar, human, even. He glanced at the river. "Grandmother, is the Nile alive?" Her lips curved into a knowing smile. "The Nile is happy, the god of abundance. He breathes life into the land. Without him, there would be no crops, no fish, no life. But," she paused, her eyes narrowing, "like all gods, he can be generous or cruel. His floods can nurture or destroy, depending on the will of Ma'at." The boy's heart raced. The world was more alive, more dangerous than he had ever imagined. The gods were everywhere, in the wind, the river, the sun, and the soil beneath his feet. They weren't just distant figures in temples, they were woven into every moment of existence. His grandmother's voice grew softer, her words like a prayer. She spoke of Osiris, the god of the afterlife, whose betrayal and resurrection taught the world about life and death. She told of Isis, the mother who pieced her husband back together, her love so powerful it defied mortality. She described Anubis, the jackal-headed guide who weighed the hearts of the dead against a feather, deciding their fate in the eternal afterlife. The boy's breath caught. What happens if the heart is heavier? Her face grew solemn. Then it is devoured by Ammit, the soul eater. That person is lost forever. His chest tightened with fear and awe. The gods judged not just actions but the purity of the heart. To live a life out of balance was to risk eternal destruction. Yet, the gods weren't just punishers. They were protectors, guardians of humanity in a fragile, unpredictable world. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, the boy's gaze followed it. He thought of Ra descending into the underworld, where he would face Apep once more. Would the sun rise again? Would the gods prevail another night? The thought filled him with unease and wonder. The grandmother placed her hand on his shoulder, her touch firm but comforting. The gods are strong, but they need us too. Our prayers, our rituals, our respect, they strengthen Ma'at. We are not separate from them. We are part of the same story. The boy nodded, his small fingers clutching the amulet tighter. For the first time, he understood the weight of the stories, the responsibility they carried. The world wasn't just a place of soil and water, it was a living tapestry of gods and humans, monsters and heroes, chaos and balance. Each sunrise, each flood, each heartbeat was a reminder of the delicate harmony that kept the world spinning. The night deepened, and stars began to dot the sky, each one a fragment of Nut's shimmering body. The boy lay on the ground, staring up, his thoughts churning. The world felt vast, ancient, and alive in ways he had never considered. His grandmother's stories echoed in his mind, filling him with awe, fear, and a strange, unshakable hope. The air felt heavy, as if the world itself held its breath. A scribe sat cross-legged in the dim light of a temple chamber, his reed pen poised above a scroll. Shadows flickered on the walls, cast by the flames of a brazier, and those shadows danced like living things. His heart beat faster as he prepared to write, for this was no ordinary record. These were stories of monsters, beings that bridged the human and the divine, creatures whose presence could bring awe, terror, and understanding. The priest nearby began to chant, his voice low and rhythmic, calling upon ancient forces. He was invoking Sobek, the crocodile-headed god who ruled the waters. The scribe's thoughts raced. Sobek was both a guardian and a destroyer. In the Nile's calm flow, he brought life, abundance, and food. But when the river swelled beyond its bounds, it became a force of chaos, consuming everything in its path. To the villagers who lived by the Nile, the crocodile was more than an animal, it was Sobek's living avatar. People whispered that to see one glide silently through the water was a warning. Its sharp teeth and cold eyes reminded them that the gods were not always gentle. Yet, those same people left offerings of bread and fish at the riverbanks, praying for Sobek's protection. Was it fear, or respect, or perhaps both? The scribe dipped his pen into ink and began to write. He thought of other creatures, beasts of chaos that haunted the edges of the world and the human mind. Apep, the serpent of utter destruction, slithered into his thoughts. Apep was not just a monster but a force that hated all light and order. Each night, as Ra journeyed through the underworld, Apep attacked, trying to swallow the sun and plunge the world into endless night. The stories of Apep sent chills through even the bravest hearts. Some nights, when storms raged and the wind howled like a dying animal, people believed they could hear Apep's roars. They would light torches and beat drums, their noise a desperate attempt to aid Ra in his battle. The idea that their small human actions could help the great sun god gave them hope, but it also left them terrified of what would happen if they failed. The scribe paused, his gaze fixed on the shadows that seemed to curl like a serpent along the wall. He knew that monsters like Apep were not just stories meant to frighten children. They were symbols of chaos, the raw, untamed forces that threatened Ma'at, the sacred balance of the universe. Without chaos, there could be no order, but to let chaos win? That was unthinkable. He shifted, adjusting the scroll, and his thoughts turned to Ammit, the devourer of the unworthy. She was a strange, terrifying blend of creatures, the head of a crocodile, the body of a lion, and the hindquarters of a hippopotamus. Ammit waited patiently at the scales of judgment, where the hearts of the dead were weighed against the feather of Ma'at. The priest's voice echoed through the chamber, calling on Ma'at's name, and the scribe imagined the moment of judgment. He could almost see the scales tipping, the tension as a heart was measured. What if it was heavier than the feather? Ammit's jaws would snap open, and the soul would be no more. The finality of her act was terrifying. There was no redemption, no second chance. Ammit was not cruel, but her presence reminded everyone to live with honor and respect for the gods' laws. A sharp gust of wind rattled the temple doors, and the scribe's hand trembled. His mind wandered to Set, the god often called a monster in disguise. Set, with his strange animal head and fiery eyes, was chaos incarnate. Yet Set was also a protector, the one who helped Ra battle Apep in the underworld. How could a being of such destruction also serve the light? The scribe remembered a story he had heard as a child. When Set struck down his brother Osiris, tearing him apart and scattering his body, the world mourned. It was a monstrous act, a betrayal that stained Set's name forever. But later, as Horus grew to avenge his father, Set's wild strength was needed to defend Egypt from foreign enemies. Set, the betrayer, became Set, the protector. The gods' ways were complicated, their actions layered with meanings that no mortal could fully grasp. His thoughts drifted to the villagers outside, who would be asleep by now, unaware of the stories being written in the temple. Did they understand what monsters truly represented? Monsters were not just things to be feared, they were mirrors, reflecting the fears and desires buried within every human soul. They stood at the edges of life and death, order and chaos, reminding people of the fragile line that held the world together. The priest's chant grew louder, and the scribe's pen moved faster, as though the gods themselves urged him to record the tales. He wrote of the Sphinx, a creature whose riddles could save or destroy. The Sphinx guarded sacred spaces, her silence and questions both a challenge and a gift. To answer her was to prove wisdom and alignment with Ma'at. To fail was to face her wrath. The brazier's flames flickered, casting shadows that seemed to shift into monstrous shapes. The scribe's heart raced as he imagined the stories coming alive. Were these monsters watching him? Testing his resolve to write the truth? He wrote of creatures like the uraeus, the sacred serpent that coiled around the pharaoh's crown, a symbol of protection and divine power. To enemies, it was a monster, its venom deadly and unyielding. To the pharaoh, it was a guardian, striking fear into those who threatened Ma'at. The priest's voice softened, signaling the end of the ritual, but the scribe could not stop. He scribbled furiously, recounting the tale of the benu bird, a creature tied to creation and rebirth. Though not a monster in form, its power to rise from its ashes made it an enigma, a reminder that even destruction held the seed of renewal. Finally, he set the pen down, his chest rising and falling with the weight of the stories. The monsters he had written about were more than beings of terror. They were symbols, lessons, and warnings from the gods. They reminded humanity of its place in the grand design and the need to uphold Ma'at against the chaos that always threatened to consume the world. The brazier's light dimmed, and silence enveloped the chamber. Outside, the Nile's waters whispered against the banks, a soft reminder of Sobek's power. The scribe sat still, his mind heavy with the knowledge he had recorded. Somewhere in the darkness, he thought he heard the faint roar of a crocodile, or perhaps it was just the wind. The night was suffocatingly dark, the kind of blackness that seemed to swallow every shred of light. Stars flickered faintly in the sky, but their presence felt distant, like forgotten embers in a fire long extinguished. In the heart of the underworld, where even whispers dared not linger, a terrible sound echoed, a deep, guttural hiss that sent shivers through the void. Apep stirred. The great serpent, the embodiment of chaos, writhed in the eternal shadows. Its coils stretched endlessly, like rivers of venom coursing through the abyss. Apep's scales gleamed faintly, catching what little light dared stray into its lair. They shimmered not with beauty but with a malevolence that could freeze a god's blood. It was said that to look upon Apep was to see the end of everything. The silence shattered as Ra's solar barge entered the underworld. Golden and radiant, the vessel seemed out of place in the oppressive darkness, its light cutting through the black like a sword. The god Ra, majestic and unyielding, stood at the helm, his staff in hand. The sun disk above his head glowed fiercely, a beacon of hope against the overwhelming night. But Ra was not alone. His attendants, gods of strength and cunning, stood ready. They knew what lay ahead. Every night, Ra embarked on this perilous passage through the underworld, guiding the sun to its rebirth at dawn. And every night, Apep awaited him, hungering for destruction. The serpent's hiss grew louder, like the groaning of a world on the verge of breaking. Apep's body, impossibly large, began to uncoil, its head rising from the void. Its fangs glistened with venom potent enough to fell even the mightiest of deities. Its eyes, twin orbs of malice, burned with an intensity that seemed to devour Ra's light. The barge approached, its golden glow defiant against the encroaching darkness. Apep lunged. Its jaws, wide enough to swallow a mountain, snapped toward the vessel, aiming for Ra's throat. The gods on board leaped into action. Seth, the unpredictable and wild protector of the sun god, hurled his spear with unerring precision. The weapon struck Apep's side, causing a deafening roar to erupt from the beast. Apep thrashed, its massive coils whipping through the underworld, tearing through the fabric of space itself. But the serpent was relentless. It lunged again, its fangs inches from the barge. Ra raised his staff, and a blinding light burst forth, momentarily halting the serpent. Yet, even as the light seared its flesh, Apep laughed, a sound so chilling it seemed to curdle the air. Chaos cannot be destroyed, the serpent seemed to say. It can only be delayed. The battle raged on, a violent dance of light and darkness, order and chaos. Each time Apep struck, it was driven back, but never defeated. The gods fought with all their might, their chants and weapons blazing with divine energy. But the serpent's power was immeasurable. It was not just a beast. Apep was chaos incarnate, the force that thrived in the absence of balance. It hated the light, despised order, and craved the obliteration of Ma'at, the sacred harmony of the universe. Every night, it attacked Ra's barge, not for vengeance or hunger, but because it was its very nature to do so. As the battle raged, the underworld itself seemed to tremble. The waters of Nun, the primordial ocean, churned violently, as if mourning the endless cycle of conflict. The stars in the sky flickered, their light dimming under the weight of Apep's presence. There was a moment of stillness, a heartbeat of silence that felt like eternity. Apep coiled tightly, preparing for one final, devastating strike. Its body tensed, its venom-dripping fangs gleaming with lethal intent. Ra, unwavering, raised his staff once more, summoning every ounce of light within him. The clash was deafening. Light exploded outward, flooding the underworld with brilliance so intense that it banished the darkness, if only for a moment. Apep screamed, its monstrous form writhing in agony. The serpent recoiled, retreating into the shadows, its hiss fading but not silenced. The gods stood bloodied and weary, their breaths ragged. Ra's barge pressed on, carrying the sun toward the horizon, toward the promise of a new day. But they all knew this victory was temporary. Apep would return, as it always did, because chaos never truly died. It waited, biding its time, ready to strike again. Above, in the world of the living, the people awoke to the light of dawn, blissfully unaware of the struggle that had unfolded beneath their feet. They prayed to Ra, thanking him for the sun's return, their hearts filled with gratitude. But the wise among them knew the truth. They knew that chaos was not vanquished but held at bay, a reminder that the balance of the universe was fragile and fleeting. Apep lingered in the shadows of their minds, a symbol of the fears they could not name, the darkness they could not control. It was the storm that threatened their crops, the disease that struck without warning, the unseen forces that turned order into disarray. And yet, even as they feared it, they respected its power. For without Apep, there could be no Ra. Without chaos, there could be no order. The eternal struggle between them was the heartbeat of existence, a battle that shaped the world in ways both seen and unseen. The serpent coiled once more in the depths of the underworld, its body an endless river of darkness. It waited, silent and patient, knowing that the sun would return, and with it, the chance to strike again. Its presence was a promise, a threat, and a truth that no one, not even the gods, could escape. The desert winds howled through the night, their voice carrying whispers of something ancient. Beneath the eternal gaze of the stars, the Nile flowed with a quiet power, as though it knew secrets the world had forgotten. But within the temples, where the scent of incense clung to the air and the flicker of oil lamps cast dancing shadows on walls, there was a different kind of power. Here, etched in stone and whispered through the ages, the monsters of Egypt came alive. These creatures were not mere figments of imagination. They were forces, terrifying, awe-inspiring forces that held the balance of existence in their claws and fangs. Their forms were grotesque yet captivating, serpents larger than the Nile, lions with the heads of men, and winged beasts whose cries could shatter mountains. These monsters were not just stories, they were symbols, reflections of the most primal fears and hopes of humanity. Take the Sphinx, its silent gaze fixed on the horizon. It crouched, half lion, half human, guarding the threshold between worlds. It was a riddle come to life, a protector and a challenger. To some, it offered wisdom, but to others, it was a reminder of the unknown that lay beyond comprehension. It embodied the duality of life itself, fierce yet wise, protective yet dangerous. But not all monsters were guardians. Some were chaos unleashed. Apep, the serpent of darkness, was the eternal enemy of order. In the hours of the night, when the sun god Ra traveled through the underworld, it was Apep that coiled in the shadows, ready to swallow the sun and cast the world into eternal night. Its form slithered across temple carvings, its eyes burning with hatred, its presence a warning of what could happen if balance were lost. The people feared Apep, but they also understood it. Without chaos, there could be no triumph of order. Without darkness, there would be no need for light. And so, every night, priests gathered to perform rituals, their voices trembling but steady as they chanted incantations to aid Ra in his nightly battle. These rituals weren't just for the gods, they were for the people, a way to confront their own fears of the uncontrollable. Then there was Ammit, the devourer of the dead. Part lion, part crocodile, and part hippopotamus, Ammit lingered in the Hall of Two Truths, where souls were weighed against the feather of Ma'at. It did not roam the world spreading terror, but waited silently, patiently, for the unworthy. For those whose hearts were heavy with sin, Ammit was the end, a devourer of not just bodies but destinies. To the Egyptians, Ammit was both a monster and a necessity, a reminder that justice was inescapable, even in the afterlife. Every monster had a role, a meaning woven into the fabric of existence. The chaos they embodied was never random, it was a reflection of the fragility of life. When the desert storms raged, when the Nile's waters rose too high or fell too low, the people saw the work of these creatures. They didn't blame the gods directly but looked to the monsters as the harbingers of imbalance, the ones that tested the strength of Ma'at. Even the gods themselves were not free from these monstrous forms. Sekhmet, the lion-headed goddess of war, was a force of both destruction and healing. When Ra's anger burned too brightly, it was Sekhmet who unleashed it upon the world, her wrath unstoppable. Yet, it was also Sekhmet who could turn her fury into a bomb, bringing balance once more. She was a reminder that even divine power had its monstrous edge, and it was this edge that kept creation alive. But not all monsters were enemies. Some were allies, protectors that stood between humanity and the abyss. The serpent Mehen coiled around Ra's solar barge, shielding him from Apep's attacks. Its body was a barrier against chaos, its presence a symbol of loyalty and strength. To see Mehen's likeness on amulets or carvings was to feel a sense of safety, a belief that even in the face of terror, there were forces willing to stand guard. These creatures were not just tales to frighten children or entertain audiences. They were the embodiment of the struggles that defined life. They stood at the crossroads of chaos and order, their forms etched into the walls of temples and the hearts of the people. When the Egyptians looked at their monsters, they didn't see just fangs and claws, they saw the eternal dance of creation and destruction, the balance that held their world together. In the darkest hours of the night, when the winds carried the cries of unseen animals and the flicker of lamps cast monstrous shadows on the walls, the people prayed. They prayed not to banish these creatures, but to understand them, to honor the roles they played in the great tapestry of existence. For in their monstrous forms, the Egyptians saw reflections of their own struggles, their own fears, and their own hopes for a world that could hold chaos and order in harmony. The monsters of Egypt were not villains. They were not heroes. They were life itself, raw and unfiltered, a reminder that the universe was vast, terrifying, and beautiful all at once. The air in the Hall of Two Truths was heavy, silent except for the faint, rhythmic beating of unseen drums. The soul of the departed stood trembling before the great scales, their heart trembling in their chest, or what remained of it, for it was now in the hands of Anubis, weighed against the feather of Maat. A lifetime of deeds, words, and intentions now balanced against a single measure of divine truth. Shadows flickered along the walls, but one shadow loomed larger, darker, and more terrifying than the rest. She sat in the shadows at the edge of the hall, silent but watchful, her three heads lowered like a predator waiting for the slightest movement. A lion's mane framed one side of her face, fierce and unyielding. Her crocodile snout protruded, sharp and hungry, capable of crushing bone with a single snap. Her body, broad and hulking, carried the weight of a powerful hippopotamus. She was Ammit, the devourer, the nightmare waiting to claim the unworthy. The silence stretched on, broken only by the soft rustle of Maat's feather as it balanced in the scales. The soul before her dared not look in her direction, but they could feel her eyes, cold, piercing, and impossibly patient. Ammit did not need to move. She did not need to speak. Her very presence was enough. She was judgment's last word, and she existed for one purpose, to consume those who failed. Her existence was not cruel but inevitable. Ammit was not a monster who sought chaos or destruction for its own sake. She was an instrument of justice, born from the necessity of Maat, the goddess of truth and balance. Where the gods of order fought to maintain harmony, Ammit was the consequence for those who disrupted it. She did not chase or hunt. She waited, because all paths led to this moment, the weighing of the heart. Anubis, jackal-headed and solemn, placed the heart on the scales. The soul flinched as the delicate feather of Maat rested on the opposite side. Time seemed to stop. Ammit's gaze never wavered, and her stillness was more terrifying than any roar or growl could ever be. Her stillness spoke of certainty, of an unshakable truth that could not be bargained with or escaped. The scales began to tip. It was subtle at first, a slow, measured shift that made the soul's breath catch. There was no appeal, no second chance. The scales told no lies. For the guilty, this was the end, not just of life, but of existence itself. Ammit's hunger was not for flesh, but for souls. To be consumed by her was to vanish entirely, erased from the cycle of creation. No afterlife, no rebirth, no redemption. The feather rose higher. The heart sank lower. The soul whimpered, their cries caught in their throat as the final truth was revealed. Ammit's nostrils flared, and her claws scraped against the floor. She did not move suddenly. She didn't need to. Her power was in her inevitability. Slowly, she rose to her feet, her heavy body a testament to the weight of the sin she had devoured over countless ages. A low rumble escaped her throat, a sound that wasn't a growl but something deeper, something ancient. The soul fell to their knees, their hands trembling as they reached for the scales, as if touching them could alter their fate. But Anubis stepped back, his face impassive. The gods did not interfere. The scales were sacred, and their judgment final. Ammit advanced, her steps deliberate. The ground seemed to tremble under her weight, though she was not clumsy. There was grace in her movements, the terrible grace of a predator who knows it will not miss. Her crocodile jaws opened, revealing rows of sharp teeth glistening in the dim light. Her lion's eyes burned with a hunger that was not driven by greed but by purpose. The soul screamed. It was a sound that echoed off the stone walls, a sound that spoke of despair, regret, and terror all at once. Ammit's jaws closed around them, and the sound stopped. The air stilled once more, and the silence returned to the Hall of Two Truths. Anubis glanced at the scales, now empty, and then at Ammit, who had already settled back into her shadowed corner. Her eyes closed, not with satisfaction, but with readiness. She waited for the next soul. Ammit did not gloat. She did not revel in her role. She simply existed, a force of balance in a world that constantly teetered on the edge of chaos. The gods had created her not out of malice but necessity. Without her, the unworthy might pass, and the delicate balance of Ma'at would crumble. She was the guardian of truth, the protector of order, and the final reckoning for those who thought they could escape the consequences of their actions. Her presence was a warning and a promise. For those who lived with honor, who respected the balance of Ma'at, she was nothing more than a silent watcher. But for those who lived selfishly, carelessly, she was the end. The devourer. The one who erased all traces of their existence. In the flickering light of the hall, Ammit's shadow stretched long and wide. It was a reminder that no matter how far someone might wander, no matter how many lies they told themselves, truth would always find them. And when it did, Ammit would be waiting. The air was thick with an oppressive weight, a silence broken only by the faint echoes of dripping water in the endless darkness of the Duat. It was a silence that pressed against the ears and crushed the heart, a silence that carried the promise of violence. Somewhere, far beyond the faint glow of torches, something stirred. The sound was low, guttural, primal. It wasn't the sound of a man or a god. It was something far older, something that lived for blood and fear. Bobby, the bloodthirsty baboon, was awake. The Duat was no place for the faint-hearted, and those who dared tread its paths knew that danger waited at every shadow. But none struck terror into the hearts of the dead as Bobby did. He was no mere animal. He was a force of chaos, a guardian of the underworld who reveled in the violence that defined his purpose. Where other beings carried the weight of duty with stoicism or reverence, Bobby carried his with a savage hunger. The echoes of heavy footfalls grew louder, rhythmic and deliberate, as the torches on the walls began to flicker. A soul, newly arrived, stumbled into the chamber. Their hands trembled as they clutched at their chest, their heart pounding harder with each step. They didn't need to see him to know he was close. His presence filled the space, a suffocating aura that made it hard to breathe. And then, from the shadows, came the growl. It started low, a sound that seemed to rumble through the stone floors and walls, growing louder and more guttural with each passing second. The soul froze, their breath caught in their throat. Their eyes darted wildly in the dim light, searching for an escape that didn't exist. The growl became a snarl, sharp and menacing, and then he appeared. His figure was massive, towering over everything in the chamber. His fur was dark and matted, streaked with the stains of countless battles. His eyes glowed with a feral intensity, a mixture of intelligence and madness. His powerful jaws opened slightly, revealing teeth stained red with the blood of those who had dared to cross him. This was no ordinary baboon. This was Bobby, a creature whose very existence was a warning to all who thought they could cheat death. Bobby's steps were heavy, his movements deliberate. He didn't need to rush. The soul before him was trapped, and he knew it. His lips curled back into a sneer, a mocking grin that seemed to say, "Run if you like. It won't matter." The soul backed away, their legs shaking beneath them. They had heard the stories of Bobby, whispered among the dead who passed through the Duat. They knew he was more than a guardian. He was a predator, a creature who didn't just guard the gates to the underworld, but ruled them with violence and terror. His appetite for blood was legendary, and his strength unmatched. Even the gods treaded carefully in his domain. The soul turned to run, but Bobby was faster. With a single leap, he closed the distance, his massive hands slamming into the ground with a force that shook the chamber. The soul screamed, their voice echoing off the stone walls, but there was no one to hear them. Bobby's laugh was guttural, almost human in its mockery, but far more terrifying in its raw power. Do you think you can escape me? His voice was rough, more growl than words, but it cut through the air like a blade. You have no place here. You are mine. The soul collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down their face as they begged for mercy. But Bobby didn't care for pleas or bargains. He thrived on fear, on the taste of desperation that filled the air. His clawed hands reached out, grabbing the soul by the shoulders and lifting them off the ground as if they weighed nothing. Bobby's eyes burned brighter as he leaned in, his teeth inches away from the soul's face. The smell of blood and death clung to his breath, a sickening reminder of what awaited. The soul sobbed, their cries barely audible over the sound of Bobby's growl. You should have been worthy, he said, his voice low and menacing. But you weren't. Now, you are mine. With a savage roar, Bobby hurled the soul to the ground. The impact was brutal, knocking the air from their lungs and leaving them gasping in pain. Bobby's laughter echoed through the chamber, a sound that sent chills down the spine and froze the blood in the veins. For a moment, he simply watched, his massive form casting a shadow that seemed to consume the entire room. Then, slowly, he began to circle the fallen soul, his movements deliberate and predatory. His eyes never left them, his gaze unrelenting and merciless. Do you feel it? He asked, his voice softer now but no less terrifying. The weight of your choices? The taste of your failure? This is what you earned. This is what you deserve. The soul tried to crawl away, their hands scrabbling at the stone floor, but Bobby's claws came down, pinning them in place. His strength was overwhelming, his grip unbreakable. The soul screamed again, their voice raw and filled with agony, but Bobby didn't flinch. He leaned in close, his teeth bared, and for a moment, it seemed as though he might finish it. But then he paused, his head tilting slightly as if considering something. His eyes narrowed, and a low rumble escaped his throat. You're lucky, he said, his voice almost mocking. Your fate lies elsewhere. But don't think I won't remember you. If you return, I will be waiting. With that, he released the soul, who collapsed to the ground in a trembling heap. Bobby stepped back, his movements slow and deliberate. He didn't look away as the soul scrambled to their feet and fled, their footsteps echoing through the chamber until they disappeared into the darkness. Bobby stood alone once more, his figure looming in the flickering torchlight. He didn't need to chase them. He didn't need to roar or threaten. His presence was enough. He was the guardian of the underworld, the bloodthirsty baboon who held the gates with ferocity unmatched by any other. And he would wait. For the next soul. For the next scream. For the next taste of fear. The gates of the afterlife loomed ahead, their enormous size and intricate carvings radiating an otherworldly glow. The air was heavy, almost suffocating, as if the weight of countless souls lingered there, pressing against the chest and making it hard to breathe. A faint hiss rippled through the silence, sharp and sibilant, growing louder with every step. It was not the sound of one serpent but many, a chorus of danger slithering through the darkness. The serpents of the Duat were waiting. These were not ordinary creatures. They were ancient and terrible, born from chaos and charged with the task of guarding the sacred gates. Each serpent was a nightmare-given form, their scales gleaming like molten metal, their eyes burning with a hatred that seemed eternal. Some bore a single, monstrous head, while others writhed with many, each snapping and hissing, as if competing for the next victim. Together, they wove a tapestry of terror that no mortal could endure. The path was narrow, hemmed in by jagged rocks that seemed to pulse faintly with an eerie red light. A single soul ventured forward, trembling with each step, their heart pounding so fiercely it felt like it might shatter. They knew what awaited them. The stories whispered among the dead had painted vivid pictures of the serpent's cruelty, their insatiable hunger for those who dared to pass unworthy. A flicker of movement caught the soul's eye. Something coiled and massive slid through the shadows, its body so large it seemed to fill the space. The hissing grew louder, overlapping voices that spoke no words but carried a clear message: turn back. You do not belong here. The soul froze, fear locking their limbs in place. The first serpent emerged from the darkness, its head towering above, swaying slightly as it steadied its prey. Its eyes were a vivid, unnatural green, glowing like twin lanterns in the gloom. Its mouth opened wide, revealing fangs as long as swords, dripping with venom that sizzled as it hit the ground. Before the soul could react, another serpent appeared, then another, their forms writhing and intertwining like a living barrier. One had 3 heads, each moving independently, their forked tongues flicking out to taste the air. Another was massive beyond comprehension, its body coiling endlessly, as though it could encircle the entire chamber. The sheer presence of these creatures was overwhelming, their power radiating in waves that made the air hum. The soul took a hesitant step backward, their breathing shallow and ragged. But retreat was no longer an option. The serpents surged forward, their bodies moving with a terrifying grace, cutting off any escape. The hissing reached a fever pitch, a deafening cacophony that seemed to pierce the mind, filling it with visions of death and despair. One of the many-headed serpents struck first, its movements impossibly fast. Its middle head lunged, jaws snapping shut just inches from the soul's face. The force of the strike sent a gust of wind that knocked them off balance, and they fell to the ground, their hands scraping against the rough stone. The serpent reared back, its heads weaving in unison, preparing for another attack. But the soul was not entirely helpless. With trembling hands, they reached for the amulet that hung around their neck, a small talisman etched with ancient symbols. It was their only protection, a fragile barrier against the wrath of the guardians. They held it aloft, the faint glow of its magic casting a feeble light that seemed pitiful compared to the serpent's blazing eyes. The lead serpent paused, its head cocking to the side as if considering the challenge. Then it hissed, a sound that was almost laughter, cruel and mocking. The others followed suit, their voices blending into a symphony of menace. They were not impressed. They had faced countless souls before, and few had ever passed their test. The amulet might delay their wrath, but it would not stop it. The souls scrambled to their feet, clutching the talisman tightly. They began to chant, their voice shaky but determined, reciting the words that had been taught to them before their journey. The air around them shimmered faintly, the power of the spell creating a thin shield that pushed the serpents back, if only by a fraction. The lead serpent lunged again, its massive body slamming into the shield with a force that sent shockwaves through the chamber. The souls staggered, their concentration faltering as cracks appeared in the shimmering barrier. The other serpents began to strike as well, their attacks relentless, each blow weakening the soul's defenses. The soul's voice grew louder, more desperate, the words spilling out in a frantic rush. Sweat poured down their face, their body trembling under the strain. The serpents hissed and roared, their fury filling the space, but they could not yet break through. The light from the amulet flared brighter, forcing them to recoil, their bodies writhing in frustration. For a moment, it seemed as though the soul might succeed. The shield held, and the serpents hesitated, their movements faltering. But then the largest of them all emerged, a serpent so massive its head scraped the ceiling of the chamber. Its scales were black as obsidian, its eyes burning with a malevolent red light. It opened its mouth, revealing a gaping maw that seemed to contain the void itself. The other serpents parted, bowing their heads in deference to their king. The soul's chant faltered, their voice breaking as they stared in horror at the monstrous figure before them. The great serpent let out a deafening roar, a sound that shook the very foundation of the duet. Then it struck. The impact was cataclysmic. The shield shattered like glass, the shards of its magic scattering into the air and disappearing. The soul was thrown backward, their body slamming into the ground with a force that knocked the breath from their lungs. The amulet fell from their grasp, its light extinguished. The serpents closed in, their bodies surrounding the soul in an impenetrable wall of scales and fangs. The many-headed serpent leaned in, its eyes glowing with triumph, its mouth opening wide to deliver the final blow. But then, a beam of light pierced the darkness, blinding and pure. The serpents recoiled, their hissing turning to shrieks of pain as the light engulfed them. The soul shielded their eyes, their heart pounding as they watched the serpents writhe and retreat, their massive forms dissolving into the shadows. When the light faded, the chamber was silent once more. The serpents were gone, their presence lingering like a faint stain on the air. The soul lay on the ground, their body battered and broken, but alive. They didn't know what had saved them or why, but they knew one thing for certain. The serpents of the Duat would return. And next time, they would not show mercy. The heat was unbearable, like standing in the heart of a raging inferno. Flames danced wildly, their colors shifting from orange to blue to white-hot brilliance. The air crackled with power, and the ground itself seemed alive, pulsing with fiery veins that hissed and popped. The lake of fire stretched endlessly before them, its surface bubbling and roiling as though it had a mind of its own. There was no escape from the oppressive heat, no shelter from the blazing winds that tore through the air. Then, they appeared. They emerged from the flames, their forms flickering like mirages, both solid and fluid at once. They were beings of fire, their bodies composed of living flame that twisted and spiraled around a core of blinding light. Their eyes burned with a fierce intensity, as though they could see straight into the soul, stripping away every lie, every mask. They moved with a grace that was both beautiful and terrifying, their flames leaving trails of sparks in the air. The guardians of the lake of fire were watching. A lone soul stood at the edge of the lake, trembling under their gaze. The weight of the guardian's presence was crushing, a silent judgment that felt heavier than chains. This was no ordinary fire, and these were no ordinary beings. They were the keepers of purity, the enforcers of justice, and their duty was absolute. No soul passed this lake without being judged, without being stripped of every impurity, every sin. The soul's knees buckled, their strength failing as the heat bore down on them. They could feel the fire's pull, a searing force that reached out, threatening to consume them whole. Their body ached, every nerve screaming in agony, but it was the fire's voice they feared most, a silent whisper that promised pain beyond imagining. One of the guardians stepped forward, its flames flaring brighter as it approached. Its movements were deliberate, each step causing the ground to ripple with heat waves. The soul tried to back away, but their feet felt rooted to the ground, held in place by an invisible force. The guardian loomed over them, its blazing form radiating power that seemed to scorch the very air. The soul squeezed their eyes shut, a silent prayer forming on their lips. But the guardian's voice cut through their thoughts, not a sound but a feeling, a presence that filled their mind, probing, searching. The soul felt exposed, their every memory laid bare, every hidden sin dragged into the light. The flames around the guardian shifted, their colors darkening as though reflecting the weight of the soul's deeds. The other guardians began to move, circling the lake in perfect synchronization. Their flames grew taller, their movements faster, creating a vortex of fire that encased the soul in a prison of heat and light. The soul's breathing quickened, panic clawing at their chest. They tried to plead, to explain, but no words came. The guardians did not speak, they only judged. The fire grew closer, licking at their skin without touching it, a warning of the agony that awaited if they were found unworthy. A sudden roar erupted from the lake, a burst of flame shooting into the sky. The soul's eyes flew open, their heart pounding as they saw the fire take shape. It was a hand, massive and clawed, reaching upward as though trying to escape its fiery prison. The lake's surface rippled violently, its molten depths churning with energy. The guardians turned their attention to the lake, their flames flickering as they raised their arms in unison. The fire hand slammed back into the lake, sending a wave of molten fire surging toward the shore. The soul screamed, throwing their arms up in a futile attempt to shield themselves. But the wave stopped just short, the heat searing but not consuming. The guardians stood unmoved, their fiery forms blazing brighter as they pushed the lake's fury back. The soul realized then that the lake was alive, a sentient force bound by the will of the guardians. It was both a weapon and a punishment, a place where sins were burned away, leaving only the purest essence behind. But purity came at a price, and the fire showed no mercy. The lead guardian turned back to the soul, its gaze piercing. The flames around it began to shift again, forming shapes and images that danced in the air. The soul gasped as they recognized the scenes, moments from their life, both good and bad. The fire replayed their choices, their mistakes, their triumphs. Each scene burned brighter than the last, the flames growing hotter with every memory. The soul cried out, tears streaming down their face as the fire revealed the truth they had tried to hide. The flames showed no malice, only clarity, their light cutting through the darkness of deceit. The soul felt their strength slipping away, their body collapsing to the ground. But the fire did not stop. It burned on, relentless, consuming everything false until only the truth remained. The guardians moved closer, their flames forming a circle around the soul. The heat was unbearable, the light blinding, but the soul could not look away. The fire demanded their attention, demanded their submission. And then, in a single, excruciating moment, the fire surged forward, enveloping them completely. The pain was beyond anything they had ever known, a searing agony that tore through their very being. But beneath the pain was something else, a strange, fleeting sense of release, as though a weight they hadn't realized they were carrying had been lifted. The fire burned away the lies, the guilt, the shame, leaving only the raw, unfiltered core of who they were. When the flames finally receded, the soul lay motionless, their body trembling but whole. The guardians stepped back, their flames dimming slightly as they resumed their watch. The lake was calm once more, its surface still and silent, as though nothing had happened. The souls slowly pushed themselves to their feet, their body weak but their spirit unbroken. They glanced at the lake, its fiery depths glowing softly, and then at the guardians, who stood like sentinels, their fiery eyes fixed on the horizon. The fire had judged them, had stripped them of everything false, and yet they had survived. The guardians did not speak, did not move. Their presence was both a warning and a reminder of the lake's power. The soul turned away, their steps faltering but steady. They had faced the fire and emerged on the other side. But the memory of the flames, and the guardians who controlled them, would stay with them forever. The moon hung low in the night sky, casting a silvery glow over the ancient temple's crumbling stones. Shadows stretched long across the sand, and the air was heavy with a silence that felt almost alive. There were whispers carried on the wind, faint and fleeting, like the echoes of voices long forgotten. Every step closer to the temple felt like stepping further from the world of the living and into a space where time itself had ceased to matter. And then, from the darkness, a shape began to emerge. It was massive, larger than any human could fathom. Its body was low and sleek, with the strength of a lion evident in every curve of muscle. Its face, however, was another story entirely. The features were regal, almost human, yet alien in their perfect symmetry. Eyes that gleamed like polished obsidian stared out with an intensity that pierced through the night. This was no ordinary guardian. It was the Sphinx. For centuries, it had rested here, unmoving, unyielding. Its purpose was singular, its will unbreakable. The temple behind it was more than a place of worship, it was a repository of knowledge, sacred truths that could alter the course of fate itself. To enter, one had to prove their worth, and the Sphinx was there to ensure that only the deserving passed. A lone traveler stood before it now, their face pale with a mixture of awe and terror. The Sphinx's presence was suffocating, its silent gaze weighing heavily on the traveler's soul. Then, without warning, the air seemed to shift. The silence was broken by a voice, rich and resonant, yet strangely devoid of emotion. What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 at noon, and 3 in the evening? The riddle hung in the air, a challenge as old as the Sphinx itself. The traveler's heart pounded in their chest, their mind racing to find the answer. They had heard tales of the Sphinx, stories of those who had stood where they now stood. Most of those tales did not end well. Sweat trickled down their brow as they thought. The Sphinx's gaze never wavered, its expression unreadable. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, the weight of the question pressing down like a physical force. The traveler's lips moved soundlessly, forming words they didn't dare to speak aloud. Finally, they took a trembling breath and answered. "Man," they said, their voice barely above a whisper. "As a baby, he crawls on all 4s. As an adult, he walks on 2 legs. And in old age, he uses a cane, walking on 3. The silence that followed was unbearable. The Sphinx remained still, its eyes locked onto the travelers. Then, with a sound like the shifting of ancient stones, it inclined its head ever so slightly. The traveler exhaled shakily, relief flooding their veins. They had passed the test. But the Sphinx was not finished. "You may pass," it said, its voice as unyielding as the desert itself. "But know this, the answers you seek within the temple come at a cost. Knowledge is not without its burdens. Step forward if you are prepared to bear them." The traveler hesitated, their relief replaced by a gnawing sense of dread. The Sphinx watched them without pity, its gaze a constant reminder of the stakes. To turn back now would mean abandoning their quest, leaving the temple's mysteries forever untold. But to go forward meant facing whatever truths lay within, no matter how painful or overwhelming they might be. Slowly, the traveler stepped toward the temple, their shadow stretching long behind them. The Sphinx did not move, its massive form blending seamlessly with the night. It would remain there, guarding the temple as it always had, waiting for the next soul brave, or foolish, enough to seek passage. Inside the temple, the air was cool and still, the silence almost deafening. Flickering torches cast eerie shadows on the walls, their light illuminating ancient carvings that seemed to writhe and shift as the traveler passed. The sense of being watched was overwhelming, though no other living thing appeared to be there. Back at the entrance, the Sphinx turned its gaze to the horizon. Its task was eternal, its patience infinite. It cared nothing for the fates of those who entered the temple. Its duty was not to protect the traveler, but to protect the knowledge they sought. And for those who failed its test, the punishment was swift and merciless. The sands bore no trace of those who had fallen before the Sphinx, their bones long since claimed by the desert winds. The Sphinx remembered each one, though it felt no sorrow, no remorse. It was not cruel, but neither was it kind. It was simply the gatekeeper, a being of purpose forged in the fires of the ancient world. As the night wore on, the Sphinx remained motionless, its form silhouetted against the starry sky. Somewhere within the temple, the traveler faced their own trials, the weight of the Sphinx's warning lingering in their mind. Whatever truths they uncovered, whatever price they paid, the Sphinx would still be there, waiting for the next seeker to approach. And so, the Sphinx watched. Silent. Unmoving. Eternal. The air was thick with tension, and the jungle buzzed with the sound of unseen life. Leaves rustled high above, whispering secrets carried by the wind. A faint growl echoed in the distance, low and guttural, sending a shiver down the spine of anyone who dared to hear it. In the shadow of a crumbling, ancient ruin, something watched. It waited, coiled in the dense undergrowth, its presence masked by the dappled light filtering through the canopy. Then came the movement, a flicker of something impossibly quick. Not a leopard. Not a serpent. Both. Its long, sinuous neck arched above the foliage, the patterns on its scaled skin glinting like polished gold and obsidian. Its head, shaped like that of a great feline predator, carried eyes that burned with an unearthly glow. They scanned the clearing ahead, the pupils narrowing to slits as they honed in on their prey. Powerful limbs, tipped with razor-sharp claws, crouched low to the ground, ready to spring. Its body was a strange and unsettling blend of muscular feline grace and serpentine fluidity, a creature that defied the natural order. The hunters called it the serpopard. Tales of the serpopard had traveled far, whispered in hushed tones around campfires. Some spoke of its elegance, a creature born from the dreams, or nightmares, of gods. Others cursed its name, recounting the many who had met their end beneath its crushing jaws. Few had seen it and lived to tell the tale. Those who did described it as swift as the wind and as merciless as a storm. A lone traveler stood in the clearing now, unaware of the danger that lurked just beyond sight. His hands trembled as he tried to decipher the carvings on a stone tablet, his breath coming in short gasps. The symbols told of great treasures hidden deep within the jungle, but they also carried warnings, etched in sharp, angular lines that seemed to pulse with menace. "Beware the guardian," they seemed to hiss. The traveler paused, his instincts prickling. The jungle had gone unnervingly quiet. No chirping of birds, no hum of insects. Just silence, as though the forest itself held its breath. He straightened, scanning the tree line, but saw nothing. His heart pounded in his chest, and he cursed himself for not bringing another with him. But he knew the truth, no one else was willing to tread here. A sudden snap of a branch shattered the stillness. He whipped around, eyes wide with fear, but saw only shadows. Then came the sound, a hiss that seemed to ripple through the air, growing louder, closer. He stumbled back, clutching the dagger at his belt, though he knew it would do little good. From the shadows, the serpent emerged. Its movements were impossibly smooth, its long neck weaving through the trees like a ribbon of smoke. The golden patterns on its skin seemed to shimmer in the dim light, hypnotic and terrible all at once. It stepped into the clearing, its feline legs moving with lethal precision, its tail swaying like a pendulum. For a moment, neither moved. The traveler's chest rose and fell as panic overtook him. The serpent tilted its head, steadying him with an intelligence that was far too keen for comfort. Then, in a blur of motion, it lunged. He barely had time to throw himself to the ground as the beast's claws slashed through the air where his head had been. Rolling onto his back, he scrambled to his feet, his dagger shaking in his grip. The serpent turned with unnatural speed, its lips pulling back in a snarl that revealed gleaming, dagger-like fangs. The traveler ran. Branches tore at his clothes as he sprinted through the jungle, his legs pumping as though his life depended on it, because it did. The serpent was right behind him, its long neck darting through the trees, its claws gouging deep ruts into the earth as it chased him. He stumbled over a root, crashing to the ground. Before he could rise, the serpent was upon him, its massive paw pinning him down. Its eyes bored into his, and for a moment, the world seemed to stop. He could see himself reflected in those terrible eyes, small and fragile. But then something shifted. A strange, low growl rumbled from the serpent's throat, less a threat and more a warning. Its grip loosened, just enough for him to move. Confused, he froze, unsure if this was mercy or a cruel game. The serpent stepped back, its serpentine neck curling as it regarded him. It hissed softly, almost as if speaking, though no words came. The traveler's fear was replaced by something else, a strange, inexplicable awe. This was no mindless predator. There was meaning in its movements, purpose in its gaze. Slowly, the serpent turned and disappeared into the jungle, its long neck the last thing to vanish into the shadows. The traveler remained on the ground, his body trembling, his mind racing. What had just happened? Why had it spared him? As the sounds of the jungle returned, he realized he would never know. The serpent was a creature beyond understanding, a guardian of something far greater than him. The sun burned bright over the vast, golden sands, its rays beating down relentlessly. In the heart of the desert, the silence was overwhelming, broken only by the occasional gust of wind that carried whispers of ancient times. Amid this emptiness stood an enormous temple, its once pristine walls now weathered and scarred by centuries of wind and sun. The carvings on its surface were faded but still told a story of guardians who watched over the realm of gods and men. A faint shadow crossed the sand, moving so swiftly it could have been mistaken for a trick of the light. But it was no illusion. High above, wings beat against the air with power unmatched by any earthly bird. A creature circled, its silhouette fierce and majestic. Its body was that of a lion, rippling with muscle, golden fur glinting like fire in the sunlight. Its head, crowned with a sharp, eagle-like beak, held eyes that seemed to see all, piercing and eternal. The griffin had arrived. Below, a caravan of travelers paused, their camels uneasy. The leader, a weathered man with years of desert wisdom etched into his face, raised a trembling hand to shield his eyes from the sun. He had heard the stories but never dared to believe them. Griffins were said to be protectors of sacred places, beings of unmatched strength and ferocity. They guarded treasures not of gold or jewels but of divine knowledge, the kind that could shatter a mortal mind. The griffin let out a cry, a sound so sharp it seemed to cut through the air like a blade. The travelers froze, their breaths shallow. It descended slowly, its massive wings creating whirlwinds of sand as it landed. Every muscle in its leonine body was taut, ready to strike. Its talons, sharp enough to rend stone, flexed against the ground, leaving deep grooves in the earth. The leader stepped forward, his legs trembling. He knew this was no ordinary beast, it demanded respect. Bowing low, he whispered a prayer under his breath, hoping it would be enough. The griffin tilted its head, its piercing gaze locking onto him. Time seemed to stretch as man and guardian faced one another. Then, without warning, the griffin moved. Its wings stretched wide, casting a shadow that swallowed the caravan. With a single leap, it landed before the temple, positioning itself between the travelers and the sacred structure. Its message was clear: none would pass. The leader understood. He gestured for his companions to retreat, his voice shaking but firm. "We do not belong here," he said. The others hesitated, their eyes darting between him and the griffin. But they obeyed, pulling their camels away from the forbidden ground. As the caravan disappeared into the horizon, the griffin remained, a silent sentinel. It turned its gaze to the temple, its purpose unwavering. This was its domain, its charge, and it would not falter. Inside the temple, the air was cool and heavy with the scent of ancient incense. Golden statues and intricate murals lined the walls, each depicting scenes of gods, battles, and wisdom beyond comprehension. In the center of the chamber stood an altar, upon which lay a scroll said to contain the words of the divine. This was the treasure the griffin guarded, a relic that could change the fate of the world. But not all respected its role. Far from the temple, a group of thieves plotted, their greed blinding them to the warnings. They spoke of riches and power, dismissing the tales of the griffin as myths meant to scare away the faint-hearted. Armed with tools and weapons, they set out under the cover of night, their hearts dark with intent. When they arrived, the temple loomed before them, its silhouette stark against the moonlit sky. The griffin was nowhere to be seen, and the leader of the group smirked. "A story to frighten children," he scoffed, motioning for his men to advance. But the moment they stepped onto the sacred ground, a deafening roar shattered the night. From the darkness, the griffin emerged, its eyes glowing like molten gold. It moved with terrifying speed, its wings slicing through the air as it charged. The thieves barely had time to react before it struck, its talons ripping through their ranks with merciless precision. One by one, the intruders fell, their cries swallowed by the night. The leader, bloodied and desperate, raised his weapon, but it was no use. The griffin's beak closed around it, snapping the blade as though it were brittle clay. With a final, bone-chilling roar, the griffin ended the fight, leaving no trace of the intruders save for the marks in the sand where they had stood. As dawn broke over the desert, the griffin returned to its post. It stood before the temple, its head held high, its body a testament to strength and devotion. It had no need for thanks or recognition. Its purpose was clear: to protect what was sacred, to stand as a guardian of divine will. The sands might shift, and the temple might crumble, but the griffin would remain, a symbol of unyielding protection in a world of chaos. The night was unnaturally still, the kind of silence that made your heart beat louder in your chest. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a pale light over the desert that stretched endlessly, the sands shifting like whispers of forgotten tales. But tonight, the whispers were different. The air was thick with something far darker than the usual heat of the desert. Something ancient. Something that had waited, unseen, beneath the surface for centuries. A low growl cut through the silence, a sound that didn't belong in the night. It was not the growl of any ordinary beast, this was the sound of hunger, of madness, of chaos. And it was close. The wind picked up, swirling dust around the feet of a lone traveler. His eyes darted nervously as he adjusted the satchel on his shoulder. He had heard stories of Set's monsters, but they were just that, stories. Or so he had believed. Suddenly, the air shifted. The very earth beneath his feet trembled. Then, without warning, a shadow leapt from the darkness, a massive form, twisted and grotesque. It was not like anything he had ever seen. Its body was long and serpentine, covered in scales that gleamed like black iron, and it had the head of a crocodile, its jaws wide enough to swallow a man whole. The creature's eyes glowed a sickly yellow, radiating malice, as it slithered forward with terrifying speed. The traveler froze, his body locked in place as terror coursed through his veins. The beast did not pause, its tongue flicking out in a serpentine motion as it stalked him. With every step, the ground seemed to warp beneath it, and the air crackled with a charged energy. The monster was a creature of pure chaos, born from the very essence of destruction that Set, the god of chaos himself, had unleashed upon the world. But the traveler had no time to reflect on the stories, to wonder how such a nightmare could exist. He was already running, heart pounding in his chest, feet stumbling over the uneven desert floor. Behind him, the beast's growl echoed, a sound so primal it seemed to claw at his very soul. He could feel its hot breath on the back of his neck, but he dared not turn around. He knew, with an instinctive certainty, that doing so would be the end of him. He ran faster, his legs burning with exhaustion, but the creature was relentless, closing in with every passing second. Just as the beast's jaws snapped shut behind him, a shadow fell over the desert. A massive figure, with the body of a lion and the head of a ram, appeared in the distance. Its golden eyes glowed with a fierce light, and it was charging forward, as if it had always been there, waiting for this moment. The traveler's breath caught in his throat as he recognized it, the guardian. Set's creatures were not the only beasts that roamed the desert. There were others, formed from the ancient battle between order and chaos. But whether they would help or hinder, he could not say. All he knew was that the ground beneath him trembled again, and the moment stretched into eternity. The battle between the two beasts was a blur. The ram-headed creature slammed into the crocodile beast with a force that shook the very heavens. The clash of their bodies echoed like thunder, shaking the traveler to his core. He dared not watch, but the sounds were enough to make him wonder if the world itself was coming apart. The ground cracked open beneath them, dark fissures splitting the desert as the monsters fought. The traveler could hear their growls, their screeches, their roars of pain and fury. The dust and sand kicked up, swirling around him, choking the air from his lungs. For a moment, all he could hear was the rush of blood in his ears and the frantic beating of his heart. Then, the air shifted again. The battle had ended, and only silence remained. Cautiously, the traveler took a few tentative steps toward the scene, his heart still racing. What he saw made him wish he had never looked. The creature with the crocodile head lay sprawled across the sand, its once gleaming scales now dulled, its eyes staring sightlessly into the night. The lion ram guardian stood above it, blood dripping from its sharp claws. It let out a final roar, a triumphant sound that rang through the desert, and then, just as quickly, it vanished into the shadows from which it had come. The traveler, his legs shaking, collapsed to his knees. The danger had passed, but his heart would never be the same. He had seen the power of Set's monsters, the beasts born of chaos, and he knew now that the stories were true. These creatures were not mere figments of myth. They were real, and they were as old as the world itself. Born from the god of chaos, Set's monsters were unstoppable forces of nature, each one more terrifying than the last. They were creatures that could tear apart the very fabric of reality, leaving nothing but destruction in their wake. The traveler's mind raced as he stumbled to his feet. He had to get away. The desert was too dangerous now. Set's monsters could strike at any moment, from any direction. He turned and ran again, not daring to look back. As he fled into the night, the shadows seemed to stretch farther, as if the very land itself had been touched by chaos. The ground shifted beneath his feet, and the wind whispered of creatures that lurked in the dark corners of the world, waiting for the next soul to wander too close. The traveler didn't know if he would survive. All he knew was that he had witnessed something that no one should ever see, something that would haunt him for the rest of his life. Set's monsters were real, and they would never stop hunting. There was a chill in the air, an unsettling quiet that crept across the village as night began to fall. The villagers hurried to their homes, pulling shutters tight and bolting doors. The moon hung low, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch far beyond their natural reach. The wind whispered secrets as it slithered through the trees, its voice soft yet filled with an undeniable sense of dread. At the edge of the village stood a lone woman, her hair wild, eyes wide with fear. Her name was Amara, and tonight, she would face the unimaginable. For weeks, something had been haunting the village, whispers in the dark, eerie sounds that seemed to float in the air, voices no one could trace. Shadows that slithered across the ground, colder than the night itself. Every night, the fear grew. Children woke screaming in the middle of the night, seeing things no one else could. Parents huddled together, praying for protection, but the evil that lurked in the darkness would not be deterred. Amara had heard the stories, legends passed down through generations. Tales of a spirit, not of malice but of protection, who could fend off the evil that tried to invade their world. This protector was no god, no angelic being from the heavens. No, it was something far more grounded, more human, yet powerful beyond measure. His name was Bes. Bes, the demon, was a paradox. He was not the kind of demon most feared. No, Bes was a creature of joy, of laughter, of warmth. He was the guardian against the dark spirits, the protector of the innocent. His form was strange, unlike anything that could belong in the natural world, a short, stocky figure, his body twisted into a shape that seemed both grotesque and endearing. His face was a mix of human and animal, with wide, bright eyes that seemed to sparkle with mischief. His mouth was always curled into a smile, and his tiny hands, though rough and calloused, were ready to offer comfort. But it wasn't his appearance that made him special. It was his power. Bes could drive away the forces that threatened the living. The dark spirits that would come to haunt, to destroy, were no match for him. With his laughter, his joy, his very presence, he could banish the shadows. Amara stood trembling at the edge of the village, knowing what had to be done. The whispers had grown louder tonight. The evil had come closer. Her daughter, little Zarya, had woken screaming again, her tiny body shaking as she whispered of things in the dark. The darkness was closing in, suffocating her family's hope. They needed Bes, the protector, and they needed him now. Without a second thought, Amara stepped forward, crossing the boundary of the village and into the deep forest where the old tales spoke of Bes' domain. The path was unfamiliar, overgrown, dark. The trees seemed to press in on her, their branches like long fingers reaching for her. Every rustle of leaves made her jump. Then, through the dense thicket, she saw him. There, in a clearing bathed in the pale glow of the moon, stood Bes. His short form was bent, almost crouching, his back hunched as though he had been waiting for her. He didn't speak at first, only watched her with those bright, shining eyes that seemed to understand everything. A soft chuckle rumbled from his chest, deep and comforting, as if welcoming her to the very heart of the world she had once feared. "Bes," she whispered, her voice shaking but determined. "Please, I need your help. My daughter, she's terrified. The spirits are coming. We can't stop them." Bes tilted his head, his wide smile never faltering. He reached out a hand, small but strong, and touched her shoulder. A warmth spread through her body, a heat that pushed away the cold creeping up her spine. "You've heard the stories," he said, his voice like the rustle of leaves in the wind, gentle yet full of weight. "You know what I can do. But the question is, do you believe?" Amara swallowed hard, her heart pounding in her chest. "I believe. I do. Please, save my daughter." Bes steadied her for a moment, his gaze piercing, as though reading her very soul. Then, with a sudden leap, he straightened up and clapped his hands together, the sound echoing through the trees. The air around them seemed to shimmer, to hum with energy, and for the first time in days, the oppressive darkness lifted slightly. A single, clear note of laughter escaped from Bes' lips, high-pitched, joyful, and wild, and the air seemed to shake with it, as if the entire world was startled into joy. "The spirits that plague you, the ones that torment your child, they are afraid of me," Bes said, his smile never fading. "They are bound by fear, and that fear is their weakness. I shall laugh, and they will flee. But know this, Amara, I am not just your protector. I bring joy. I bring light. Without it, darkness will always return." With that, Bes raised both hands to the sky. The trees seemed to bend towards him, as though they were listening to his call. A powerful burst of light erupted from his body, blinding and warm, filling the clearing with a brilliant radiance. The forest hummed with a strange, beautiful energy that made Amara's heart swell. In the distance, she heard the faint whisper of voices, low, malevolent, sneering. They were the spirits, the dark entities that had been tormenting her family. But now, they were retreating, their power weakening in the face of Beth's laughter and light. Amara's heart soared as the evil faded, pushed back by Beth's joyous force. Her daughter's cries grew quiet in her ears, replaced by a soft, peaceful stillness. Beth had done it. He had banished the darkness. But as the last of the evil spirits disappeared, Amara turned back to Beth, feeling something stir within her. He was not just a protector. He was a bringer of light, of joy, of hope. His very existence reminded her that even in the deepest, most terrifying moments, there was always a flicker of warmth, something to chase away the shadows. Bess looked at her one last time, that smile still wide and comforting. "Remember," he said, his voice full of warmth. "Joy is your shield, as much as I am your protector. Without it, the darkness will always find a way back." And with that, he vanished into the forest, leaving behind nothing but the sound of his laughter echoing through the trees, the only reminder that even in the face of evil, joy would always have the final word. The night was heavy, thick with the promise of dreams yet to come. It was the time when the world seemed to pause, caught between the waking and the sleeping, where the air itself held its breath. Inside a small, dimly lit house on the outskirts of the village, a young woman lay restless in her bed, her eyes wide open, staring at the shadows that flickered against the wall. Layla had always feared sleep. It wasn't the darkness that haunted her, no, it was the unknown that came with it. She had heard the whispers from the elders, stories of beings that walked a thin line between dreams and reality, creatures that could invade your sleep, twist your dreams, and never let you wake up. She had heard them speak of Tutu, the sphinx demon who guarded the boundary between waking life and the realm of dreams. His reputation was dark, frightening, and shrouded in mystery. But the elders also said he could be a protector, a keeper of those who wandered too far into the depths of the night. He would watch over you, and if you were lucky, he would guide you safely back to the light of morning. If you were unlucky, if he decided your dreams were his to keep, then there would be no waking, no return to the world of the living. Layla had never believed in such things. She was a woman of reason, logic, grounded firmly in the tangible world. But tonight she felt it. The stirring in her chest, the unease crawling under her skin, the feeling that someone, was watching her, waiting for her to sleep. Her eyes closed involuntarily, her body exhausted but her mind still racing. She couldn't fight the pull of sleep any longer. And so, like so many before her, Layla surrendered. The moment her mind slipped into slumber, the world around her changed. The air grew colder, and the familiar noises of the village faded into nothingness. She found herself standing in the middle of a vast desert, the sun blinding in its intensity, though it was night. The sand stretched out endlessly, shimmering like a great sea. Layla tried to call out, but her voice was lost to the wind. She spun in place, her heart racing, but the only thing that caught her attention was a figure, dark, looming, and impossibly tall. It stood at the edge of her vision, its shape both feline and human, a creature unlike anything she had ever seen. The wings were spread wide, each feather dark as midnight, and its eyes gleamed with ancient knowledge, with the weight of centuries. Tutu, the Sphinx demon. He stepped forward, his heavy paws sinking into the sand, his gaze fixed upon her. Layla wanted to run, to flee from this creature that filled her with a primal terror, but her feet felt rooted to the ground. She couldn't move, couldn't escape. "You are not afraid," Tutu said, his voice like the wind itself, harsh yet calm. His words echoed in her ears, the sound of something that belonged to both the world of the living and the realm of the dead. "I should be," Layla whispered, though she wasn't sure if she was speaking to him or herself. The demon circled her, his great form towering over her. "The line between sleep and death is thinner than you know," he continued, his voice sending a chill through her bones. "Many fear me, but few understand the weight I carry. I am the keeper of your dreams, and the protector of the sleeping." Layla shuddered. She had heard the stories that spoke of Tutu as both a guardian and a terror. A protector who stood watch over the fragile barrier between the world of the living and the shadows of the dream realm. A creature who could grant peace to the troubled and destroy those who wandered too far into the darkness. But Layla had no intention of being destroyed, no matter what form the creature before her took. She forced herself to meet his gaze, her heart hammering in her chest. "You watch over dreams," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "But what if a dream is a nightmare?" Tutu paused, his wings twitching slightly. "That is the danger," he said. "A nightmare can consume you. It can pull you into a world of torment where there is no escape, where sleep becomes a prison. But even there, I am your guide. I can bring you back. I can show you the way out, if you trust me." Layla swallowed hard. She wanted to ask so many questions about what he truly was, about why he had chosen her, about what he meant by being a guide. But the words died on her lips as he stepped closer, his presence overwhelming. "I protect the dreamers," he said. "I protect you from the darkness that seeks to swallow you whole. You may not understand, but I carry the weight of all your dreams. I am the guardian of the threshold between worlds. And for you, Layla, I am your protector tonight." His eyes softened, though they still held an ancient, unyielding power. "You are safe, as long as you do not fight me." Layla felt the tension in her body relax, just slightly, as his words began to sink in. She didn't know what it meant to trust him, this creature of nightmares and legends, but there was something comforting in his presence, something that eased the fear she had lived with all her life. "I won't fight," she said, her voice steadier now. "But why do you protect us? Why do you guard sleep?" Tutu regarded her silently, his wings folding against his back as he stepped even closer. "Because in dreams, you are free," he said, his voice almost tender. "In sleep, you find the peace that you cannot in waking life. And I am the keeper of that peace, the one who makes sure that you do not stray too far. I am the bridge between your fears and your freedom. Without me, your dreams would be lost to you." Layla blinked, understanding dawning slowly in her mind. She had always feared sleep, always dreaded the unknown it brought. But now, standing before Tutu, she realized that it was not sleep she feared, but the darkness that threatened to take it from her. With a flick of his tail, Tutu smiled, a strange, knowing smile that seemed to say he had answered her question before she even asked it. And then, just as quickly as he had appeared, the desert began to fade. The sand vanished beneath her feet, the heat of the sun receded, and the peaceful silence of sleep washed over her once more. But she was no longer afraid. Tutu, the Sphinx demon, had shown her that even in the deepest, most terrifying corners of the night, there was a protector watching over her, guiding her, leading her safely back from the brink of darkness. And with that knowledge, sleep no longer felt like a prison. It felt like freedom. The heat of the midday sun beat down on the riverbank as the water rippled softly, disturbed only by the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. There was a stillness in the air, a silence that was unsettling, as if the world was holding its breath. From the dense reeds along the river, the murmur of ancient voices seemed to echo, whispers from a time long past. A young woman, Iset, knelt on the muddy shore, her hands pressed into the cool earth as she bowed her head in prayer. Her heart was heavy with fear, for she had come to this sacred place for a reason that others would not dare speak aloud. She needed the blessing of Sobek, the great crocodile god, whose name stirred both awe and terror in the hearts of those who lived near the river. Sobek's power was said to be vast, his influence over fertility and life as undeniable as the very current of the river that flowed past her. She could hear the faint rustling of movement in the reeds behind her, the quiet sound of something large shifting beneath the water's surface. Slowly, with careful eyes, Iset turned her head, and there, emerging from the murky depths, was the creature she had come seeking. A crocodile, its scales glistening in the sun, its powerful body coiled in the water as it approached. There was a fierce grace to it, a beauty that made Iset's breath catch in her throat. It was not just a creature of the river, it was an embodiment of the very god she had called upon, a living manifestation of Sobek's will. She held her ground, though fear gnawed at her heart. Crocodiles were sacred in this land, feared and revered in equal measure. To approach one was a gesture of ultimate devotion, and in return, the god was believed to offer protection, fertility, and strength. But the gods were not merciful to the unworthy, and Sobek's creatures could be just as destructive as they were divine. The great crocodile glided closer, its massive eyes watching her with a stillness that felt almost too human. Ammit did not move, her hands trembling only slightly. She had heard the stories. The crocodiles were not just protectors of the river, but they carried with them the raw power of life and death. To be in their presence was to feel the pulse of the earth itself, a reminder that life and fear were often two sides of the same coin. As the crocodile neared, Ammit felt the air grow thick with tension, the weight of the moment pressing against her chest. She whispered a prayer, her voice barely audible, a prayer for her family, for her village, for the child she longed to bear but could not. Years had passed since her wedding, and her womb remained silent, her dreams unfulfilled. She had come to this riverbank in desperation, seeking the god's blessing, willing to offer herself as a servant in exchange for the chance to feel life grow within her. The crocodile halted before her, its head rising slightly from the water. The gleam in its eyes seemed to shift, as if it were studying her, as if it knew her deepest fears and desires. There was something unsettling in that gaze, something ancient and wise that made her blood run cold. Sobek's creatures were more than animals, they were symbols, manifestations of the god's immense power. They ruled the river's waters with an authority that could not be questioned. The river, with its endless flow, represented both the promise of life and the threat of death. Crocodiles were the protectors of that balance. For a long moment, there was only the sound of Ammit's breath, quick and shallow, mingling with the distant calls of birds and the lapping of water against the shore. The crocodile's powerful body remained still, but its eyes never left hers. It was as if the very air had thickened, and the river itself held its breath. And then, as if responding to her silent plea, the crocodile opened its mouth and let out a deep, guttural hiss. Ammit flinched, but her heart pounded with a new kind of energy. The sound was not a threat, it was a warning. A reminder that while Sobek could bring fertility, he also wielded fear. He was not a god to be bargained with lightly. His power was not only a gift, but also a test. In that moment, the world seemed to expand and contract all at once, the river's pulse vibrating beneath her feet. She could feel the ancient rhythm of life, the very forces of nature that had governed this land for centuries. Sobek's crocodiles were more than just beasts, they were guardians of creation and destruction, creatures who carried the weight of life's fragile balance. Ammit closed her eyes and, for the first time, let herself surrender. She offered up her prayer not with words, but with the very essence of her being, trusting that Sobek would hear her, that the god's crocodiles would feel her plea for life. The crocodile before her shifted its body slightly, its powerful form gliding back into the water. It disappeared into the shadows of the river, leaving only ripples in its wake. The moment it was gone, Ammit felt a strange peace settle over her. The tension that had been building in her chest seemed to melt away, replaced by something deeper, something more profound. She stood there for a long while, feeling the pull of the river's current, both physical and spiritual. She knew that Sobek had heard her, had seen her pain and her hope. Whether or not the god would grant her request, she could not say, but she understood now that life was not a simple exchange of offerings. It was something far more complex, woven into the very fabric of the world, where fertility and fear, life and death, all came together in the sacred, unyielding flow of the river. As she stood up, her hands pressed together in gratitude, Ammit felt the heat of the sun on her skin once more. The river was quiet, its waters still. The crocodile was gone, but the memory of its eyes lingered in her mind, a reminder that the sacred creatures of Sobek were not just protectors of life, but of the deep, unspoken mysteries that governed it. They were both a blessing and a challenge, forces that could shape the future or destroy it in an instant. With the weight of Sobek's presence still in her heart, Ammit turned and walked back to her village. The journey would be long, but her soul was no longer burdened by fear. She had stood before the river's guardian and had offered her plea, and she knew, deep within, that the god would never abandon her. The moonlight cast a pale glow over the marshlands, illuminating the still waters where shadows moved silently beneath the surface. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and stagnant pools, a heaviness that seemed to press on the chest like an unseen weight. A hush had fallen over the land, broken only by the occasional cry of a distant bird or the rustle of reeds swaying in the breeze. In the heart of the marsh, a low rumble stirred the silence, a sound like the grumbling of the earth itself, deep and unyielding. From the edge of the water emerged a shape, its massive bulk shimmering in the silvery light. A female hippopotamus rose from the depths, her immense body dripping with rivulets of water, her eyes glinting with an almost eerie intelligence. She was no ordinary creature of the wild. The people in the village whispered stories of her kind, speaking of their raw power and terrifying presence. To the untrained eye, she was merely an animal, a giant that lumbered across the mud with seemingly clumsy steps. But those who lived close to the waters knew better. The female hippopotamus was not just a beast of the marsh, she was a living embodiment of chaos, a creature of destruction, her strength a force of nature that could not be tamed. That night, the villagers gathered in uneasy silence around the flickering light of their fires. An elder spoke, her voice trembling as she recounted tales from long ago. "They say the hippos carry the wrath of ancient gods," she said, her gaze fixed on the flames. "Especially the females. Fierce protectors, yes, but destroyers as well. When they rise from the waters, they carry the chaos of the Nile within them. Their fury is not random, it is a warning, a reminder that order is fragile." On the riverbanks, where the waters lapped against the roots of ancient trees, the female hippo stood still, her ears twitching at the faintest sound. She was a mother, her calves hidden somewhere deep within the marsh's safety, and that made her even more dangerous. Her role as a protector was not born of choice, but instinct, as primal and unrelenting as the river's flow. In the shadows of the night, a hunter moved carefully, his steps measured and silent. He was a desperate man, his family starving after weeks without a successful catch. The marshlands were a forbidden place, but hunger had no regard for fear or tradition. With a spear gripped tightly in his hands, he crept closer to the water's edge, unaware that his every movement was being watched. The hippo's ears flicked forward, and her nostrils flared as she caught his scent on the wind. Her small, dark eyes narrowed, her massive body shifting slightly as she prepared to move. She had been still for hours, blending seamlessly with the dark, waiting for the world around her to settle into complacency. Now, a threat loomed. The hunter saw her too late. There was a sudden explosion of water as the hippo surged forward, her sheer mass cutting through the marsh with terrifying speed. Her bellow echoed across the marshlands, a guttural roar that carried the weight of ancient, untamed power. The hunter's breath caught in his throat as he turned to run, his spear slipping from his hand in panic. But the hippo was relentless, her massive jaws snapping shut with bone-crushing force as she charged. The ground seemed to quake beneath her weight, her every step a reminder of the devastating strength she carried. The hunter stumbled, his heart pounding in his chest as he scrambled to escape. In that moment, she was chaos incarnate, a storm given form, her fury as unstoppable as the floodwaters that carved their way through the Nile during the season of inundation. She was not a mindless beast, but a force with purpose, her anger rooted in the primal need to protect, to survive. The villagers heard the distant commotion, the echoes of the hippo's roar carrying across the night air. They huddled closer to their fires, their eyes wide with fear. "She has risen," the elder murmured, her voice heavy with dread. "The hippo of chaos does not act without reason. Someone has disturbed her." Back at the marsh, the hunter plunged into the water, his limbs trembling as he tried to swim to safety. But the hippo was already upon him, her massive jaws parting as she closed the distance. The water churned violently, the surface breaking with the force of their struggle. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the marsh fell silent once more. The water stilled, the moonlight reflecting off its surface as if nothing had happened. The hunter was gone, swallowed by the chaos he had dared to provoke. The female hippo lingered for a moment, her breath steaming in the cool night air, before retreating back into the shadows of the reeds. The marshlands remained quiet, but the tension in the air lingered. The villagers whispered prayers to their gods, pleading for protection, for order to be restored. But they knew that the chaos brought by the hippo was not a punishment, it was a reminder. A reminder that the forces of destruction and creation were inseparable, that life itself was born from the chaotic churn of existence. The hippo returned to her calves, her massive body settling protectively around them as they slept in the safety of the reeds. Her rage had subsided, but her watchfulness did not waver. She was a mother, a protector, and a symbol of chaos, a force that could not be ignored or controlled. For those who lived near the marshlands, her presence was a constant reminder of the delicate balance they walked each day. The hippo of chaos was not an enemy to be defeated, but a force to be respected, her power a testament to the raw, untamed strength of the world around them. The fisherman stood at the edge of the vast, moonlit lake, his hands trembling as he gripped his net. The water shimmered like molten silver, calm and seemingly endless. He had grown up hearing tales of the sacred fish that dwelled beneath the surface, creatures said to be both blessings and curses. Some called them divine, others monstrous. Tonight, he was about to find out which was true. The villagers warned him not to fish in this lake during the sacred nights when the stars aligned in strange patterns. But hunger had its own voice, louder than fear or caution. His children were starving, their hollow eyes haunting him as he left home with nothing but his net and a silent prayer. He cast the net into the water, the quiet splash breaking the eerie stillness of the night. The ripples spread outward, distorting the reflection of the sky. Time slowed as he waited, his heartbeat loud in his ears. Then, without warning, the water stirred. The first tug on the net was gentle, almost curious, as if something beneath the surface was testing his resolve. Then came a second, stronger pull that nearly yanked the net from his grasp. His muscles strained as he held on, adrenaline surging through him. Whatever was caught in the net was no ordinary fish. The lake seemed to awaken. The once calm water churned violently, waves crashing against the shore as though the very lake was alive. Shadows darted beneath the surface, large and swift, impossible to track. The air grew cold, a biting chill that raised the hairs on his arms. Finally, with a desperate heave, the fisherman hauled the net to shore. What he saw froze him in place. Entangled in the net was a fish unlike anything he had ever seen. Its scales shimmered with an otherworldly glow, shifting colors like a living rainbow. Its eyes, unnervingly human, seemed to pierce into his soul, filled with a sorrow so profound it made his chest tighten. The fins were delicate, almost translucent, but edged with sharp spines that hinted at danger. He reached out hesitantly, his hand trembling as he touched the creature. It felt warm, almost as if it were alive in ways beyond the physical. Suddenly, the fish let out a low, melodic hum, a sound that filled the air with a strange, haunting beauty. It was not just a sound but a feeling, a wave of emotion that coursed through him, bringing tears to his eyes. As he stared, the hum seemed to carry words, though they were not spoken aloud. They resonated in his mind. "Why have you disturbed the balance?" The fisherman gasped, stumbling backward. He looked around, expecting someone, anyone, to step out of the shadows and claim responsibility for the voice. But it was only him and the fish, its glowing form pulsing faintly with each breath it took. I didn't mean to," he stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. "My children are hungry. I had no choice." The fish's eyes narrowed, and the hum deepened, taking on a tone of warning. The lake behind it began to swirl again, the water rising unnaturally as if responding to the creature's emotions. The fisherman fell to his knees, overwhelmed by a sudden wave of guilt and awe. Then, the fish's glow dimmed, and its voice softened in his mind. "Take me, if you must. But know this, every action ripples through the waters of life. What you do tonight will not go unanswered." The fisherman hesitated. The creature's words were a warning, but its presence was a promise, of miracles or ruin, he could not tell. He thought of his children, their sunken cheeks and frail bodies, and his resolve hardened. With a heavy heart, he reached for the net, lifting the fish into his basket. As he walked back to the village, the lake grew eerily silent. Even the insects seemed to vanish, as though the world was holding its breath. He did not look back, afraid of what he might see. When he reached his home, he placed a glowing fish on the wooden table, its light casting strange shadows on the walls. His wife and children gathered around, their eyes wide with wonder and fear. The fish remained still, watching them as if it understood their plight. Without a word, the fisherman raised his knife. The blade trembled in his hand, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. Just as he was about to strike, the fish emitted another hum, this one soft and mournful. The sound filled the room, and for a moment, everything else faded away. Memories flooded his mind, memories that were not his own. He saw vast oceans teeming with life, rivers winding through lush forests, and people bowing in reverence to these sacred creatures. He felt their pain as they were hunted, their divine essence desecrated by greed and desperation. The knife fell from his hand, clattering to the floor. Tears streamed down his face as he realized the enormity of what he had done. The fish blinked slowly, its glow fading further. "You have chosen mercy," the voice whispered in his mind. "For that, there is hope." The fisherman carried the fish back to the lake, his steps heavy with exhaustion and sorrow. The water welcomed him with gentle waves, lapping at his feet as he knelt by the shore. He released the fish into the water, watching as its glow brightened once more. The fish lingered for a moment, its eyes meeting his one last time. Then it disappeared beneath the surface, leaving the lake as calm and still as it had been before. That night, rain fell for the first time in months, soaking the dry earth and bringing life back to the fields. The villagers woke to find their crops revived, their wells overflowing with fresh water. They did not know what had changed, but they felt the air was different, charged with something ancient and powerful. The fisherman sat by the lake, his heart heavy yet filled with a strange peace. The sacred fish had shown him not just its divinity but his own humanity, the power of choice and the weight of its consequences. He stayed until dawn, watching the sun rise over the water, its light dancing on the surface like 1,000 blessings waiting to be uncovered. The villagers whispered that on nights when the stars seemed to burn brighter, the earth beneath the ancient plains would tremble faintly. It was said to be the pulse of the celestial bull, a being neither fully of the heavens nor entirely of the earth, a creature born from the very act of creation itself. Few believed the tales anymore, dismissing them as old stories to keep children in awe of the night sky. But that night, under a canopy of blazing stars, something stirred in the heart of the plains. Karim, a herdsman, was no stranger to the vast emptiness of the land. His life was one of simplicity, his days spent among his cattle and his nights beneath the infinite expanse of stars. He often marveled at their beauty, but on this particular evening, there was something unsettling about them. The constellations seemed sharper, almost alive, as if they were watching. As he tended to the herd, a strange noise caught his attention, a low, resonant hum, like the deep call of a horn but layered with an unearthly tone. His cattle grew restless, their usual calm replaced by nervous pacing and low, uneasy moans. The air thickened, heavy with something he couldn't name. It was neither fear nor wonder, but a combination of both, a weight that pressed against his chest. Then the ground beneath his feet began to vibrate. It wasn't the violent shaking of an earthquake, but a rhythmic pulse, steady and deliberate, as though the earth itself was breathing. Karim's heart raced. He had heard the stories of the celestial bull, but had always dismissed them as mere legends. Yet now, standing in the midst of this strange occurrence, he wasn't so sure. He turned toward the horizon, and that's when he saw it. Emerging from the darkness, a figure took shape against the shimmering starlight. At first, it was just a silhouette, massive and imposing. But as it moved closer, its form became clear. It was a bull, but unlike any Karim had ever seen. Its coat gleamed like polished obsidian, reflecting the stars above as if they were embedded within its body. Its eyes glowed with a pale, golden light, ancient and knowing. Each step it took resonated through the ground, a reminder of its power. Karim froze, unsure whether to run or bow. The bull's presence was overwhelming, filling the air with an energy that seemed to hum in his very bones. It wasn't just an animal, it was a force, a being that carried with it the weight of the cosmos. As it approached, the stars above seemed to shift, their patterns aligning into shapes Kareem didn't recognize but felt were significant, as though they were telling a story older than time itself. The bull stopped a few paces from Kareem, its golden eyes locking onto his. In that gaze, Kareem felt as if he were being seen completely, his every thought and emotion laid bare. He wanted to speak, to ask what this creature was, but his voice failed him. Instead, the bull lowered its massive head and let out a sound that was neither a roar nor a bellow, but something in between. It echoed across the plains, shaking the air and filling it with a sense of purpose. As the sound faded, Kareem felt a strange warmth spreading through him. Images began to flood his mind, visions of creation, of worlds being shaped from chaos, of stars being born and dying, their energy feeding the cycle of existence. He saw rivers carving paths through barren lands, mountains rising and crumbling, life sprouting in places where there had been none. And at the center of it all was the bull, its form ever present, guiding, shaping, and sustaining. Tears streamed down Kareem's face as he realized what he was witnessing. This was no mere creature. This was the embodiment of cosmic power, the force of creation given form. It wasn't just a symbol, it was the essence of life itself, the heartbeat of the universe. The bull took another step closer, and Kareem instinctively reached out a trembling hand. His fingers barely grazed its gleaming coat, but the contact sent a jolt through him, a surge of energy that left him breathless. In that moment, he felt connected to everything, the stars, the earth, the air around him. It was as if the bull had shared with him a fragment of its boundless power, a reminder that he too was part of the great cycle. But as quickly as the moment came, it began to fade. The bull stepped back, its golden eyes still fixed on Kareem. The hum in the air grew softer, the vibrations in the ground less intense. The stars above shifted once more, their patterns returning to the familiar constellations Kareem had always known. The bull turned, its form blending into the darkness as it moved away, its steps growing fainter until it was gone. Kareem stood there for what felt like hours, his mind reeling from what he had just experienced. The plains were quiet again, the cattle calm as if nothing unusual had happened. But Kareem knew better. He had felt the presence of something greater, something that transcended the ordinary. The celestial bull was real, and its power was undeniable. When he finally returned to the village, Kareem struggled to find the words to describe what he had seen. How could he explain something so vast, so extraordinary? The villagers listened with wide eyes, their skepticism fading as they saw the sincerity in his expression. They began to whisper among themselves, the old stories gaining new life. Kareem didn't need them to believe him. He had felt the pulse of creation, the cosmic force that bound all things together. And though the celestial bull had vanished into the night, its presence lingered in his heart, a reminder of the connection between the heavens and the earth, between life and the stars. The night sky was restless, as if the heavens themselves were bracing for an unseen battle. Shadows moved across the sands, carried by whispers of an ancient struggle that had been fought for countless ages. In the vast silence of the desert, a lone priest knelt before a shrine, his trembling hands clutching a small effigy of the sun. He prayed not for himself, but for the safe passage of the sun bark, the celestial vessel that carried Ra, the great god of the sun, across the sky and through the treacherous underworld each night. Far above, unseen to mortal eyes, the bark shimmered with divine light. Its golden hull glided effortlessly through the eternal waters of the Duat, the underworld's labyrinthine rivers. Ra stood at the helm, his radiance unmatched, but his face was solemn. The bark was not alone. Coiled around its prow, their scales glowing with a light as fierce as the sun itself, were the solar serpents, beings born of fire and fury, protectors of the sacred vessel. The serpents were unlike any creatures of the earth. Their bodies were endless streams of golden flames, twisting and weaving like living ribbons of sunlight. Their eyes burned with an intensity that could pierce the darkest corners of the underworld, and their fangs dripped with venom capable of obliterating even the most malevolent spirits. They were guardians and warriors, tireless in their duty to defend Ra from the dangers that lurked in the shadows. As the bark sailed deeper into the duat, the darkness thickened, pressing against the golden light like an enemy testing its foe. Ra's grip on his staff tightened. The air grew colder, the silence heavier. And then, from the abyss, came a sound, a low, guttural hiss that reverberated through the void. The serpents stirred, their fiery coils tightening around the bark. They knew what was coming. From the depths emerged Apep, the chaos serpent, a beast as old as creation itself. Its massive form undulated through the waters, its black scales shimmering with a sinister, oily sheen. Apep's eyes were voids, consuming all light that dared to meet them. Its jaws opened wide, revealing endless rows of razor-sharp teeth. The creature let out a roar that shook the waters, a challenge to Ra and his protectors. The solar serpents uncoiled, their flames blazing brighter as they prepared for the fight. Their hisses were sharp and fierce, cutting through the oppressive darkness. They launched themselves at Apep, their bodies arcing through the air like fiery spears. The clash was immediate and violent. The first serpent struck Apep's flank, its fangs sinking into the chaos serpent's scales. Flames erupted on contact, illuminating the duat with bursts of light. Apep thrashed, its massive tail whipping through the waters and striking the bark. The vessel shuddered but held firm, its divine craftsmanship unyielding. The second serpent coiled around Apep's neck, its fiery body tightening like a noose. Apep roared in fury, twisting and snapping in an attempt to free itself. The serpent's flames burned hotter, scorching the chaos serpent's flesh. But Apep was relentless. It surged upward, its immense strength throwing the serpent off and sending it crashing into the waters below. Ra stood unwavering, his staff raised high. From its tip emanated a blinding light, a beacon of order and creation against the chaos that sought to consume the bark. The light surged forward, striking Apep and momentarily halting its advance. The solar serpents seized the opportunity, regrouping and launching another attack. This time, they moved in perfect unison, their fiery forms weaving intricate patterns around Apep. Their movements were a dance of destruction, each strike calculated and devastating. One serpent bit into Apep's tail, its venom seeping into the beast's flesh, while the other struck at its exposed underbelly, igniting it with searing flames. Apep writhed in agony, its roars echoing through the duat. But even as it weakened, its fury only grew. With a sudden burst of energy, it lunged at the bark, its massive jaws aiming for Ra. Time seemed to slow. The solar serpents, sensing the imminent danger, hurled themselves between Apep and their master. One serpent struck Apep's head with such force that sparks erupted like a celestial storm. The other coiled around its jaws, holding them shut despite the beast's violent thrashing. Together, they pushed Apep back, their flames burning brighter than ever. The darkness of the duat began to retreat, driven away by the combined light of the serpents and Ra's unwavering presence. The battle raged on, each moment more intense than the last. The serpents' flames began to waver, their strength waning from the relentless fight. Apep, though grievously wounded, continued its assault, its chaotic energy refusing to be extinguished. But the solar serpents, bound by their sacred duty, would not falter. In a final act of defiance, they unleashed their full power. Their flames erupted into a brilliant inferno, engulfing Apep completely. The chaos serpent let out one last, deafening roar before collapsing into the waters, its massive form sinking into the abyss. The light of the serpents lingered, a golden glow that illuminated the bark and its surroundings. As the silence returned, the solar serpents coiled back around the bark, their flames dim but still burning. They had fulfilled their duty once more, ensuring the sun's safe passage through the underworld. Ra, his gaze unwavering, nodded in silent gratitude to his protectors. The bark resumed its journey, its golden light cutting through the remnants of the darkness. The priest, still kneeling by the shrine, opened his eyes as the first rays of dawn broke over the horizon. He smiled, knowing that the sun had risen once again, its path safeguarded by the fiery guardians of the bark. The desert was silent, the kind of silence that felt alive, as if the earth itself was holding its breath. Beneath a sky painted with the fiery colors of dusk, an old man stood at the edge of a shimmering pool hidden within a rocky oasis. His withered hands clutched a staff, its carvings telling the story of ages past. His eyes, though dimmed with years, searched the horizon with unwavering hope. He had come here not for water, but for a moment he had been waiting for his entire life. And then it happened, a sound that didn't belong to the stillness. A single, piercing note, like the sharp cry of a bird, but layered with a strange, melodic hum that sent shivers racing through his spine. His breath caught as the air itself seemed to change, growing warmer, brighter. From the fading light of the sun, a bird emerged. Its feathers shimmered like molten gold, each one tipped with hues of crimson and fiery orange. The wings stretched wide, catching the dying light and reflecting it in rippling waves that danced across the oasis. It was the benu bird, a creature whispered of in the oldest stories, a being of renewal and immortality. The benu circled above the pool, its movements slow, deliberate, as if measuring the weight of the moment. The old man fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. He whispered a prayer of gratitude, not for himself, but for the land that this bird was said to guard and renew. The benu was more than a bird, it was a promise. The creature descended, landing gracefully on a stone jutting out of the water. Its talons, sharp and gleaming, clicked against the rock as it tilted its head, studying the man with eyes that seemed to burn like tiny suns. He dared not move, barely breathing, afraid that even the slightest sound might disturb the sanctity of the moment. The benu stretched its neck, and a sound like a song burst from its beak. It wasn't just a sound, it was a force, filling the air with vibrations that resonated deep within the man's chest. It was as if the bird was singing not just to the oasis, but to the earth, the sky, and the souls of all who had come before and all who would come after. With each note, the water in the pool began to glow, soft ripples spreading outward as if stirred by an invisible hand. The light grew brighter, spilling onto the surrounding rocks and trees, transforming the oasis into something otherworldly. The old man's heart pounded. He had heard the stories, but nothing could have prepared him for the raw beauty and power of the benu bird. As the song reached its crescendo, the bird's feathers began to shift, glowing more brightly, their colors blending into a brilliant blaze. It was as if the benu itself was becoming fire, a living flame that pulsed with life. The air grew hot, and the scent of burning incense filled the oasis, sweet and sharp. Then, in a flash, the bird took flight once more, soaring upward until it was a streak of light against the darkening sky. The old man's gaze followed it, his heart aching with a strange mix of joy and sorrow. The benu's journey was not over. High above, the benu began to circle again, its flames trailing behind it like a comet's tail. The man knew what was coming. The bird's life, though eternal in spirit, moved through cycles, each one ending in a moment of glorious sacrifice and rebirth. The benu dove toward the earth, its blazing body aimed at a mound of dry branches and reeds near the pool's edge. The old man could feel the heat even from where he knelt, his eyes wide as the bird collided with the pyre in a burst of light and fire. Flames roared upward, consuming the wood, reaching for the heavens. But the fire wasn't destructive, it was cleansing. From the heart of the inferno came a glow, softer but no less radiant. The flames began to diminish, their energy spent, until only embers remained. And there, amidst the ashes, was an egg, shimmering like a pearl forged in the heart of a star. The old man rose, his legs trembling, and approached the ashes with reverence. He bent low, his hand hovering over the egg but not touching it, as if he feared disturbing the fragile miracle. The shell was warm, almost pulsing, as though a heartbeat echoed within. The man stepped back, knowing his role was not to interfere. This was a moment of divine renewal, the birth of a new cycle. He sat by the edge of the pool, waiting as the stars appeared in the sky, their light soft and reassuring. Hours passed, the cool desert wind brushing against his face, but he did not waver. Finally, the egg cracked. A single fissure, small at first, spread across the surface, releasing a faint golden glow. The old man leaned forward, his breath caught in his throat. With a final, decisive crack, the egg opened, and the benu emerged. This time, the bird was smaller, its feathers soft and downy, but its eyes held the same fire, the same ancient wisdom. It shook itself free of the shell and stretched its tiny wings, catching the starlight. The old man smiled through his tears, his heart full. The benu let out a soft cry, a sound that echoed with the promise of countless new dawns. It flapped its wings, rising into the air with surprising strength, and flew to the highest branch of a nearby tree. There it perched, silhouetted against the sky, a guardian of life and a beacon of hope. The old man stayed until the first light of dawn painted the horizon, the benu's presence a reassurance that the cycles of life would continue. With the first rays of sunlight, the bird took flight once more, disappearing into the endless expanse of the desert. The man, his spirit renewed, rose to his feet and turned toward his village, knowing the land would flourish again. The night was heavy with a stillness that felt unnatural. The wind had died hours ago, leaving the trees frozen in eerie silhouettes under the pale light of the crescent moon. Tund walked along the narrow dirt path, his lantern casting flickering shadows that seemed to leap and twist. He held it tightly, his knuckles white, as if the fragile glow of its flame was the only thing keeping him tethered to the world of the living. He wasn't alone. He felt it. Something was following him. It had started a week ago, when he first heard the rumors about the unburied grave by the old well. They said a man had died there, a stranger, left to rot because no one claimed his body. Since then, strange things had happened in the village. Livestock found dead without a mark, their bodies cold as though life had simply drained from them. People waking in the night, screaming, their eyes wide with terror but unable to say what they had seen. And then there was the crying, soft, pitiful wails carried by the wind at the darkest hour of the night. Tund hadn't believed it at first. Stories to scare children, he had told himself. But tonight, with every step he took, the unease in his chest grew. It was as though the air itself was watching him, pressing down on his shoulders with an invisible weight. He stopped suddenly, his breath catching. There, just ahead, stood a figure. Barefoot, draped in tattered white cloth that glowed faintly in the lantern's light. Its back was to him, its head tilted slightly, as if listening for something. "Who's there?" Tund called out, his voice cracking. The figure didn't move. A chill crawled up his spine as he noticed something else. There were no footsteps leading to where it stood. The path was soft with the day's rain, yet the ground around the figure was undisturbed, as if it had simply appeared. The lantern flickered, its flame shrinking, and Tund's heart thudded loudly in his chest. He took a step back, his instinct screaming at him to run, but his feet felt rooted to the spot. The figure began to turn, slowly, painfully, as if it hadn't moved in years. When its face came into view, Tund nearly dropped the lantern. Its features were sharp and gaunt, the skin stretched too tightly over its bones. Its eyes, hollow and dark, seemed to pull him in, trapping him in their void. Its lips moved, whispering words he couldn't hear, but the anguish in its expression was unmistakable. He stumbled backward, finally breaking free from the spell of its gaze, and turned to flee. But as he did, the sound of footsteps began, soft, shuffling, and wrong, as if the feet were dragging through the earth. He didn't dare look back. The path seemed longer than he remembered, the trees stretching endlessly on either side. The lantern's light flickered again, and this time it went out completely, plunging him into darkness. The footsteps grew louder, closer. His chest burned as he ran, his breaths coming in ragged gasps. And then, a hand, cold and brittle as dry leaves, clamped down on his shoulder. He screamed, falling to the ground. When he looked up, the figure loomed over him, its hollow eyes filled with something that felt like sorrow and fury all at once. "Why," it whispered, its voice like the rustling of dead leaves. "Why do you leave us to wander? Why do you deny us rest?" Tund couldn't speak. The words choked in his throat as tears streamed down his face. The figure reached for him, its fingers impossibly long, tipped with nails that looked more like shards of bone. But then, it stopped. Its head jerked to the side, as if listening to something only it could hear. Slowly, it began to retreat, its form dissolving into the shadows until nothing remained but the sound of the wind picking up once more. Tund lay there for what felt like hours, the cold earth seeping into his skin. When he finally stood, his legs trembled so badly he thought they might give out. He stumbled back to the village, his mind a haze of terror and unanswered questions. The next morning, he told the elders what had happened. Their faces grew pale, and they nodded solemnly. They gathered the villagers and led them to the old well. There, in the overgrown clearing, they found it, the body of the unburied man, his skeletal remains half hidden by the underbrush. The villagers worked quickly, digging a grave near the well and laying the man's bones to rest. They sang the songs of farewell, their voices trembling but steady, and offered prayers to guide the wandering spirit to peace. As the last handful of earth was placed over the grave, the air seemed to grow lighter. The oppressive weight that had hung over the village lifted, and for the first time in weeks, the night was quiet. But Tun never forgot the figure's face. It haunted his dreams, a reminder of what happens when the dead are left unburied, their souls trapped between worlds. He would never again dismiss the stories, and he would always remember the cold, brittle touch of the spirit's hand on his shoulder. The house was silent except for the rhythmic ticking of the clock. Clara sat on the edge of her bed, staring at the shadow stretching across the floor. The single candle she had lit flickered as though struggling against an unseen force. She told herself it was just her imagination playing tricks, but the room felt different tonight. Heavy, as if something unseen lingered in the corners, watching. She shivered and pulled her blanket tighter around her shoulders. The stories whispered by her grandmother came rushing back, stories of shadow beings, creatures born not of flesh and blood but of fear and the darkness itself. They were said to be ancient, older than the stars, feeding on the deepest terrors buried in a person's heart. Clara had laughed at those tales as a child, dismissing them as mere superstition. But tonight, in the suffocating quiet, she wasn't so sure. The candlelight dimmed again, and she noticed the shadow on the floor moving, subtle at first, almost imperceptible, but then unmistakable. It slid across the room like liquid ink, pooling at the base of the wardrobe. Her breath hitched, and her chest tightened as her instincts screamed for her to run. Yet she couldn't move, her limbs frozen in place as if bound by invisible chains. A faint whisper broke the silence, so soft it was more a sensation than a sound. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Clara's hands trembled, and her heart raced as the whisper grew louder, twisting into something sharper, more urgent. It wasn't speaking in words, but she understood its meaning all the same. You are seeing. The shadow rose from the floor, taking shape. At first, it was formless, a writhing mass of darkness, but slowly it stretched and coiled until it stood upright, towering over her. It had no face, only a void where a face should be, but its presence was overwhelming, suffocating. Clara felt as though she were being pulled into its emptiness, her thoughts unraveling with every second she looked at it. The air grew colder, biting at her skin, and her candle flickered one last time before going out completely. She was plunged into pitch blackness, but the shadow remained, its outline glowing faintly like smoldering ash. It reached out an arm, long, impossibly thin, and ending in claws that seemed to drip with the darkness itself. Clara gasped, finally finding her voice. "What do you want?" she choked out, her voice barely audible. The creature tilted its head, as though considering her question. Its silence was worse than any answer it could have given. It stepped closer, the floorboards creaking beneath its weightless form. Clara scrambled backward, her back hitting the headboard with a dull thud. Memories she had buried long ago surfaced without warning, her father's angry shouts, the sound of breaking glass, the night she spent hiding under her bed, clutching her knees and praying it would stop. The shadow seemed to feed on her pain, growing larger, darker, as though her fear and sorrow were breathing life into it. "No," she whispered, shaking her head. "No, you can't have this. You can't have me." The creature paused, its claws hovering inches from her face. Its void-like form pulsed, rippling as though it were alive. The whispers returned, louder now, almost deafening. They weren't just sounds anymore, they were voices, hundreds of them, crying out in anguish, in rage, in despair. Clara covered her ears, but it did little to drown them out. She remembered her grandmother's words, shadow beings are not alive. They have no soul of their own. They only reflect what is already inside you. Face them, and they lose their power. Run, and they will consume you. Her heart pounded in her chest, every instinct urging her to flee, but she forced herself to stay. She sat up straighter, meeting the creature's hollow gaze. Her body trembled, but she clenched her fists to keep them steady. "You don't scare me," she said, her voice stronger this time. "You're nothing but shadows." The whispers faltered, a crack forming in their relentless tide. The shadow flinched, its form flickering like a dying flame. Clara stood, her legs weak but holding firm. She took a step forward, then another, her eyes never leaving the creature. "You don't control me," she said, louder now. "You're not real." The creature recoiled, shrinking back into the corner. Its once towering form crumbled, folding in on itself. The whispers turned to wails, then faded into silence as the shadow dissolved into the air, leaving the room cold but empty. Clara lit her candle again, her hand steady despite the adrenaline coursing through her veins. The flame cast a warm glow, chasing away the lingering darkness. She sat back on her bed, her breath coming in shallow gasps. The room was quiet once more, but the memory of the shadow lingered, a reminder of the things that lived in the corners of her mind. She stared at the candle, its steady flame a small but defiant beacon against the night. Whatever had been in this room was gone, but she knew it hadn't been destroyed. It had retreated, waiting for another moment of weakness. But now she understood. It wasn't the shadows themselves that gave them power, it was her fear. And as long as she held onto her courage, they would remain nothing more than whispers in the dark. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an orange glow over the vast Egyptian desert. The heat of the day had long since bled away, leaving a simmering tension in the air, thick with the promise of something violent and unstoppable. In the distance, a low rumble of thunder could be heard, though no clouds marred the sky. It was the sound of a storm gathering, but not one of rain. This was a storm born of wrath, a fury that had waited millennia to be unleashed. Sitting in the cool shade of a crumbling temple, Ammit could feel it, the shift in the air, the thickening of the earth beneath her feet. Her heart raced as she gazed toward the horizon. There, just at the edge of the desert's vast expanse, the ground seemed to ripple with an unnatural energy. She had heard the stories all her life, whispered warnings from elders too terrified to speak louder. The wrath of Sekhmet, they called it, the goddess whose lions roamed the earth, embodying divine punishment itself. And now, she could sense them. The lions were coming. Her father had always warned her not to go too far from the village, never to stray from the safety of the temple's walls when the wind shifted in a certain way. He had told her about Sekhmet, her rage, and the lions that followed her, hungry for retribution. But it wasn't until now, in the oppressive silence before the storm, that she truly understood the fear in his voice. As the first lion's roars shattered the stillness of the desert, Ammit's breath caught in her chest. It was a sound like no other, primal, ferocious, a cry that seemed to shake the very ground beneath her. The roar echoed again, closer this time, followed by the thunderous sound of pawed feet thundering across the earth. Her feet moved before her mind could catch up. She ran, her heart hammering in her chest as she sprinted toward the village, but she could hear the lions gaining on her. Every step she took seemed to make the sound grow louder, the earth itself trembling beneath the weight of their pursuit. They were coming for her. She didn't understand why. She had done nothing to anger Sekhmet, nothing to provoke her divine wrath. But as she glanced over her shoulder, she saw them, two massive lions, their eyes glowing like molten gold, their bodies rippling with power. They were not mere beasts, they were creatures of vengeance, driven by a force far greater than hunger or rage. They were the embodiment of punishment, a reflection of the goddess's fury. Ammit stumbled, her foot catching on a rock. She fell to the ground, scraping her palms against the rough earth, but there was no time to recover. The lions were almost upon her. She could hear their snarls, feel the heat of their breath as they closed in. In the distance, the village's temple stood like a beacon of safety, its tall walls a thin promise of protection. But Ammit knew it was a false hope. The lions would reach her long before she could make it to the gates. And then, there would be no escape. There was no one who could stop them, not the priests, not the warriors, no one. The ground rumbled again, and this time, Ammit understood. The earth itself was shaking with Sekhmet's fury. She had been summoned by something deeper than vengeance. It was divine retribution, the goddess herself punishing those who dared to defy her will. But what had she done? What had caused this wrath to be aimed at her? A scream broke from her throat as the first lion lunged at her, its jaws open wide, gleaming teeth bared. Ammit braced herself, but the lion never reached her. Instead, it stopped just inches away, its golden eyes glowing with a fiery intensity that froze her in place. The second lion circled, its massive paws making no sound against the earth, and for a moment, everything was still. Ammit's breath came in ragged gasps. She couldn't move, couldn't speak. The lions stood before her, so close that she could feel the heat of their bodies radiating through the air. Their eyes were not just watching her, they were judging her, searching for the reason she had called them forth. The lion closest to her tilted its head, its gaze piercing through her. It was as if it could see into her soul, into every fear, every doubt, every mistake. She felt exposed, naked before these divine creatures, as if all the sins of her life had been laid bare. Then, in a moment that seemed to stretch on for eternity, the lion snarled and turned away. Its companion did the same, both of them retreating into the shadows of the desert. Ammit blinked, disoriented, too stunned to comprehend what had just happened. The lions, Sekhmet's wrathful avatars, had left her, without striking, without delivering punishment. She stood there, trembling, her body slick with sweat, unsure of what to feel. Had she been spared? Or had she merely been judged and found wanting? What did it mean to have been chosen by Sekhmet's wrath, to have faced the lions and survived? Ammit slowly made her way back to the temple, her legs unsteady, her mind reeling. She had come so close to death, yet she was still alive. The lions had shown her the power of the divine, the way in which Sekhmet's will could shape the world around her, and she knew she would never forget it. The goddess's punishment was not always swift, nor was it always merciful. Sometimes, it was simply a reminder that the gods could reach into the hearts of men and women and call forth their deepest fears. And sometimes, those who were spared learned a lesson far more painful than the strike of a lion's claw. As Ammit reached the temple's gates, she paused, looking out over the desert. The lions were gone, but the air was still thick with tension. The storm had passed, but something remained, something heavy and unspoken, a warning from the goddess that would haunt her for the rest of her life. The stillness of the river was broken only by the soft rustling of leaves in the warm breeze. Beneath the water's surface, life thrived, unseen, hidden in the depths. Yet it wasn't the fish or the flowing plants that Ammit felt drawn to. It was the lotus, floating serenely atop the water, its vibrant petals casting a delicate reflection on the surface. Her grandmother had told her stories about the lotus, how it grew from the mud, reaching toward the light, pure and untouched by the darkness of its roots. But today, as Ammit stood on the riverbank, staring at the bright pink flower, something else caught her eye. It was a movement, so subtle that at first she thought it was a trick of the light. But there it was again, slithering out from the shadows beneath the water, coiling slowly around the stalk of the lotus. A snake. Not just any snake, but one with scales that shimmered in the sunlight, their iridescent colors shifting like liquid gold. Its eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, and Ammit could feel the pull of its gaze, like a quiet whisper stirring deep inside her. Her heart quickened. The serpent was beautiful, but there was something ancient, something deep within it that unsettled her. As the snake wrapped itself around the lotus, the petals seemed to tremble, though there was no wind. The snake's body glided gracefully, almost as if it was part of the flower itself, its presence completing something that was too vast to understand. Ammit knew the old myths, the ones her grandmother spoke of late at night, around the fire. The snake in the lotus was a symbol of life and death, of creation and destruction. In the stories, the serpent was tied to the beginning of all things. It was said to have been there at the dawn of time, coiling itself around the first flower to bloom, bringing forth life from the darkness. But Ammit had never truly believed those stories, not until now. There was something so raw, so alive about this moment. She had heard of the snake's power, how it held the balance of the world in its coils, how it could bring both peace and chaos with the same flick of its tail. And as she watched it now, coiling with such purpose, she understood. The serpent was not merely a creature, it was a force, a living embodiment of creation itself. The snake's body slid effortlessly along the lotus, its tongue flicking the air as if tasting the very essence of the earth around it. Amina felt her breath catch in her throat. She couldn't look away. It wasn't just the beauty of the snake, nor the way it moved with such fluid grace. It was something deeper, something beyond comprehension. The snake held the answer to something ancient, a knowledge older than the earth itself. It was the keeper of secrets, the keeper of life's beginning. Her grandmother had told her that the serpent had been there before the world had formed. That in the beginning, when there was nothing but darkness, the snake had emerged from the depths of the earth, bringing with it the first spark of life. And the lotus? It had risen in its wake, a symbol of purity born from the murky waters of the past, reaching toward the light of creation. As the snake continued to circle the lotus, Amina felt a strange warmth spread through her chest. It wasn't fear, though there should have been fear. The snake was a predator, a creature capable of great destruction. But there was something about the way it moved, something that spoke of patience and power. It was as if it held the weight of the entire world in its coils, yet it moved with such careful precision, never rushing, never faltering. For a moment, Amina felt as though time itself had stopped. The world around her, the rustling leaves, the distant murmur of the river, all faded away. All that existed in that moment was the snake and the lotus, entwined in an ancient dance of life and death, creation and destruction. The snake was not merely a creature of the earth, it was a force, something older than the river, older than the trees. It was the keeper of the earth's heartbeat, the symbol of everything that had come before. The snake's eyes never left Amina. They glowed with an intensity that sent a shiver through her, but it was not fear that gripped her heart. It was something else, something powerful and undeniable. The snake seemed to see into her very soul, its gaze unblinking, steady, as if it were waiting for her to understand something, waiting for her to grasp the truth of its existence. Amina took a step closer, her feet barely making a sound on the soft earth. She felt the pull, the quiet invitation to understand, to see beyond the surface. And as she did, something stirred deep within her, a feeling she could not name. It was as though the snake's gaze had unlocked something, a hidden part of herself that she had never known existed. She could feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, the flow of the river beside her, the warmth of the sun overhead, all connected, all flowing together, just as the serpent and the lotus were bound together in this eternal cycle. The serpent's tongue flicked again, and Amina realized that it wasn't just tasting the air, it was tasting her, as though it were reading her very thoughts. The realization sent a wave of awe and fear through her. The serpent knew her, knew the quiet parts of her heart that she had never shared with anyone. It saw the questions, the doubts, the yearning for something greater than herself. As she stood there, the world seemed to come alive around her. The lotus, once so serene, now seemed to pulse with energy, its petals opening wider as if in response to the snake's touch. The serpent coiled tighter, drawing itself up along the stem, its body a perfect blend of power and grace. The flower and the serpent were one, each completing the other, and Amina understood, this was the beginning, the emergence of life itself. For a moment, she felt as though she were standing at the very edge of creation, caught between two worlds, the world of the living and the world of the unseen. The serpent had come to show her the truth of life's cycle, the eternal dance of birth, death, and rebirth. And as the snake and the lotus became one, Amina felt a deep, almost overwhelming peace settle over her. But as the sun began to set, casting long shadows over the riverbank, the snake slowly uncoiled from the lotus. Its eyes never left hers as it slid back into the water, disappearing beneath the surface, leaving only the ripples behind. The lotus swayed gently in the breeze, its petals closing as if to protect the secret it held. Amina stood there for a long time, her heart still racing, her mind swimming with thoughts she couldn't fully grasp. The snake had come, and with it, a glimpse into the very essence of life itself. And though the serpent had disappeared, its presence remained with her, an indelible mark on her soul. The croaking began in the dead of night, a sound that seemed to ripple through the air like a forgotten memory, rising up from the very earth itself. It wasn't the chirp of the crickets or the rustling of the leaves. No, this was different, darker, more insistent. It grew louder, echoing across the fields, crawling into the quiet corners of the village until it could not be ignored. The frogs had come, and with them, something ancient stirred. Lila stood in the doorway of her small cottage, her heart pounding as the chorus of croaks swallowed the silence of the night. It wasn't just the noise. It was the feeling that accompanied it, the strange sense that something was shifting, changing, in the very fabric of the world around her. It wasn't the frogs themselves, but the air they carried with them, thick with a power that was both soothing and unsettling. Her grandmother had spoken of them often. "They're not just frogs, Lila," she would say in her raspy voice, eyes narrowing with the weight of old knowledge. "They're messengers of Heket, the goddess of fertility, but also of chaos. She has many faces, and her creatures, the frogs, they bring both creation and destruction." Lila had always dismissed it as superstition, as stories told to frighten children into obedience. But now, as the croaks grew louder, rising in pitch and urgency, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was happening, something that went far beyond mere frogs. She stepped outside, the cool night air brushing against her skin, and looked toward the riverbank. There, under the silver light of the moon, the frogs gathered, hundreds, no, thousands of them, all clustered together in a great, writhing mass. Their green skin gleamed in the darkness, their eyes glowing like little embers, their bodies shifting with a rhythm that felt almost unnatural. It was as though the very earth had come alive with them, the ground trembling beneath their tiny feet. They weren't just creatures of the night. They were something more, something that couldn't be explained. As she watched, a single frog broke free from the mass and hopped toward her, its tiny body moving with purpose. Lila stood frozen, unsure whether to step back or stay where she was. But the frog's eyes, those eyes, captured her, and she couldn't move, couldn't look away. In that moment, she understood. It wasn't just Heket's frogs that had come. It was her power, her chaotic, unpredictable energy, that had slipped from the shadows and into the world. The frogs were but the vessel, the messengers, the harbingers of change. Lila could feel it then, that strange sensation deep in her chest, the stirrings of something new, something powerful and frightening. She had heard the tales of the frogs, how they had once swarmed across the land during times of great upheaval, when the earth itself seemed to rebel against the gods. The frogs were said to bring both life and death, to bless the land with fertility one moment and destroy it the next, to sow chaos and confusion in their wake. And yet, they were also symbols of creation, of growth, of the endless cycles of life that were never fully understood but always present. Their croaking was the sound of new beginnings, of life pushing through the cracks, of seeds sprouting in the dark soil. But it was also the sound of destruction, of the old giving way to the new, of things breaking down so that something else could rise in their place. Lila knelt down as the frog inched closer, its slimy skin cool beneath her fingertips as it hopped onto her hand. The frog's body was delicate, but its presence was overwhelming, as though the weight of the world had settled upon her. And then, in the quiet between the croaks, she heard it, something almost like a whisper, a voice in her mind, soft and insistent. Creation is chaos. And chaos is creation. The words lingered in her mind, echoing, folding into the croaking chorus that surrounded her. The frogs were more than just animals, they were the embodiment of something far greater. They were the pulse of the earth itself, the beat of life and death, of growth and decay, all wrapped into one. As the frogs continued their march toward the village, Lila felt something shift within her. She knew she couldn't stop them, couldn't push back against what was happening. It wasn't something that could be controlled. The frogs had come, and they would change everything. It wasn't a matter of good or evil, it was simply the way of the world. It was the force of nature that could not be tamed or reasoned with, only accepted. Her grandmother's warnings rang in her ears. When the frogs come, the land will be fertile, but the balance will be lost. Fertility brings growth, yes, but growth always comes with a price. The crops may flourish, but so will the weeds. The river will swell, but so will the floodwaters. Heket's frogs are not gentle. They do not care for the boundaries of men. And as if to prove her grandmother's words true, the first signs of chaos began to stir. The frogs moved with an unrelenting purpose, their bodies swarming across the fields, through the crops, across the village paths. What was once orderly, neat, and controlled now seemed to teeter on the edge of destruction. The land that had once been rich with life now bloomed in unruly, wild bursts, too much, too fast. Crops twisted and curled, vines creeping like wild serpents, choking out the order of what had been. But even as the land seemed to grow wild and untamed, there was a strange beauty to it. The crops flourished in ways that Lila had never seen before, ripening in the moonlight, the fruits gleaming like jewels, vibrant and full of life. The chaos was not without its purpose. The land was changing, growing in ways that could not be understood. It was the mark of Heket's power, the goddess who ruled both creation and destruction in equal measure. The frogs kept coming, their croaks filling the air, louder now, louder than the cries of the villagers as they fled. The night seemed endless, the chorus growing ever stronger, a relentless tide that swept through the earth itself. Lila felt her heart race, her breath shallow, her mind torn between awe and fear. The frogs were here, and with them, something deeper was at work. She looked once more at the frog in her hand, its tiny body trembling as if aware of the enormity of what it had come to represent. The frog's eyes met hers again, and she knew that the world had shifted. It was too late to turn back. There was only the chaos to embrace, the creation to watch unfold, knowing that everything, the land, the people, the very nature of life itself, would never be the same again. The ground trembled beneath her feet, as if the earth itself was holding its breath. Amara stood at the edge of the great, endless desert, gazing out into the abyss. The wind howled like a warning, whispering through the cracks of the world, carrying with it the scent of dust and decay. She had heard the stories all her life, but it wasn't until now, as the horizon split and the sky began to darken, that she truly understood. The ancient monsters of the ogdoad were awakening. A low growl rumbled from the depths of the desert, barely audible at first, but growing louder with every passing second. It was a sound that felt like it came from the very heart of time itself, a sound that resonated deep in the bones. The chaos was coming. It was old, older than the stars, older than the mountains, older than any memory of order. Amara's hands trembled as she held onto the worn fabric of her cloak, her breath shallow in her chest. The wind kicked up, swirling the dust around her, the air thick with something primal. The monsters of the ogdoad had not been seen in countless ages, and their return was a sign that the very foundation of the world was breaking apart. The desert seemed to stretch endlessly in front of her, a vast wasteland where the sky and earth met in a blur of heat and shadows. In the distance, something moved. At first, it seemed like nothing more than a trick of the light, a mirage on the edge of her vision. But then the earth cracked, and the sky darkened further. A shape emerged, huge and twisted, like the body of a serpent, its scales shimmering in the dying light of day. It was a monster, but not like any monster she had ever seen. Its eyes were voids, empty, black holes that seemed to consume everything in their path. Its mouth, filled with rows of jagged teeth, opened, releasing a sound that could only be described as a roar of pure chaos. Amara stumbled backward, her heart pounding in her chest as she fought to steady herself. The creature was like a storm, an endless, swirling mass of darkness and destruction. It had no form, no meaning. It was a force of nature, a creature born of a time before time, when the world was nothing but chaos, before the gods had brought order to the world. The ground cracked open again, and from the depths of the earth, more creatures emerged. Some crawled like insects, their bodies twisting and contorting in ways that defied reason. Others slithered like great, coiled serpents, their eyes gleaming with the same void as the first. Some had wings, vast and black like the night itself, and their screeches echoed across the desert, sending tremors through the air. These were the primordial monsters, the ones born from the ogdoad, creatures of chaos, of destruction, of things that had no place in the world that had come after them. Amara's pulse quickened as she turned to run. She didn't know where she was going, only that she had to escape. She had heard of these creatures, how they were born in the time before creation, when the world was nothing but a swirling mass of nothingness. They were the chaos, the wild, untamed energy that had existed before the gods had shaped the world into something that could be understood. And now, after eons of slumber, they were awake, and they were angry. She could feel the chaos in the air, thick and suffocating. It twisted around her like a living thing, pulling at her skin, dragging her toward the monsters that emerged from the cracks in the earth. The desert, once a place of silence, was alive with the noise of their awakening, growls, roars, screeches, and the sound of the earth being torn apart. Amara glanced over her shoulder, her eyes wide with fear as the creatures closed in. Their forms were monstrous, vast, and shifting, as though they had no true shape, just a mass of tendrils, claws, and swirling darkness. They were like nightmares made flesh, born from the very heart of chaos itself, and they were not here to bring peace. A gust of wind hit her face, and the desert seemed to shift again, as though the very earth was moving beneath her. In that moment, Amara realized something. The monsters weren't just coming for her. They were coming for everything. They were the remnants of a time before order had been imposed on the world, and now they had returned to claim what was theirs. The gods who had once shaped the world had locked them away, but they could not be contained forever. Now, as the veil between worlds thinned, the monsters of the ogdoad had broken free. Amara's heart raced as she ran faster, the sand beneath her feet shifting with every step. The roar of the creatures grew louder, closer, until it seemed to fill the air itself. She could feel the heat of their breath, their very presence, pressing against her chest. The monsters were closing in, and she could no longer deny it. The world was coming undone, piece by piece, and there was no stopping it. As she ran, she thought of the stories her mother used to tell her, of the great flood that had washed away the old world, of the gods who had fought to bring order out of chaos. She had always believed those stories to be just that, stories. But now, in the shadow of the ogdoad's return, she understood. The chaos wasn't just a memory. It was real. It was here. And it was swallowing everything in its path. The first monster reached her, its eyes burning with the fury of eons, its jaws snapping open to reveal teeth that could tear through the very fabric of reality. It lunged, but Amara, fueled by sheer instinct, twisted out of the way, her heart pounding in her chest. She wasn't going to let them catch her, not yet. The ground shifted again, and she could feel the creatures all around her, moving like a wave of destruction, ready to engulf everything. But there was something else in the air, a crackling energy, a surge of power that felt like a storm, like something was about to break. The monsters were ancient, yes, but even they were not immune to the passage of time. And as the chaos of the ogdoad surged around her, Amara knew one thing for certain: the world was about to change. The air shimmered with heat as the desert sun hung low, casting a blood-red hue over the horizon. In the silence, something shifted, a presence so ancient and raw that it made the ground itself tremble. It wasn't the oppressive heat or the whispers of sand carried by the wind that unsettled the travelers. No, it was something far older, far more powerful. There was a feeling of being watched, as if an unseen force was gazing into their very souls. A lone priestess knelt in the sand, her forehead pressed to the ground, chanting words that had been passed down for millennia. Her voice quivered, not from fear, but from the weight of what she was calling upon. She knew the legends, the warnings carved into temple walls. The Eye of Ra was no ordinary entity. It was fury incarnate, a force that punished without mercy and protected with unmatched ferocity. The wind picked up suddenly, scattering the grains of sand around her in spiraling gusts. A faint roar echoed in the distance, low and guttural, like the growl of a caged predator. The priestess stopped chanting, her heart pounding in her chest as she lifted her head. The horizon seemed to ripple, the heat mirage twisting into unnatural shapes. Shadows danced where none should exist, and the air grew heavy with an invisible weight. Then, it came. At first, it was only a blur, a dark shape moving faster than the eye could follow. But as it grew closer, its form became clear. It was a beast, massive and primal, its body radiating an intense golden light that both illuminated and burned. Its mane glowed like the sun's corona, flickering with flames, while its eyes shone with an unrelenting brilliance. Those eyes didn't just see, they pierced, cutting through the layers of flesh and thought, exposing every hidden truth, every buried sin. The Eye of Ra had manifested as a lion, its paws crushing the sand beneath it with each step. Its breath came in fiery huffs, the heat rolling off its body in waves. The priestess tried to steady her trembling hands as the beast's gaze locked onto her. This was the protector of the divine, the destroyer of blasphemy, the very essence of Ra's wrath. It was beautiful, terrifying, and unstoppable. The lion roared, and the sound tore through the desert like a thunderclap. It wasn't just a noise, it was a force, a declaration of its power. The ground cracked, and the sand shifted as if bowing to the beast's presence. The priestess knew she had no control now. The Eye of Ra was unleashed, and nothing would stand in its way. Far away, a caravan wound its way through the dunes. Merchants and travelers laughed and talked, oblivious to the storm brewing in the distance. The sun burned overhead, and the scent of spices and sweat filled the air. They didn't see the shimmering figure approaching, nor did they hear the growls that grew louder with each passing moment. But when the lion arrived, the world seemed to hold its breath. The beast moved like a shadow, silent and swift, until it stood before the caravan. Its golden eyes blazed, and the travelers froze, their laughter silenced in an instant. The lion's presence was overwhelming, its sheer power pressing against their chests like an unbearable weight. One man fell to his knees, whispering prayers to gods he had long forgotten. Another clutched his child to his chest, shielding her from the inevitable. The lion roared again, and chaos erupted. The travelers scattered, their screams lost in the wind as they fled into the desert. The lion moved among them, not killing, but striking fear so profound it left them paralyzed. It wasn't there to destroy without purpose. It was there to punish those who had offended Ra, to remind the world of the sun god's unmatched power. One man, bolder or more foolish than the rest, stood his ground. He held up his hands, palms outward, as if to plead with the beast. "Please," he cried, his voice trembling. "We mean no harm." The lion stopped, its massive form looming over the man. For a moment, there was silence, the kind that comes before a storm. The man dared to hope, but then the lion's eyes narrowed, and he realized his mistake. The Eye of Ra saw everything, every lie, every betrayal, every dark thought. There was no hiding, no escape. The beast roared once more, and the man crumpled to the ground, not dead, but broken, his spirit crushed beneath the weight of his guilt. As the caravan dissolved into chaos, the lion turned its gaze back toward the priestess. She stood now, her arms raised high, tears streaming down her face as she chanted in a voice that no longer wavered. The beast approached her, its steps deliberate, each one leaving a scorch mark in the sand. When it reached her, it stopped, towering over her, its fiery mane crackling in the wind. The priestess lowered her arms, her eyes meeting the lion's. There was no fear in her gaze now, only awe. She knew what she had summoned, and she knew the price it demanded. The lion roared once more, but this time, it was not a sound of fury. It was a sound of recognition, of purpose fulfilled. The wind stilled, the air cooled, and the beast's golden light began to fade. The lion turned, its massive form shimmering as it began to dissolve into the air. Its roar echoed one final time, a sound that would linger in the hearts of all who heard it. Then, it was gone, leaving only silence and the faint smell of burning sand. The priestess fell to her knees, the weight of the moment crushing her as tears streamed down her face. She knew the Eye of Ra had done what it was meant to do. It had protected, it had punished, and it had reminded the world that even the god's wrath could not be ignored. The desert night was silent, broken only by the occasional whisper of wind shifting the sand. Beneath the endless sky, dotted with countless stars, a young man knelt on the edge of a forgotten temple. His fingers trembled as he reached into the loose earth, unearthing a small, intricately carved scarab. Its surface gleamed faintly, catching the light of the moon as if it had a heartbeat of its own. He had been warned. The elders spoke of Khepri, the god of transformation and rebirth, and his sacred scarab symbol, an emblem of life cycle, of the sun's eternal rise and fall. But they also spoke of its shadow, a monstrous force lurking within. Those who looked too closely at the scarab's beauty might also face its terror. The young man felt a strange warmth radiating from the artifact, as though it were alive. The intricate carvings seemed to shift under his gaze, patterns crawling like unseen legs. He drew in a shaky breath. It was only a symbol, he told himself. Just stone. But the desert air felt charged, humming with an energy that wrapped around his chest and made it hard to breathe. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shuddered. A faint vibration at first, like the rhythm of a heartbeat, then stronger, more insistent. He scrambled back, the scarab clutched tightly in his hand. Around him, the sand began to move, spiraling upward in small, unnatural columns. A chittering sound emerged from the ground, faint but growing louder, the sound of countless tiny legs skittering beneath the surface. A single beetle emerged, glistening black against the golden sand. Then another. And another. They moved in perfect unison, forming lines and shapes as if guided by some unseen force. The young man's heart pounded as he watched them swarm, their movements both mesmerizing and horrifying. The swarm parted, revealing something larger rising from the sands. It was a massive scarab, its shell shimmering like polished obsidian, etched with golden lines that pulsed with an inner light. Its mandibles clicked, the sound sharp and metallic, and its legs dug deep into the earth as if anchoring itself to the world. The young man couldn't look away, even as terror rooted him in place. The scarab's luminous eyes fixed on him, and a voice filled his mind, not spoken but felt, a deep, resonant tone that carried both wisdom and menace. "Do you understand what you hold?" The young man shook his head, unable to form words. The scarab stepped closer, its massive form casting an eerie shadow under the moonlight. Life and death, creation and destruction, bound together. This is the truth of Khepri's symbol. You seek its blessing, but do you accept its cost? The warmth in his hand grew unbearable, and he opened his palm to find the carved scarab glowing, its intricate patterns writhing like living things. He wanted to throw it away, to escape the strange power that seemed to bind him, but he couldn't move. The monstrous scarab loomed over him, its presence both majestic and suffocating. The chittering of the swarm rose to a deafening crescendo, and the young man was engulfed by visions. He saw the scarab in its sacred form, a gentle guide rolling the sun across the sky, bringing light and life to the world. He felt the warmth of the sun, the promise of new beginnings, and the joy of creation. But then, the visions darkened. The same scarab, now monstrous, devoured the sun, plunging the world into shadow. Its legs crushed all beneath them, and its mandibles tore through the threads of life without mercy. The warmth turned to searing heat, burning away everything in its path. The duality of the scarab was undeniable, both giver and taker, protector and destroyer. The young man fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as the visions subsided. The scarab in his hand dimmed, its glow fading to a faint pulse, but its weight felt heavier than before. The massive scarab before him tilted its head, its luminous eyes piercing into his soul. "Do you understand now?" the voice asked again. He nodded, his voice finally returning. "I do." The scarab's form began to dissolve, breaking into a cascade of golden light that scattered into the night. The swarm of beetles followed, disappearing beneath the sands as quickly as they had appeared. The young man was left alone, clutching the carved scarab as the desert fell silent once more. But the silence wasn't peaceful. It was heavy with the knowledge of what he had witnessed, the sacred and monstrous aspects of Khepri's symbol forever etched into his memory. The air was thick with a stillness that felt unnatural, as if the desert itself held its breath. Under the flickering light of a torch, an old priestess stood before the dark entrance of a temple carved deep into the cliffside. The walls were adorned with writhing serpentine figures, their forms etched with meticulous precision, scales glinting like jewels in the dim glow. She whispered a chant in a voice that trembled, though not from age, it was the weight of the sacred task at hand. Her young apprentice knelt behind her, eyes wide, clutching a clay jar close to his chest. "Do they hear us?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. "They always hear," the priestess replied, her tone both reverent and fearful. "But they choose when to answer." A sudden hiss echoed from the shadows, sharp and sibilant, like the sound of sand sliding against itself. The apprentice froze, his heart pounding as the sound grew louder, closer. A serpent emerged, its body impossibly large, glistening in shades of gold and emerald. Its eyes glowed with an unsettling intelligence, its forked tongue flicking the air as if tasting their fear. "Wadjet," the priestess murmured, bowing deeply. The serpent watched her, its gaze steady, unblinking. This was no ordinary creature. It was the embodiment of divine protection, the sacred cobra of Lower Egypt, guardian of the pharaoh and the land itself. The apprentice felt his breath catch in his throat. This was the protector they sought, the force that shielded the sun god Ra on his journey through the underworld, striking down enemies with venom and fire. Yet, as magnificent as Wadjet was, the apprentice couldn't shake the feeling that danger loomed just as heavily as protection. As if summoned by his thoughts, the temperature in the chamber dropped. The torch flickered violently before extinguishing, plunging them into darkness. The apprentice's grip on the clay jar tightened, his palms slick with sweat. From the shadows came a sound that made his blood run cold, a low, guttural growl, more primal than the hiss of Wadjet. Another serpent slithered into view, its body darker than the deepest abyss, its eyes glowing red like embers. This was Apep, the chaos serpent, the eternal enemy of order and light. The apprentice had heard the stories of Apep, the destroyer who tried to devour the sun each night. Its presence was suffocating, a void that seemed to drain the air from the chamber. The two serpents faced each other, and the tension was palpable, a clash of opposing forces. Wadjet's golden scales shimmered brighter, as if drawing power from the very earth, while Apep's form seemed to absorb the light, growing larger, more menacing. The priestess stood firm, her voice rising in a chant that echoed through the chamber. She called upon Ma'at, the goddess of balance, to hold the forces in check. The apprentice could barely understand the words, but their power was undeniable. The air crackled, charged with an energy that made his skin prickle. Wadjet struck first, her movements swift and precise. Her fangs gleamed as she lunged at Apep, but the chaos serpent was equally fast, twisting its massive body to avoid the attack. Their clash was violent, a flurry of scales and snapping jaws, their movements almost too quick to follow. The apprentice watched in terror and awe, the clay jar trembling in his hands. He knew what it contained, the essence of life and death, a gift from the gods themselves. The priestess had told him it was their only chance to restore balance, but he hesitated. How could he intervene in a battle between such powerful beings? A roar shook the chamber, and the apprentice stumbled as the ground quaked beneath him. Apep had coiled around Wadjet, its jaws poised to strike, but the golden serpent was not defeated. With a burst of light that blinded him momentarily, Wadjet unleashed her power, forcing Apep to release her. The priestess turned to the apprentice, her eyes fierce. "Now," she commanded, her voice cutting through his fear. He fumbled with the jar, his fingers shaking as he removed the lid. A thick, glowing liquid swirled inside, pulsing with an otherworldly light. He didn't understand its nature, only that it was meant to tip the scales, to decide the outcome of this battle. With a prayer on his lips, he hurled the contents toward the center of the chamber. The liquid burst into the air, forming a luminous sphere that hovered between the two serpents. Both creatures paused, their eyes fixed on the glowing orb as if recognizing its significance. A sudden stillness fell over the chamber. Wadjet and Apep circled the orb, their movements slow, deliberate. The apprentice held his breath, unsure of what would happen next. The orb pulsed once, twice, then exploded in a shower of light and shadow, enveloping the chamber in a blinding flash. When the light faded, the serpents were gone. The chamber was silent once more, the oppressive weight of their presence lifted. The apprentice collapsed to his knees, his chest heaving as he tried to comprehend what he had witnessed. The priestess placed a hand on his shoulder, her touch steady and grounding. "Balance has been restored," she said softly, though her voice carried a note of exhaustion. The apprentice looked around, half expecting the serpents to reappear, but the chamber remained empty. Yet he knew they were not truly gone. Wadjet and Apep, protectors and destroyers, would always exist, their battle an eternal dance that shaped the world. As they stepped out into the night, the stars seemed brighter, the air lighter. The apprentice glanced back at the temple, its entrance now shrouded in shadow. He carried with him the weight of what he had seen, the knowledge that even in chaos, there was protection, and within protection, a shadow of chaos. The sun had set, leaving the world cloaked in a darkness so complete it felt alive. Beneath the horizon, where mortal eyes could not follow, Ra, the sun god, prepared for his nightly passage through the Duat. It was a world unlike any other, a shadowy labyrinth of rivers, caverns, and endless voids where light dared not linger. Ra stood at the helm of his solar bark, his golden form casting a faint glow over the black waters. Around him, his trusted guardians stood ready, their faces set with grim determination. The river ahead twisted like a serpent, its surface shimmering faintly with a glow that seemed more malevolent than comforting. The air was thick, heavy with the weight of ancient secrets and the presence of things unseen. Somewhere in the distance, a low growl rumbled, barely audible but unmistakable. Ra tightened his grip on his staff, his eyes scanning the darkness. Without warning, the water began to churn violently. From its depths rose a monstrous figure, its body writhing with countless limbs, each tipped with claws sharp enough to slice through stone. Its face was a twisted mockery of a human's, its mouth filled with rows of jagged teeth that snapped hungrily. This was Ammit, the devourer, a creature of unspeakable hunger and wrath. Ra did not flinch. With a command that echoed through the Duat, his guardians leapt into action. Spears of light erupted from their hands, piercing the beast's hide. Ammit let out a deafening roar, its body convulsing as it lashed out, its claws raking the side of the bark. Ra raised his staff high, and a blinding beam of light shot forth, striking the creature square in its chest. With a final, ear-splitting shriek, Ammit sank back into the waters, leaving only ripples in its wake. The bark pressed on, the waters growing calmer but the air colder. It wasn't long before the next threat revealed itself. From the shadows emerged a massive serpent, its scales glistening like molten iron. This was Apep, the chaos serpent, Ra's eternal nemesis. Its eyes burned like twin suns, filled with malice and the promise of destruction. Apep's body coiled around the bark, its immense size making the vessel seem like a mere toy. Ra's guardians attacked without hesitation, their weapons striking Apep's scales with blinding flashes of light. But the serpent was unfazed. Its mouth opened wide, revealing a cavernous maw lined with fangs dripping with venom that sizzled as it hit the water. Apep lunged, aiming for Ra, but the sun god stood firm, his golden light intensifying until it was nearly blinding. With a roar that shook the Duat, Ra unleashed his power. The light engulfed Apep, searing its flesh and forcing it to retreat. Yet the serpent did not flee entirely. It slithered into the shadows, its hissing laughter echoing as if mocking Ra. The bark moved forward, but the tension among its passengers remained high. Apep would return, it always did. The next stretch of the Duat was eerily silent, the kind of silence that sets the hairs on the back of your neck on edge. The river narrowed, its waters blacker than night. Out of the darkness came whispers, faint and indistinct, yet filled with malice. The shadows seemed to shift and move, taking on shapes that were almost human but twisted and wrong. These were the Sheatin, spirits of chaos and despair. They clawed at the bark, their fingers leaving trails of frost where they touched. Ra's guardians faltered, their weapons passing through the spirits as if they were made of smoke. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, threatening to drown out all thought. Ra closed his eyes, focusing his energy. Slowly, a soft, golden glow spread from him, enveloping the bark and its crew. The Sheatin screamed, their forms dissolving into the darkness as the light banished them. The crew breathed a sigh of relief, but Ra knew their journey was far from over. Ahead lay the gates of the night, massive and foreboding, each guarded by a different creature. The first was a jackal-headed demon, its eyes glowing red, its teeth bared in a snarl. It demanded an offering, its voice like the grinding of stone. Ra extended his hand, producing a flame that floated toward the demon. Satisfied, the creature stepped aside, allowing the bark to pass. The second gate was guarded by a lion-headed beast with a mane of fire. It roared, the sound shaking the very air, and lunged at the bark. Ra raised his staff, creating a barrier of light that held the creature at bay. The beast clawed at the barrier, its fire remained scorching the air, but it could not break through. With a final roar, it stepped aside, defeated. As the bark passed through the final gate, the air grew warmer, and a faint light appeared on the horizon. Ra could feel the pull of the mortal world, the promise of dawn. But one final challenge awaited. Apep had returned, its body rising from the waters, its eyes blazing with fury. This time, it was larger, more menacing, its hunger for destruction palpable. The serpent lunged, its jaws closing around the bark. The crew fought valiantly, their weapons striking Apep's flesh, but the serpent's power was overwhelming. The bark creaked under the pressure, its golden light flickering as if it might go out. Ra stepped forward, his staff glowing brighter than ever. He faced Apep, his gaze unwavering. With a shout that echoed through the duet, he struck the serpent with all his power. The light exploded outward, engulfing Apep in a brilliant blaze. The serpent writhed, its body convulsing as the light consumed it. With a final, earth-shaking roar, Apep vanished, leaving only silence. The bark emerged from the duet, the first rays of sunlight piercing the darkness. Ra stood at the helm, his golden form shining brightly, a beacon of hope and order. The monsters of the duet had been defeated, for now. But Ra knew that when night fell again, the battle would begin anew. The sky bled a fiery red as the desert winds roared, whipping the sands into furious storms. Horus stood tall, his falcon eyes locked on the battlefield ahead. His heart burned with a mix of fury and determination. Across the barren expanse stood Set, the god of chaos, his form shadowed but unmistakable. Beside him lurked beasts so twisted and unnatural they defied comprehension, creatures forged from chaos itself, each born to tear, crush, and destroy. The air trembled as Set raised his staff, commanding his monstrous allies forward. From the sand, a serpent unlike any other slithered forth, its body impossibly long, its scales glimmering like shards of broken mirrors. Its eyes were dark pits that seemed to draw on the light, its hiss resonating with a chilling promise of death. Behind it came jackals with eyes that glowed an eerie green, their teeth dripping with venom that hissed as it touched the ground. Towering above them all was a hulking beast with the body of a lion, the wings of a bat, and the tail of a scorpion, each step shaking the earth beneath it. Horus gripped his spear tightly, his knuckles white. His army of loyal warriors stood behind him, armed with spears and shields of polished gold. Their resolve was firm, but the sight of the chaos beasts made even the bravest falter. Horus knew this battle would not be won by strength alone. It would require unyielding will and the fire of righteousness that burned in his heart. The first beast struck with terrifying speed. The serpent lunged, its jaws unhinging to reveal fangs as long as swords. Horus leapt aside just as the creature's venomous bite missed him by inches, its poison sizzling as it struck the sand. With a cry that echoed across the dunes, Horus thrust his spear, piercing the serpent's side. The beast let out a screech of pain, its body thrashing wildly. But the wound was not fatal. It coiled around Horus, its crushing weight threatening to break him. Horus summoned his strength, calling upon the power of his divine lineage. With a burst of golden light, he broke free, his spear glowing with celestial energy. He struck again, this time driving the weapon through the serpent's skull. The beast collapsed, its body disintegrating into black smoke that vanished into the air. But there was no time to celebrate. The jackals attacked next, their speed blinding as they circled Horus and his men. They moved as one, their green eyes glinting with malice. They leapt at the warriors, their venomous bites bringing down several with horrifying efficiency. The wounded cried out, their bodies convulsing as the poison coursed through them. Horus shouted commands, rallying his men. With practiced precision, the warriors formed a shield wall, their golden shields locking together to form an impenetrable barrier. The jackal snarled, throwing themselves against the shields, their claws scraping with a sound that set teeth on edge. Horus moved swiftly, his spear a blur as he struck down one jackal after another. Each time his spear connected, the beasts let out a howl that echoed with the fury of chaos itself. Just as the last jackal fell, the ground shook violently. The towering beast with the lion's body and bat wings let out a deafening roar, its glowing eyes fixed on Horus. It spread its massive wings, casting a shadow over the battlefield, and lunged forward with a speed that belied its size. Its claws tore through the shield wall, scattering the warriors like leaves in a storm. Horus faced the beast head-on, his golden armor shining brightly despite the chaos around him. The creature lashed out with its scorpion tail, the stinger dripping with a venom so potent it melted the sand where it fell. Horus dodged, the stinger missing him by a hair's breadth. He struck at the beast's flank, his spear leaving a deep gash, but the creature barely seemed to notice. The beast roared, its bat wings beating furiously as it rose into the air. It circled above, then dove, aiming straight for Horus. He stood his ground, waiting for the precise moment. As the beast descended, he leapt high, propelled by divine power, and drove his spear into the creature's chest. The beast let out a blood-curdling scream, its massive body crashing to the ground with a force that sent shockwaves through the desert. The battlefield fell silent for a moment, the warriors catching their breath as the last of the chaos beasts dissolved into nothingness. But Horus knew the battle was far from over. Set had not moved from his position, his crimson eyes watching with a cruel smile. The god of chaos raised his hand, and from the sand erupted yet another abomination, a creature so horrifying it defied description. Its form constantly shifted, a writhing mass of limbs, eyes, and mouths that seemed to exist only to torment and consume. Horus felt a chill run down his spine, but he did not falter. He stepped forward, his spear glowing brighter than ever, its light a beacon of hope against the overwhelming darkness. The creature lunged, its shifting form moving with unnatural speed. It lashed out with countless limbs, each strike filled with the force of chaos. Horus dodged and parried, his movements precise and deliberate. The battle raged on, the clash of divine light and chaotic darkness creating a spectacle that shook the heavens and the earth. Horus fought with everything he had, his strikes landing with unrelenting force. The creature shrieked, its form destabilizing as Horus's light tore through it. With a final, mighty thrust, Horus drove his spear into the heart of the abomination. The creature let out a piercing wail before collapsing into itself, disappearing as though it had never existed. As the battlefield fell silent once more, Horus turned his gaze to Set. The god of chaos met his eyes, his smile fading. The beasts of chaos had been defeated, but the true battle was only beginning. The air inside the tomb was stifling, thick with the scent of ancient stone and something else, something cold and alive, despite the centuries. Anubis, cloaked in shadows, whispered to the intruders daring to disturb the eternal peace of Osiris, the lord of the underworld. His voice seemed to carry from everywhere and nowhere, warning them of the guardians that stood between them and the secrets of the afterlife. They had entered the tomb out of greed, curiosity, or sheer foolishness. Each step they took echoed off walls inscribed with glowing hieroglyphs, the symbols pulsing faintly as if breathing. The leader of the group, a man with trembling hands and a heart pounding loud enough to wake the dead, held a torch aloft. Its flickering light danced on the smooth stone walls, revealing the first guardian. It stood in the center of a vast chamber, its figure grotesque and otherworldly. Half jackal, half crocodile, its elongated jaws dripped with saliva that hissed as it touched the ground. Its body was impossibly large, its movements slow but deliberate. Its eyes glowed a sickly green, piercing through the darkness and freezing the intruders in place. The creature growled, a sound so low it vibrated in their chests, making their breaths shallow. One of the men, a young explorer with too much confidence and too little sense, stepped forward. He raised his weapon, a spear tipped with enchanted metal meant to protect against unearthly forces. He swung it at the guardian, the blade cutting through the air with a whistle. The beast moved faster than they could comprehend. Its jaws clamped down on the spear, snapping it like a twig. The young man screamed, but the sound was cut short as the guardian swiped a massive claw, sending him flying into the wall. His lifeless body slid to the ground, leaving a streak of crimson against the stone. The others stood frozen, their instincts screaming to run, but the weight of the guardian's presence rooted them in place. Then, as if satisfied with its warning, the beast slowly retreated into the shadows, leaving the path ahead open, but not without a price. The torchlight wavered as the group moved forward, their breaths shallow and eyes darting to every shadow. The next chamber was eerily quiet, the kind of silence that pressed against their ears and made them hyper-aware of their own heartbeat. A faint hum began to grow louder as they stepped further in, a sound that felt like it came from the very walls around them. From the ceiling descended another guardian, its form more terrifying than the last. A serpent with wings like a bat, its scales shimmered with an unnatural sheen, reflecting the torchlight in flashes of red and gold. Its wingspan stretched across the chamber, and its fangs dripped with venom so potent it burned small holes into the stone floor. It hovered, watching them, its head swaying as if considering which of them would be its next victim. One of the intruders, a woman with a talisman clutched tightly in her hand, began to chant under her breath. The words were ancient, invoking protection and mercy. The serpent hissed, a sound that sliced through her chant like a blade. It struck with terrifying speed, its fangs sinking into her talisman instead of her flesh. The talisman shattered, releasing a burst of light that forced the serpent back. It coiled itself, preparing for another strike, but the light seemed to weaken it, causing its movements to slow. Taking their chance, the group hurried through the chamber, the serpent's furious hisses following them until they reached the next door. Beyond it lay the final challenge. This was the heart of the tomb, where Osiris himself rested. The chamber was vast, its ceiling lost in shadows. At the center stood a sarcophagus of pure gold, its surface carved with images of Osiris's reign and his journey through death and resurrection. But the sarcophagus was not unguarded. A monstrous being stood before it, its form shifting and impossible to define. At times it appeared to be a man, cloaked in black and carrying a staff of immense power. Then it would shift, becoming a wolf with eyes of fire, its teeth bared in a snarl. And then it would change again, this time into a massive hawk with wings that created gusts of wind, scattering the dust and dimming the torchlight. This guardian did not attack immediately. It watched, its form flickering between shapes as if testing their courage. The remaining intruders hesitated, their will breaking under its gaze. One by one, they turned and fled, their screams echoing through the tomb as the shadows claimed them. Only one remained. The leader, his torch now extinguished, stood alone in the dark. The guardian approached, its form settling into that of a man. His face was obscured, but his voice cut through the silence. "Why have you come here?" it asked, its tone neither kind nor cruel. The man fell to his knees, his voice shaking as he spoke. He had come seeking answers, he said. Not treasure, not glory, only the truth about what lay beyond death. The guardian was silent for a moment, then stepped aside, granting him passage to the sarcophagus. The air grew colder as the man approached, his footsteps hesitant but steady. The golden surface of the sarcophagus shimmered, and he reached out, his fingers trembling as they touched the lid. For a moment, all was still. Then the hieroglyphs began to glow, and the chamber filled with a light so bright it seemed to come from another world. The guardian did not move, watching as the man was enveloped in the light. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, no one would ever know, for the man was never seen again. The tomb remained, its guardians ever watchful, ensuring that only those deemed worthy could approach the eternal resting place of Osiris. The night was impossibly still, the kind of silence that felt alive, watching, waiting. The grand temple stood bathed in the pale light of the moon, its towering columns casting long shadows across the sand. Inside, a group of priests gathered around a stone altar, their faces solemn, their breaths synchronized with the chants echoing softly through the sacred hall. Each word they spoke carried a weight that seemed to pull the air tight, their voices a thread binding this world to another. An ancient scroll lay open on the altar, its ink glowing faintly as if responding to their words. The head priest, his hands trembling slightly, reached for a sacred bowl filled with a shimmering liquid. This was no ordinary offering. It was a mixture of crushed lapis, powdered bone, and water drawn from a hidden spring said to connect to the underworld. As he lifted the bowl, the light in the room dimmed, and an eerie hum filled the space. The priests continued chanting, their voices now louder, sharper, cutting through the thick air. The symbols on the scroll began to shift and writhe as if alive, their shapes rearranging themselves into forms that defied understanding. The head priest tipped the bowl, letting the liquid flow onto the altar. It hissed as it touched the stone, releasing a smoke that twisted into shapes too fleeting to name. The air grew colder. A sound, low and guttural, began to rise from the floor. It wasn't human, it wasn't anything they had ever heard before. The priests didn't stop. Their voices climbed higher, their chants blending into a single, desperate cry. The head priest stepped back as the smoke began to solidify, forming a shape that loomed above the altar. At first, it was only a shadow, amorphous and shifting. But then it took form, a massive creature, its body covered in scales that gleamed like blackened steel. Its eyes burned like molten gold, and its claws, long and razor-sharp, scraped against the stone as it moved. The creature growled, a sound so fierce it seemed to shake the very foundation of the temple. The priests fell silent, their chants replaced by a tense, expectant hush. The head priest stepped forward, his voice steady despite the terror that gripped him. "We summon you to guard this sacred place," he said, his words reverberating as if the temple itself had spoken. The creature tilted its head, its gaze piercing through the priest as though weighing his soul. Then, with a sound like thunder, it let out a roar that seemed to split the air. The torches lining the walls flickered wildly before extinguishing, plunging the room into darkness. For a moment, there was only silence. Then the torches relit themselves, their flames now a strange blue. The creature stood motionless, its form radiating power and menace. The head priest lowered himself to his knees, bowing deeply. The other priests followed, their movements stiff with fear. The creature began to move, its steps heavy and deliberate. It circled the altar, its presence filling every corner of the room. Finally, it stopped and let out a low, rumbling growl, as if in agreement. But their work was not done. The head priest turned to the others, his expression grave. They nodded, understanding what was required. From a small, hidden compartment beneath the altar, they retrieved a second scroll. This one was older, its edges frayed and its ink faded. It contained the names, the true names, of the spirits they sought to bind. The priests resumed their chants, their voices now softer, almost pleading. The creature watched, its burning eyes narrowing as the first name was spoken. The air grew heavier, pressing against their chests and making it hard to breathe. The head priest's hands shook as he held the scroll, but he didn't falter. One by one, the names were spoken, each one a link in the chain binding the creature to the temple. When the final name was uttered, the creature let out a sound that was neither a growl nor a roar, but something in between, a sound filled with both rage and resignation. It lowered its massive head, its glowing eyes dimming slightly. The priests exhaled as one, their relief palpable. But the ritual was not without its cost. One of the younger priests, his strength drained by the intensity of the summoning, collapsed to the floor. His breath was shallow, his face pale. The head priest knelt beside him, whispering a prayer. The creature watched, its gaze unreadable. Then, as if acknowledging the sacrifice, it stepped closer to the altar and placed one massive claw on its surface. The room was filled with a sudden burst of light, so bright it blinded the priests. When it faded, the creature was gone. In its place was a faint, shimmering outline, a spectral figure that hovered just above the altar. It was the guardian now, bound to the temple, its power woven into the very stones. The priests stood in silence, their faces a mixture of awe and exhaustion. The head priest turned to the altar, his expression unreadable. He placed his hand on the stone, feeling the faint hum of the guardian's presence. "It is done," he said softly, his voice barely above a whisper. As they left the chamber, the torches flickered again, their blue flames casting eerie shadows on the walls. Outside, the temple stood as it always had, a silent sentinel in the desert. But now, it was different. Now, it was alive. The house was silent except for the steady drip of water echoing from a cracked jug in the corner. In the dim glow of the single oil lamp, the air felt thick, heavy, like it was holding its breath. A shadow passed swiftly along the walls, too fast for the human eye to follow, but its presence lingered, a sharp chill crawling across the room. The old priest stood at the center, his staff planted firmly into the earth. His face was etched with lines of experience, but tonight, there was something different in his eyes, fear, determination, and something else, something unspoken. Around him, his apprentices formed a tight circle, each gripping talismans that trembled faintly in their hands. They were young, inexperienced, and unprepared for what lay ahead, but they had no choice. Evil had taken root here, and it would not leave quietly. A loud, guttural growl broke the silence. It wasn't the sound of any living beast, it was layered, as if multiple voices spoke in unison. The air seemed to ripple, and then the growl came again, deeper this time, vibrating through the floor. One of the apprentices gasped, clutching at his chest as if the sound had reached inside him and squeezed his heart. The old priest raised a hand, silencing the panic before it could spread. "It knows we are here," the priest said, his voice low but commanding. "And it will fight to stay." He lifted a small clay pot filled with a mixture of sacred herbs and powders. As he tipped it over the flame of the lamp, a burst of thick, fragrant smoke filled the room. The apprentices began to chant, their voices unsteady but growing stronger with each word. The language was ancient, older than the walls of this house, older than the beast they sought to banish. The growl turned into a shriek, piercing and furious. The shadows on the walls began to writhe and twist, taking shapes that defied logic. Faces appeared, twisted, cruel, and fleeting, each vanishing as quickly as it came. One of the shadows broke free, lunging toward the circle. The youngest apprentice screamed, stumbling backward, but the priest slammed his staff down with a force that shook the ground. A burst of light erupted from the talisman at the staff's head, and the shadow dissolved with a hiss. "Do not break the circle," the priest barked, his voice cutting through the chaos. "It feeds on fear. Stand firm." The apprentices tightened their grips on their talismans, their chants growing louder, steadier. The air grew colder, the temperature dropping so rapidly that frost began to creep across the floor. The beast's presence was everywhere now, its growls, its whispers, its mocking laughter. It was not just in the room, it was in their minds, their thoughts, their memories. "Do you think your chants can harm me?" The voice came, low and mocking, from all directions at once. "I have been here for centuries. I was here before your gods, before your priests. You cannot banish me." The priest's eyes narrowed, and he began to chant louder, his voice cutting through the beast's taunts like a blade. He raised his staff, and the talisman at its tip began to glow with a golden light. The smoke from the herbs swirled toward the center of the room, forming a barrier that pulsed with energy. The beast roared, a sound so powerful that the apprentices staggered, their ears ringing. A shape began to form in the smoke, a massive, hulking figure with eyes like burning coals and a mouth filled with jagged, blackened teeth. It clawed at the barrier, its movements frantic and violent. The apprentices faltered, their voices shaking, but the priest's chant only grew stronger. His words seemed to pierce the beast, each syllable causing it to recoil as if struck. "You are bound by the ancient words," the priest intoned, his voice rising. "By the light of Ra, by the strength of Ma'at, I cast you out." The beast screamed, a sound of pure rage and desperation. The shadows on the walls flailed wildly, the temperature dropping further until the apprentice's breath became visible in the air. The priest stepped forward, his staff glowing brighter with each step. The beast turned its fiery gaze on him, its mouth opening in a snarl. "You think you are stronger than me?" it hissed. "You are nothing. You are dust." The priest stopped just before the barrier, his face calm but his hands trembling slightly. "I am not stronger," he said, his voice steady. "But the light is. With that, he thrust the staff into the ground, the talisman flaring with a blinding light. The smoke surged toward the beast, wrapping around it like chains. The creature thrashed and roared, its massive claws swiping at the air, but the smoke held firm. The apprentices continued their chants, their voices now strong and unwavering. The beast's form began to dissolve, its edges fraying like a shadow in the wind. Its roars turned to whimpers, then to silence. The light from the staff grew so intense that the apprentices had to shield their eyes. When it finally dimmed, the room was still. The frost melted, the shadows disappeared, and the oppressive weight in the air lifted. The priest collapsed to one knee, his breaths ragged. The apprentices rushed to his side, their faces pale but their eyes filled with awe. The old man looked at them, a faint smile on his lips. "It is gone," he said simply. But as they helped him to his feet, the oil lamp flickered, and for the briefest moment, a shadow passed along the wall. The flames in the temple brazier burned low, casting long shadows that danced like restless spirits on the ancient stone walls. The air was thick with the scent of incense, mingling with something sharper, metallic, almost like blood. A heavy silence filled the chamber, broken only by the faint hum of chants from the priests. Outside, the wind howled as if it, too, feared what was about to take place. In the center of the chamber stood an altar carved from black obsidian, its surface etched with symbols older than the tongue that spoke them. On its surface lay offerings, golden idols, fruits glistening with dew, and clay vessels filled with honey and milk. But those were merely the first gifts. The others waited behind, a lamb, trembling and bleeding softly, its wide eyes reflecting the flickering firelight. The high priest stepped forward, his robes trailing like smoke behind him. His face was hidden by a mask crafted in the likeness of the monstrous divine they sought to appease. It was a creature of chaos, one whose presence was said to shape the very tides of fate. Its form was a contradiction, part serpent, part lion, part something no man could name. It demanded balance, they said. It demanded acknowledgement. The people had learned to obey its will, for when the offering stopped, the earth shook, and the skies turned black. Crops withered under relentless heat, rivers swelled and consumed villages in their path. The monstrous divine did not forgive. It did not forget. The lamb's cries grew louder as the high priest approached, carrying a blade of polished bone. His steps were slow, deliberate, as though each one carried the weight of 1,000 prayers. The chants grew louder now, filling the chamber with an eerie resonance. The other priests circled the altar, their hands raised, their voices trembling but firm. The villagers gathered at the temple's threshold, too frightened to enter but unable to look away. Mothers clutched their children close, shielding their faces from the sight while still peeking through their fingers. Old men muttered prayers under their breath, their lips trembling. They had seen what happened when the balance was not maintained. They had heard the stories of entire villages swallowed by the earth, their screams echoing into nothingness. As the high priest raised the blade, the air seemed to shift. The fire flickered, though no wind entered the sealed chamber. A low rumble filled the room, growing louder with each passing second. It was not thunder, it was something alive. The villagers outside screamed, some fleeing into the night, while others dropped to their knees, pressing their foreheads into the dirt. The monstrous divine was here. The altar trembled, and the symbols carved into it began to glow, pulsing with an unnatural light. The lamb's cry ceased, its body frozen as if it, too, had sensed the presence that now filled the chamber. The high priest hesitated, his hand gripping the blade tightly, his breath coming in short gasps. This was the moment that decided everything. A voice, deep and guttural, echoed through the chamber. It did not come from any one direction but from everywhere at once. "You seek balance," it said, each word rumbling like the grinding of mountains. "And yet, you bring me this? Is this all you have to offer?" The priests faltered, their chants faltering for a moment before regaining rhythm. The high priest bowed low, his voice trembling as he spoke. "Great One, we bring what we have gathered, the fruits of our labor, the lifeblood of our flock. We offer it to you in humble reverence." The air grew colder, the flames shrinking until they were no more than embers. The villagers outside screamed again, their cries carried by the wind. The monstrous divine was displeased. "You think me a beggar," the voice snarled. "You think I am content with scraps?" The obsidian altar cracked, a jagged line splitting its surface. The priests fell to their knees, their chants dissolving into panicked whispers. The high priest dropped the blade, his hands raised in supplication. "Forgive us, Great One. Tell us what you desire, and it shall be yours." The rumble grew, shaking the very foundation of the temple. From the crack in the altar, a dark mist began to rise, swirling like a living thing. Within it, shapes began to form, twisting, writhing figures with eyes that glowed like embers. The villagers outside wailed, the sound of their terror piercing the night. The voice came again, quieter now but no less terrifying. "I demand more. You know what I require." The high priest's face paled beneath his mask. He turned to the other priests, his voice urgent. "Bring the second offering." The other priests hesitated, their eyes wide with fear. They had hoped it would not come to this. But the high priest's command could not be ignored. Two of them disappeared into the shadows, returning moments later with a young girl no older than 10. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with fear, but she did not struggle. She had been chosen, and she had accepted her fate. The villagers outside gasped, some crying out in protest, but none dared to interfere. They knew the price of defiance. The high priest stepped forward, placing a hand on the girl's shoulder. "She is pure," he said, his voice steady now. "She is innocent. She is worthy." The mist swirled around the girl, lifting her hair and caressing her skin like a lover's touch. Her eyes closed, her body relaxing as though she had been embraced by something gentle. The monstrous divine seemed to pause, its presence filling the chamber with a strange, expectant silence. Then, the voice came again, softer now, almost satisfied. "You have given me what I seek." The mist withdrew, retreating back into the crack in the altar. The flames in the brazier roared back to life, their light banishing the darkness. The villagers outside fell silent, their cries replaced by a hushed awe. The girl opened her eyes, her expression serene, as though she had been somewhere far beyond their understanding. The high priest collapsed to the floor, his body trembling with exhaustion. The other priests rushed to his side, helping him to his feet. The villagers began to murmur, their voices a mixture of relief and sorrow. The monstrous divine had been appeased, for now. The torchlight flickered against the walls, illuminating the intricate carvings that seemed to watch with eyes that weren't really there. A faint draft whispered through the tomb, carrying with it the ancient scent of dust and something faintly metallic. As the archaeologist ran her hand over the cold, smooth surface, she paused, her heart quickening. There it was again, that face. The creature stared back at her from the stone, its gaze unblinking and cruel. It had the body of a lion, muscular and poised to pounce, but its head was something otherworldly. Its snout was long and crocodilian, its jaws filled with sharp, jagged teeth. Wings unfurled from its back, feathered yet skeletal, stretching across the wall like an eternal warning. Around its feet slithered snakes, their bodies curling into loops that seemed to move when the torchlight hit them just right. She couldn't tear her eyes away. This wasn't a mere decoration, it was a guardian. Or perhaps, a warning. In temples and tombs scattered across Egypt, monsters like this had been immortalized. Carved into sandstone, painted onto papyrus scrolls, and etched into the gilded walls of Pharaoh's final resting places, they told stories of a world that blurred the line between gods and nightmares. These creatures weren't random figments of imagination, they served a purpose. The archaeologist's guide, an elderly man with a voice like gravel, cleared his throat. "That's Ammit," he said, his tone low as if speaking too loudly might wake the beast. "The devourer." Ammit was a name that sent chills down the spines of those who understood its meaning. In the Hall of Two Truths, where the deceased were judged, Ammit sat waiting by the scales. If a heart was weighed and found heavier than Ma'at's feather of truth, the sinner's soul was handed to her. Ammit would devour it, erasing them from existence. But this wasn't just a cautionary tale for the afterlife. The depictions were a reminder to the living as well. They were warnings carved into eternity: tread carefully, for the monsters are always watching. Further along the tomb's wall, the archaeologist found another figure. It towered over the others, its body coiled like a serpent but adorned with the mane of a lion and the face of a hawk. Its name was Apep, the chaos serpent, the eternal enemy of Ra, the sun god. Each night, Ra sailed through the underworld, and each night, Apep attacked, trying to drag the world into darkness forever. The priests told stories of how Ra's companions, armed with spells and weapons, fought the serpent to protect the fragile balance of existence. Apep wasn't just depicted in tombs. His coiled form appeared on scrolls that described elaborate rituals to ward him off. Priests chanted over clay effigies of the serpent, burning them to ash to ensure he couldn't rise. Even in the quiet of the tomb, the archaeologist could almost hear the distant echoes of their voices, trembling yet resolute. In another chamber, she found a figure that seemed to leap from the wall itself. Its claws extended mid-swipe, its canine jaws frozen in a feral snarl. The creature was part jackal, part human, with eyes that gleamed with otherworldly menace. It was a guardian of a temple, its duty to protect sacred spaces from those who would dare defile them. These creatures weren't merely artistic embellishments, they were alive in the minds of those who created them. The artists knew their strokes carried meaning beyond beauty. Each brushstroke, each chisel mark, was an act of reverence, fear, and necessity. They believed these depictions could hold power, keeping dark forces at bay or ensuring that the divine watched over the living and the dead. Even the scrolls, delicate and fragile, carried these monsters within their fibers. One such scroll lay in the archaeologist's hands now. The ink, though faded with time, still bore the fierce images of creatures meant to terrify and inspire. The most haunting was the benu bird, a fiery heron said to rise from the ashes of destruction. Though beautiful, its gaze was unrelenting, as if daring anyone to question its role in shaping life and death. Suddenly, a faint rumble filled the chamber. The archaeologist froze, her grip tightening on the scroll. Her guide placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "It's just the wind," he muttered, but his tone carried no conviction. She glanced at the carvings again. Was it her imagination, or had the monstrous figures shifted ever so slightly? The guardian jackal seemed closer, its snarl deeper. Ammit's eyes glinted with a cold hunger that hadn't been there before. Her pulse quickened as the air in the tomb grew heavier, almost suffocating. Monsters, the guide had said, were not always physical. Sometimes, they were the fears buried within us, given shape and form by those who needed to believe they could be controlled. Yet standing there, surrounded by these ancient depictions, she wondered if they had underestimated the power of belief. Could centuries of reverence and fear have breathed life into these images, turning them into something more than stone and paint? Her thoughts were interrupted by a faint, hissing sound. She turned quickly, her torch casting erratic shadows. The snakes carved around Ammit's feet seemed to writhe, their stone bodies twisting as if alive. The guide gasped, clutching his amulet tightly and muttering a prayer under his breath. The archaeologist stepped back, her torch trembling in her hand. The ancient Egyptians had captured something primal in their art, something that resonated across time, speaking to fears and truths too vast for words. It wasn't just the monsters that felt alive, it was the entire tomb. The air pulsed with an energy that hummed in her ears, making her skin prickle. She turned to leave, her breath coming in shallow gasps. As she stepped into the open air, the sunlight blinding her for a moment, she swore she heard a low growl echo from the depths of the tomb. Whether it was her imagination or something more, she didn't look back. Some things, she thought, were better left undisturbed. In the stillness of the tomb, the air was thick with the weight of ancient words. The archaeologist's fingers gently traced the time-worn papyrus, her heart beating faster with every line she read. The scroll seemed to hum beneath her touch, as if the stories it held wanted to be heard again, to rise from the dust of centuries and speak to the living. One story leaped out at her, its words carrying a chill that crept down her spine. It was an old myth, whispered through generations of priests and scribes, written in the pyramid texts, where the gods and monsters of Egypt were immortalized. It spoke of a great beast, the one who guarded the path to the afterlife, an entity as old as time itself. In the text, it was said that when the sun set and the night fell upon the land, a monster of darkness would rise from the shadows, a beast so fierce that even the gods trembled. Its name was Apep, the serpent of chaos, who slithered through the underworld, seeking to devour the sun and plunge the world into eternal night. Each day, Ra, the sun god, fought the serpent with all his might, but every night, Apep returned, trying once more to undo the work of creation. As the archaeologist read on, she could almost hear the hiss of the serpent, the rustling of its scales as it crept closer. It was a terrifying thought, this monster, this force of destruction, lurking just beyond the edges of reality, waiting for the right moment to strike. The Book of the Dead, another text etched in the ancient scrolls, also spoke of creatures that haunted the dead. But these weren't just beasts of myth. They were real to those who believed. The souls of the departed had to face them, one by one, as they made their way through the underworld. The words seemed to shift as she read, taking on a life of their own. She could almost see the monsters, their forms rising from the dark, ready to pounce on the souls that wandered too close. Some were beasts of the wild, like lions with eyes that burned with the fire of the sun. Others were more sinister, half man, half animal, their twisted faces a reflection of the souls they were meant to trap. These were the creatures that stood guard, judging who was worthy of passing into the afterlife and who would be lost forever in the dark. Her fingers stopped on a particularly chilling passage. It described a monster that roamed the underworld, waiting to consume the souls of those who had failed the final judgment. The beast, known as Ammit, was part crocodile, part lion, part hippopotamus. It was a grotesque creature, a terrifying hybrid of death itself, waiting to strike when a soul's heart was found wanting. Those who fell to her were lost to the abyss, their souls devoured, never to be reborn. The archaeologist's breath caught in her throat as she imagined the horrors described in the texts, the endless battles fought in the darkness, the terrifying creatures that lurked around every corner, waiting to drag the unworthy into their jaws. Yet, amid the terror, there was a sense of purpose, an unspoken promise that the monsters, terrifying as they were, had their place in the grand scheme of things. They were not simply beings of chaos and fear, but part of the delicate balance of the universe. The stories of these monsters weren't just tales told to frighten. They were warnings, lessons wrapped in fear. The ancient Egyptians believed that the afterlife was not a place of peace, but a battleground, a place where the soul had to fight to prove its worth. And the monsters of the texts were the tests, the trials that every soul had to face. As the archaeologist carefully placed the scroll back into its resting place, a shiver ran down her spine. The air in the tomb had grown colder, and the faintest sound of a hiss seemed to echo through the stone walls. Was it just the wind, or was it something more? She couldn't tell. In the silence that followed, she thought back to the words she had just read. The ancient Egyptians had created their monsters not out of mere superstition, but out of a profound understanding of life and death. They knew that the journey of the soul was fraught with peril, and that in the darkness, the greatest monsters were not those who lurked in the shadows, but those that resided within the heart. The tests, the trials, the creatures, they were all part of a larger cosmic order, a reminder that every life had a purpose, and every soul must face the ultimate judgment. The archaeologist stood there for a long moment, her thoughts racing. She couldn't shake the feeling that the monsters in the texts were more than just stories. They were guardians, protectors of a sacred truth, a truth that would endure long after the last hieroglyph had been lost to time. These stories were not just words on paper. They were warnings, promises, and most of all, they were a reflection of the eternal struggle between light and dark, order and chaos, life and death. The sound of her footsteps echoed in the tomb as she turned to leave, but as she reached the entrance, she hesitated. The air felt charged, as though something unseen was watching her. She glanced back at the ancient texts, the stories of monsters still lingering in her mind. And for the briefest moment, she wondered if perhaps the monsters weren't just myths after all. Perhaps they were waiting for something, or someone, to wake them from their slumber. The night was silent, save for the whispering of the wind through the ancient trees. In the heart of the old temple, a priest sat cross-legged before an altar, his eyes closed in deep meditation. The flickering of the torches cast shadows that danced like ghosts across the stone walls. As he breathed deeply, he felt the presence of something beyond the physical, something older than time itself. The monsters of his ancestors still lingered in the dark corners of his mind, their stories a part of his very soul. But these monsters, once feared and worshipped, were now fading from memory, their forms shifting, evolving, as the ages passed. The first time the priest had heard the stories of these creatures, they had been terrifying. They had been the protectors of the gods, the guardians of the afterlife, and the embodiments of chaos. They had slithered in the darkness, their eyes glowing with malevolent power. But as the centuries passed, those same monsters began to change, to take on new forms. The stories of them grew softer, more symbolic, less real. The fear that once gripped the hearts of the people was no longer as sharp. Over time, the gods themselves had changed. No longer were they the fierce, untouchable beings who ruled the heavens and the earth with iron fists. They had become more human, more relatable, more forgiving. And so too had the monsters. They were no longer the terrible beasts that had once ruled the night. Now, they were something else. They had become the shadows of the past, the forgotten things that haunted the edges of the world. The monsters were still there, but they were not the same. They had become memories, legends, shadows that flickered in the firelight, but never fully emerged into the world. The priest knew this change well. He had grown up with stories of the terrible serpent Apep, the creature that had lurked in the darkness, waiting for the moment when the sun god Ra would falter. He had heard of Ammit, the beast that devoured the souls of the unworthy, and of the terrifying creatures that roamed the underworld, judging the dead. These monsters were once powerful, their names spoken in hushed tones, their forms feared by all who heard of them. But now, the stories were little more than tales, passed down from one generation to the next, their impact dulled with each telling. As the priest sat in the quiet of the temple, he thought about how the world had changed. The monsters that once roamed the earth had evolved, just as the people had. In the beginning, they had been symbols of the forces of chaos, embodiments of fear and destruction. But as the dynasties rose and fell, the gods themselves had evolved, and so too had the monsters. No longer were they simply creatures to be feared. They had become metaphors, representations of the internal struggles that every person faced. In the old stories, the monsters had been real. They were beasts with claws and fangs, with glowing eyes and fiery breath. They were creatures of legend, woven into the fabric of the world itself. But as time passed, the monsters began to change. The people began to see them not as physical beings, but as representations of the inner darkness that dwelled in every soul. They were no longer just creatures that needed to be defeated. They were reflections of the struggles within each person, the battles between good and evil, order and chaos. The priest's thoughts drifted to the changes that had come with the rise of the new kingdom. The monsters that had once been part of every story, part of every religious ritual, were no longer as important. The gods had taken on new forms, more abstract and less connected to the physical world. They were no longer beings of flesh and bone, but ideals, concepts that guided the people's lives. The monsters, too, had become ideals, reflections of the darkness within, not the external beasts that had once stalked the earth. In the distant past, the monsters had been feared and revered. They were symbols of power and destruction, creatures that needed to be appeased in order to maintain the balance of the world. But as the centuries passed, the fear that had once been so sharp began to fade. The people began to understand that the monsters were not just creatures of terror, but beings of complexity, with their own roles to play in the grand scheme of things. They were not just forces of chaos, but reminders of the constant struggle between light and darkness. As the priest stood up and moved toward the altar, his mind still wrapped in the stories of the monsters, he felt the weight of the change that had come over his people. The gods had evolved, and so too had the monsters. They were no longer just creatures to be feared. They were now part of a greater narrative, woven into the very fabric of the world. The monsters had become reflections of the human experience, reminders that darkness and light could never exist without each other. And yet, in the stillness of the night, the priest knew that the monsters were not truly gone. They had only changed. They had shifted from terrifying creatures of the past into something more subtle, more insidious. The darkness that had once been embodied in fierce, fire-breathing beasts now whispered from the corners of the mind, hiding in the shadows of the soul. The fear was no longer as obvious, but it was still there, lurking just beneath the surface, waiting to be acknowledged. As the priest prepared to offer his prayers to the gods, he felt the presence of the monsters in the air, not as physical beings, but as forces of nature, as part of the ongoing dance between chaos and order. He could not banish them, no more than he could banish the shadows that clung to the walls of the temple. They were part of the world, part of the balance that made everything work. The monsters had evolved, but their essence remained the same. They were not creatures to be defeated, but forces to be understood. They were not just beasts to be feared, but symbols of the internal struggles that defined the human experience. And as the priest finished his prayers, he realized that perhaps that was the greatest lesson of all, that the monsters, and all their terrifying forms, were not something to be feared or destroyed, but something to be embraced, understood, and integrated into the fabric of life itself. The moon hung high over the Nile, casting its pale light across the blackened waters. In the quiet of the night, the air hummed with an ancient energy, as if the very earth was holding its breath. On the banks, by the shadow of the great stone temples, the old story stirred. The wind whispered through the reeds, carrying with it the echoes of a time long past, a time when the land of Nubia, just beyond the river, shared its stories with Egypt, stories that would live on forever in the hearts of the people. Mira, a young scribe in the royal court, sat beside the water's edge, listening to the stories of the elders. She had heard them all before, stories of gods, of kings, of battles fought and won, but tonight, the tales were different. Tonight, the old men spoke of monsters, beasts that roamed the land, creatures born from the deep shadows of the past. They were not creatures of Egypt alone. They were shared between Egypt and Nubia, passed back and forth, like gifts between distant cousins. Mira knew that these monsters were not just beasts, but symbols, representations of the darkness that lurked within the world. Her fingers trembled slightly as she took notes, the words flowing across the papyrus as the old man's voice grew deeper, more intense. "The lion-headed serpent," he said, "it came from the southern lands, where the sun sets and the gods rest. It was a creature of great power, able to swallow the light itself. Its gaze turned men to stone, its roar could shake the earth to its core." Myra's eyes widened as she wrote. The lion-headed serpent was not just a fearsome beast, but a symbol of the power that the Nubians held, the ancient and wild forces they had long worshipped. She could feel the weight of the stories settling on her shoulders. The line between myth and reality had always been thin, but in these moments, she could almost feel the presence of the monster herself, lurking just out of sight, waiting to be seen. The Nubians had long spoken of creatures like these, of serpents and beasts that lived in the deep corners of the earth, their powers greater than anything Egypt had ever known. They had shared their stories with the Egyptians, and the two cultures had learned to embrace them, to see them not as enemies, but as reflections of the world itself. The fire crackled nearby, sending sparks flying into the air as the story continued. "And the great crocodile of the Nile," the old man went on, his voice now a whisper. "It was born from the waters of the southern lands, a creature of darkness, a creature of night. It rose from the depths, its body covered in scales like armor, its eyes glowing like burning embers. It was said to be the guardian of the underworld, a keeper of secrets, a creature that could not be defeated. It would swallow the souls of the unworthy and drag them down into the depths of the river, where they would never be seen again." Mira closed her eyes for a moment, feeling the chill of the night seep into her bones. She had heard of this crocodile before, but tonight, its image felt more real than ever. It was not just a beast of the river, but a symbol of the forces that lay beyond the reach of the living. The Nubians believed that the crocodile held the power to control life and death, a power that Egypt had come to fear and admire in equal measure. As the elder's voice faded, Mira looked up at the dark waters of the Nile. The surface was smooth, the reflections of the stars like shattered glass. She could almost see the shape of the crocodile, its massive jaws snapping shut, ready to drag her into the depths. But she knew that the creature was not just a monster. It was a lesson, a reminder of the balance that existed between the living and the dead, between light and dark. The Nile was both a source of life and a place of death, just as the monsters from Nubian myths were both destructive and protective. The stories had traveled across borders, carried on the wind, through trade and conquest, through marriages between tribes and the exchange of ideas. The Egyptians had adopted many of the Nubian creatures into their own mythology, reshaping them to fit their own understanding of the world. Some of these creatures were twisted, their forms changed by time and culture, but the essence of the beast remained the same. One such creature was the giant serpent, a being that had slithered from the deep caverns of Nubia. In Nubian lore, it was a creature of the earth, a god that could bring about both destruction and rebirth. To the Egyptians, it became something else, a representation of chaos, the embodiment of the forces that threatened to tear apart the world. It was the serpent that could swallow the sun, bringing eternal darkness, and it was also the serpent that could be tamed, its power harnessed to protect the land. The monsters had changed in appearance, in name, and in purpose, but the Egyptians understood that they were more than just stories. They were real, in a way, because they existed in the hearts of the people. They represented the fears and hopes of a civilization that had seen both the heights of glory and the depths of despair. The monsters, once feared and worshipped, had become symbols of the eternal struggle between light and darkness, good and evil, life and death. Myra's hand hovered over the papyrus as the stories of these Nubian beasts filled her mind. The lion-headed serpent. The great crocodile. The twisted, coiled creatures that had crossed the river and found their way into Egyptian temples and tombs. They had become part of her own mythology, part of the history she was tasked with recording. But tonight, they felt different. Tonight, they were more than just stories. They were warnings. The air seemed to grow heavier, the wind still and oppressive, as if the monsters themselves were watching, waiting for the right moment to rise from the depths. Mira knew that she could never truly understand the power of these creatures, the depth of their significance. But she also knew that the line between myth and reality was thinner than most believed. The monsters from the Nubian myths, like the Nile itself, were both a source of life and a force of destruction. They were part of the world, inseparable from the land, the people, and the gods. And as Mira looked out across the river, she realized that they were still here, watching, waiting, just beyond the edge of the world she knew. The sun was setting over the Nile, casting long shadows across the golden sands. The air was thick with the scent of incense, the hum of voices rising from the bustling markets. In the city of Thebes, traders from all corners of the ancient world had gathered, their goods spilling across the stone streets. But it was not the fine linen, the beads, or the precious metals that caught the attention of Akil, a young merchant's apprentice. No, it was the creatures. The beasts that had come from lands beyond Egypt, carried by traders and conquerors alike. Akil had always been told that the world beyond Egypt's borders was a land of mystery and danger. But as he watched the men from the north set down their crates, he knew that there was something more to these creatures than mere exotic curiosities. These were not the usual animals, goats, camels, and horses. These were monsters, beings that seemed to belong to a different world entirely. He couldn't help but be drawn to the crate at the center of the group. It was large and made of rough wood, its edges reinforced with iron bands. The air around it seemed to ripple, as if something was alive inside. Akil's curiosity got the better of him, and he approached the crate, cautiously peering through the cracks. Within the shadows, he saw eyes that gleamed like molten gold. There was a low growl, deep and rumbling, that vibrated through the ground. He pulled back quickly, his heart racing. The traders, noticing his reaction, began to laugh. "A Canaanite beast," one of them said. "Fierce, but loyal to its master." Akil had heard of the Canaanites, a people from the lands to the northeast of Egypt. They were known for their trade in rare and dangerous creatures, beasts that were said to possess powers beyond understanding. But to see one, up close, was something entirely different. These creatures, unlike anything Egypt had ever seen, were coming through the hands of traders and warriors alike. They were entering Egypt's lands, their forms like nightmares made flesh. The next day, as the sun climbed high in the sky, Akil found himself walking beside the marketplace once more. He could hear the traders boasting about their latest acquisition, this time, a monstrous bird-like creature, its feathers black as night and its beak sharp enough to cut stone. It was called Aziz, a name that meant little to Akil but struck fear into those who knew of it. The Ziz was said to be capable of dark magic, able to summon storms with the flap of its wings. It was a beast of the Canaanites, and now it had found its way into Egyptian lore. Akil's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of a scream. He turned quickly, his eyes searching for the source of the panic. In the distance, he saw a woman running through the streets, her face pale with terror. Behind her, a creature slithered, its massive body coiling through the dirt. It was a serpent, but unlike any serpent Akil had ever seen. Its scales were silver and gleamed like the moon, and its eyes burned with an unearthly light. The creature hissed, its tongue flicking out like a whip. The woman stumbled and fell, her body consumed by the beast's jaws before anyone could reach her. The market erupted into chaos, but Akil could do nothing but watch. The serpent, another of the Canaanite beasts, had come to claim what it wanted. No one knew where it had come from or how it had gotten past the guards, but one thing was clear: these creatures were not to be trifled with. As the days passed, more and more of these beasts appeared in Egypt. There were winged monsters, half bird, half reptile, their talons sharp enough to tear through armor. There were great war horses, whose riders wielded weapons that could tear apart entire armies. There were beasts of the sea, strange fish-like creatures with glowing eyes that would lure sailors to their doom. And each of these creatures had a story that came from the lands of Canaan, brought to Egypt by the trade routes and the conquests of warriors. The most terrifying of them all, however, was a creature known as the Ahei. It was a lion, but not like any lion Akil had ever seen. Its fur was dark as the night sky, and its eyes burned with a fire that seemed to come from the heart of the sun. It had the body of a lion, but its legs were twisted and deformed, like a man's. Its claws were longer than spears, and its roar could shake the heavens. This beast had been carried into Egypt by the Canaanites, warriors who spoke of the Ahei as a protector of their people. But Akil knew better. He had heard the whispers, how the beast was not a protector, but a destroyer. It was a creature of chaos, a beast that would bring about the fall of kingdoms if left unchecked. Despite the fear that these creatures inspired, there were some who saw them as more than mere monsters. The priests in the temples spoke of their power, calling them the chosen ones, sent by the gods to restore balance to a world gone astray. They saw these creatures not as enemies, but as signs, omens that Egypt's future was intertwined with the wild, unpredictable forces from the lands of Canaan. Akil stood before the great temple in Karnak one evening, watching the priests perform their rituals. They had gathered to honor the beasts, to offer sacrifices in the hopes that the monsters would remain loyal to Egypt. The priests chanted in unison, their voices rising in a rhythmic harmony that echoed through the stone walls. The incense filled the air, a sweet and heady fragrance that mixed with the sharp scent of blood. The offering was placed before the altar, a small statue of a creature, half man, half beast, sculpted in the likeness of one of the Canaanite monsters. The priests bowed their heads, their faces serious, their eyes fixed on the statue. Akil watched, his heart heavy with the knowledge that these creatures were not just stories, not just myth. They were real. And they were becoming part of Egypt, changing the way the people saw the world, reshaping the very fabric of their beliefs. As the ritual continued, Akil felt a chill run down his spine. The beasts were no longer just creatures from foreign lands. They had become symbols, reflections of the darker forces that existed within the world, forces that could not be ignored. The monsters brought by the Canaanites had carved their place in Egyptian history, and now, it seemed, they would shape the future. The clash of cultures was loudest at the ports of Alexandria. Ships from across the Mediterranean docked daily, their hulls heavy with treasures and tales. Merchants shouted in languages Akil couldn't understand, their gestures wild and voices filled with urgency. But there was something more than trade happening in those crowded streets. Whispers carried on the wind told of strange creatures born not from one world but two, beings that seemed to belong to both Greek and Egyptian myths yet were neither entirely. Akil had heard the sailors talk about them at night, their voices hushed as if saying the names too loudly might summon the beasts themselves. The blending of Greek and Egyptian cultures had created monsters that defied logic, creatures that existed only in the space where two powerful worlds collided. These were hybrids, stitched together by belief, fear, and imagination. They lived in the cracks between gods and men, thriving on the unknown. It was one such night when Akil found himself near the docks, drawn by the stories of a beast called the Chimera of the Sands. The sailors spoke of it with a mix of awe and terror, describing a creature with the body of a lion, the wings of a hawk, and the head of a serpent. Its fiery breath could scorch the ground, and its shadow alone was said to drive men mad. They claimed it was born from the Greek chimera and the Egyptian deity Set, a being of chaos and destruction. The thought of such a creature sent shivers through Akil, but he couldn't shake the pull of curiosity. When a merchant offered to show him a relic tied to the Chimera of the Sands, Akil couldn't refuse. The man pulled out a small, tarnished amulet, its surface etched with intricate designs. At the center was the image of the creature, its three heads snarling in unison. Akil's fingers trembled as he touched it, a strange warmth seeping into his skin. He couldn't tell if it was the power of the beast or simply his own fear making his heart race. Not all the creatures were as fierce as the Chimera of the Sands, though. Some were strange and eerie in their beauty. One such being was the Sphinx of Delphi. Unlike the traditional Egyptian Sphinx, this creature had taken on a more Greek appearance. Its body was sleek and feline, but its face was that of a beautiful woman, her eyes deep and knowing. She spoke in riddles, her voice soft yet commanding. Travelers feared her, not because of her strength, but because of the traps hidden within her words. If one failed to answer her questions, she would pounce, her claws sharp enough to pierce even the strongest armor. Akil had heard stories of a man who had met the Sphinx of Delphi on the edge of the Nile. The man had been a scholar, confident in his ability to solve any puzzle. But when faced with her riddle, his mind had gone blank. The Sphinx had circled him slowly, her gaze piercing, her lips curving into a smile that was both kind and cruel. By the time the man realized the answer, it was too late. The Sphinx struck with lightning speed, leaving behind only silence and a faint trace of blood on the sand. Other creatures were even stranger, their forms a chaotic mix of features. There was the Griffocroc, a beast with the body of a crocodile and the head of a griffin. It was said to guard the tombs of pharaohs, its sharp beak snapping at anyone who dared approach. The Griffocroc was a creature of pure instinct, loyal to no one but the treasures it protected. Some believed it was created by Greek artisans trying to honor Egyptian traditions, their imaginations giving life to something they couldn't control. Then there was the Apep Hydra, a nightmare that haunted the waters of the Nile and the Aegean Sea. It was said to have the body of the Egyptian serpent god Apep, but with the multiple heads of the Greek Hydra. Each time one of its heads was cut off, two more would grow in its place. This beast had no master, no purpose beyond destruction. Its many eyes glowed in the dark, and its hisses filled the night with dread. Fishermen prayed to avoid its waters, for even the bravest knew there was no defeating it. One day, Akil witnessed the aftermath of an encounter with the Apep Hydra. A group of soldiers had been sent to track the beast after it destroyed a small fishing village. When they returned, their eyes were hollow, their bodies battered and bruised. They spoke of the creature's size, its scales glimmering like polished obsidian, and its many heads snapping in every direction. The soldiers had tried to fight, but their weapons were useless. The beast had vanished back into the waters, leaving behind only the stench of death. Akil couldn't help but feel a strange mix of fear and fascination as he listened to these stories. The monsters were terrifying, yes, but they were also a testament to the blending of two great cultures. They were born from the union of Greek and Egyptian beliefs, each one carrying the essence of both worlds. These creatures were proof that the line between myth and reality was thinner than anyone could imagine. As the sun rose over the Nile, Akil stood at the water's edge, watching the light dance across the surface. He couldn't shake the images of the creatures from his mind: the chimera of the sands, the sphinx of Delphi, the griffocroc, the Apep hydra. They were more than just monsters. They were symbols of something larger, something that spoke to the heart of humanity's fears and dreams. On quiet nights, when the air was thick with the scent of rain and the flickering lamplight painted shadows on the walls, the elders would gather the children around the hearth. Their voices, coarse from years of storytelling, carried whispers of creatures that lurked just beyond the edge of the known world. The tales weren't just words, they were warnings, lessons, and glimpses into a time when the line between the human and the monstrous was dangerously thin. One story that haunted every listener was that of the Night Stalker. It was said that in the heart of the forests, a creature with hollow eyes and limbs like twisted branches hunted under the cover of darkness. Its prey wasn't just the unwary traveler, but anyone who dared to speak ill of the spirits of the woods. A boy named Tariq once scoffed at the tale. "It's just a story to scare us into staying home," he said, his laughter echoing in the small village square. That night, his hut was found empty, the door flung wide open, and deep claw marks gouged into the earth outside. Some claimed they heard faint sobs carried on the wind, but no one dared search for him. Not all tales were of vengeance and terror, though. There was the story of the Riverkeeper, a creature with the body of a serpent and the head of a woman, her long hair flowing like river reeds. The keeper was said to protect those who honored the water, ensuring their nets were always full and their crops well irrigated. But her mercy came with strict rules: never take more than you need, and always leave an offering. A farmer once broke this rule, draining the river to irrigate his land during a drought. That night, the keeper visited him. She stood at the edge of his field, her eyes glowing faintly, her voice soft but unyielding. By morning, his crops were gone, and his well had run dry, leaving him with nothing but regret. The most chilling stories, though, were those told in whispers, meant only for the bravest to hear. One such tale spoke of the Shadow Eater, a creature born from the nightmares of the people. It was said to grow stronger with every fear whispered into the night. A young girl, Amara, heard the story from her grandmother. The old woman warned her to never speak of her fears aloud, for the Shadow Eater could smell them, each word like a trail leading straight to its lair. But one stormy night, as lightning cracked across the sky, Amara whispered her fears into the dark. "I'm afraid of losing you, grandmother," she said. When the morning came, her grandmother was gone, the only trace a single, dark handprint on the wall. The tales weren't just entertainment, they were woven into the fabric of daily life. The blacksmith refused to work past dusk, claiming the forge demon would curse his tools if he didn't respect the night. The baker always left a slice of bread by the window, saying it was for the wind spirits who carried away the scent of his goods. Even the children knew better than to play in the fields after the sun dipped below the horizon. "That's when the field warden comes out," they'd say, their eyes wide with a mix of fear and excitement. "He watches with his glowing eyes, making sure we don't trample the crops." Sometimes, the stories were born from real events, their details warped and exaggerated with each retelling. There was the tale of the mountain howler, a beast said to stalk travelers on the high paths, its mournful cries echoing through the valleys. One traveler claimed to have seen it, a massive creature with fur as dark as the night and eyes that burned like embers. But another man, a shepherd, insisted the cries were nothing more than the wind rushing through the cliffs. Years later, the skeletal remains of an enormous beast were found in a cave, its skull too large to belong to any known animal. The villagers said nothing but quietly started lighting fires at night to keep the howler away. Not all believed in the monsters, of course. Some dismissed the tales as superstition, relics of an older, more fearful time. But even the skeptics couldn't explain the unmarked graves found near the river, the strange lights that flickered in the forest, or the strange tracks that appeared after a heavy rain. There were always questions, always mysteries that defied logic. One of the most haunting stories was that of the mirror wraith, a spirit that lived within reflections. It was said that if you looked into a mirror for too long, the wraith would take your place, stepping out of the glass while you were pulled into its endless void. A young woman named Layla once tested the legend. She stood before her mirror late at night, staring at her own face until her vision blurred. She laughed at herself, shaking her head and turning away. But as she stepped out of the room, the reflection in the mirror lingered for just a moment too long, its lips curling into a smile Layla hadn't made. The power of these stories wasn't just in their ability to frighten, it was in how they connected people. Around every fire, and every whispered retelling, the tales carried the weight of countless generations. They weren't just about monsters, they were about survival, hope, and the fragile balance between humanity and the unknown. They reminded the people that there was always something lurking, something watching, and that to forget these stories was to invite the monsters closer. The old woman's hands trembled as she tied a thin, red cord around the boy's wrist. Her eyes, milky with age, flicked to the window where the moonlight spilled in like a silver warning. "Keep this on, no matter what," she said, her voice low and heavy. "If you take it off, they'll find you." The boy nodded, his small fingers clutching the amulet that hung from the cord, a smooth stone etched with symbols he didn't understand. He didn't need to. All he knew was that without it, the darkness outside the village could take him. The stories told of men who wandered into the woods without protection and never came back whole. If they returned at all, they spoke in strange tongues, their eyes empty as though something had reached inside and stolen their soul. Amulets like his were everywhere in the village, hung above doorways, tied to livestock, even buried beneath the thresholds of homes. Each one was a small but fierce promise of safety against unseen terrors. There were charms made of carved bone, small pouches filled with dried herbs, and beads strung together in intricate patterns. Every family had their own tradition, their own way of keeping the monsters at bay. One amulet was said to be the most powerful of all. It was a crescent-shaped piece of obsidian, smooth as water but sharp at its edges. Only the village elder knew how to create it. She would disappear for days into the caves beyond the mountains, returning with raw shards of the black stone. No one dared ask how she shaped them, for her eyes always carried a shadow after she came back. The amulets worked, though. There were stories of people who had been spared the clutches of the Night Stalker because of them. But protection came at a price. The smith who had forged a series of iron talismans to ward off the Shadow Eater lost his hearing after his tools shattered inexplicably one by one. A farmer who buried protective charms around his fields found his crops withered within a week. It was whispered that the amulets did not simply block the creatures, they demanded an exchange, a quiet offering that no one spoke about aloud. For the children, the stories of the amulets were as much a comfort as they were a terror. A little girl named Lila refused to sleep without the small wooden charm her father had carved for her. It was shaped like an owl, its wings outstretched. "The owl watches for me," she would say, clutching it tightly whenever the wind howled. One night, when a storm rattled the shutters, her parents found her bed empty, her window ajar, and feathers scattered on the floor. Her father wept until dawn, but when the sun rose, Lila was found asleep at the edge of the forest, her owl charm clutched in her hand. She couldn't remember how she got there, only that she had seen a pair of glowing eyes in the dark and felt the charm grow warm in her palm. Not all amulets were worn or carried. Some were woven into the land itself. In a nearby village, an elder woman created protective barriers by planting specific patterns of herbs. Lavender to calm the restless spirits, sage to drive away the hungry ones, and rosemary to block their path entirely. Travelers passing through would always stop at her gate to buy small bundles of the herbs, but she would warn them, "These will only keep you safe for a time. The monsters are patient." One tale spoke of a merchant who scoffed at the idea of needing such protection. "I have my blade," he said, patting the hilt of his sword. He bought nothing and set off into the night, his lantern swinging at his side. When dawn broke, his horse returned to the village alone, the saddle stained with claw marks. The villagers found his body days later, untouched except for the faint mark of a handprint on his chest. It was said the monsters had let him go because they could sense his arrogance and knew he would wander unprotected again. For some, the amulets became more than objects. They were lifelines, talismans imbued with the hopes and fears of generations. The blacksmith who had crafted his charms despite his losses said he didn't regret it. "If my son sleeps without fear, it's worth it," he muttered one night as he hammered another piece of iron into shape. He didn't notice the shadow watching him from the corner of his forge. But there were darker tales, too, stories of amulets that failed, of charms that cracked or lost their power. A woman named Sarah once wore a necklace made of wolf teeth, believing it would protect her from the forest dwellers. One evening, as she walked home through the trees, she heard a low growl behind her. She gripped the necklace tightly, whispering the prayer her grandmother had taught her. The growl stopped, and she thought she was safe until she looked down and saw the teeth crumbling in her hands, turning to dust. Sarah was never seen again, though some claimed to hear her voice at night, calling faintly from the woods. The most chilling story was about a man who tried to use the amulets against the creatures, not to ward them off, but to summon them. He had heard that the beasts could be bound to his will if he used the right charm in the right way. He gathered talismans from every village, combining their materials in ways no one had dared before. For weeks, strange sounds echoed from his hut, and the air around it seemed thick with unease. One night, a scream shattered the stillness, and when the villagers ran to his home, they found it empty, the walls scratched with marks that no human hand could have made. The amulets remained, scattered on the ground, their power drained. The villagers didn't touch them. They rebuilt the hut into a shrine, placing new charms around it and lighting candles every night. It became a place of both fear and reverence, a reminder that while protection was possible, it was never guaranteed. The boy woke with a start, sweat dripping down his face despite the cool night air. His breath came in sharp gasps, and his hands trembled as he clutched the edge of his thin blanket. The dream had felt too real. The dark figure, its eyes glowing like burning coals, had spoken in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. It had called his name, not once, but 3 times. Each time louder, each time sharper. His grandmother sat by the fire, her wrinkled face bathed in the flickering glow. Without turning to look at him, she spoke. "You saw it, didn't you?" Her voice was steady, but her words carried weight, like stones dropping into a silent lake. I don't know what it was," the boy stammered. He didn't want to say the name, didn't even want to describe the creature's long, clawed hands or the shadowy wings that had unfurled behind it. "You don't need to," she said. "It came to tell you something. Monsters and dreams don't visit without reason." The villagers believed that dreams were more than just the wandering of a restless mind. They were messengers, carriers of truths too great to be spoken aloud. And when monsters appeared, the dreams became warnings or promises. The elders spoke of them with both fear and reverence, as though the creatures existed on the edge of 2 worlds, the human and the divine. One tale told of a woman named Illyra, who dreamt of a serpent coiled around the moon. Its scales shimmered with an eerie light, and its eyes seemed to see through her. When she woke, she couldn't shake the image. That morning, she ran to the temple, her voice shaking as she told the priests what she had seen. They listened carefully, their expressions growing darker as she spoke. Later that day, a storm unlike any other swept through the valley, tearing trees from their roots and flooding the fields. The villagers said the serpent had been a warning, its appearance in Illyra's dream a plea from the gods to prepare for the chaos that was coming. But not all monster dreams were warnings. Some were riddles, their meanings buried beneath layers of fear and confusion. A farmer once dreamt of a creature with the body of a lion and the head of an eagle. It circled him, its sharp beak snapping in the air, but it never attacked. The farmer didn't understand the dream until weeks later, when a stranger appeared at his door. The man wore an amulet shaped like an eagle's head and offered the farmer a deal to trade grain for gold. Against his better judgment, the farmer agreed, only to discover that the gold was cursed. The villagers whispered that the monster in the farmer's dream had been trying to protect him, its circling a sign of its unease. But like many warnings from the divine, it had been ignored. The most terrifying dreams were those that came without explanation. A child might dream of a beast with too many eyes, each one staring in a different direction, its body shifting and changing with every step it took. Or a young woman might wake screaming after seeing a giant spider spinning a web of fire around her family's home. These dreams left the dreamers shaken, their meanings elusive. The priests said such visions came from gods too distant for mortals to understand, their messages distorted by the gap between worlds. One priest, a man named Turin, had spent his life interpreting such dreams. His hut was filled with scrolls and painted symbols, each one a record of a monster someone had seen in their sleep. He believed the monsters were not truly evil, but rather messengers caught in a role they didn't choose. They bring what must be brought, he often said. It is not their fault if the truth frightens us. But there was one dream that haunted even Turin. A young girl had come to him, her small hands clutching at her mother's skirt. She told him of a creature with no face, its body made of shifting shadows. It stood at the edge of my bed, she whispered. It didn't speak. It just waited. Turin had no answer for her. He burned incense and chanted prayers, but the girl's dreams didn't stop. Each night, the faceless creature came closer, until one morning, the girl didn't wake. Her body was found cold, her face frozen in a silent scream. Turin never forgot her, and he never again claimed to understand all the messages monsters brought. There were also stories of omens tied to the appearance of monsters in dreams. When a merchant dreamt of a three-headed dog blocking his path, he awoke and canceled his trip to the city. Days later, news reached the village of a landslide that had buried the road he would have traveled. An elder once dreamt of a giant bird with wings that stretched across the sky. The bird sang a mournful song, its voice echoing in her ears even after she woke. That day, she ordered the villagers to gather all their grain and store it in a higher place. They grumbled, but they obeyed. A week later, floods swept through the valley, washing away everything in their path, except for the grain the elder had saved. But for every warning heeded, there were tales of those who ignored their dreams. A hunter who dreamt of wolves circling his camp dismissed it as nothing more than his own mind playing tricks. The next night, he was found dead, his body torn apart in a way that no ordinary wolf could have done. A woman who dreamed of a black horse galloping through flames refused to listen when the priests told her it was a sign to leave her home. The fire that consumed her village was said to have started in her very house, its flames unnaturally high and fierce. The boy sat by the fire, the weight of his grandmother's words pressing down on him. The dream had felt too vivid, too deliberate. He glanced at her, hoping for reassurance, but her face was unreadable. "What does it mean?" he finally asked. She didn't answer right away. Instead, she reached for a small pouch hanging from her neck and pulled out a charm made of bone and feathers. "Dreams are not always meant to be understood," she said, placing the charm in his hand. "But they are always meant to be remembered." The boy clutched the charm tightly, the memory of the monster's glowing eyes still fresh in his mind. He didn't know what it meant, and he wasn't sure he wanted to. But as he stared into the fire, he couldn't shake the feeling that the creature was still watching him, its message incomplete. The ancient papyrus crackled as Dr. Layla Mahmoud gently unrolled it under the soft glow of the archival lights. Every movement was deliberate, her hand steady despite the rush of adrenaline surging through her. She had spent years studying fragments of Egyptian texts, but this was different. Its illustrations were unlike anything she'd seen before. There, etched in fading ink, was the figure of a creature that seemed pulled from the edges of nightmares. Its body was serpentine, coiling endlessly, but its head resembled a jackal with jaws stretched unnaturally wide, filled with teeth like daggers. The eyes, though faded, seemed alive, as if they were watching her even now. "What do you think it is?" her assistant, Kareem, whispered from behind her. Layla didn't answer immediately. She traced the faint hieroglyphs surrounding the image, her heart racing. The text spoke of a guardian, a being that existed between worlds, tasked with protecting something forbidden. But it wasn't the words or the image that chilled her, it was the way the creature seemed familiar, as though it had been waiting for her to find it. In modern Egyptology, monsters had often been dismissed as metaphors, their terrifying forms reduced to symbols of chaos or divine wrath. Scholars debated endlessly, trying to rationalize the irrational. Were they merely projections of ancient fears, or was there something more? Layla had always felt there was more. The Ammit was one of the most famous of these creatures. Part lion, part crocodile, and part hippopotamus, it was said to devour the hearts of those unworthy of entering the afterlife. For centuries, it was described as a tool of judgment, a mere extension of Ma'at, the goddess of truth. But Layla had read texts that hinted at something darker, whispers that Ammit wasn't just a symbol of justice, but a creature with its own will. She had found carvings where Ammit was depicted not waiting passively for judgment, but roaming the deserts, hunting those who dared to defy the gods. In one account, a scribe named Neferu dreamt of Ammit dragging him into the sand, its crocodile jaws snapping shut around his chest. The next day, his body was found outside the city walls, his heart missing. Kareem leaned closer, his voice low. "Doesn't it remind you of the Sikkim texts?" Layla nodded. The Sikkim texts were a collection of writings so obscure that most Egyptologists dismissed them as apocryphal. They spoke of creatures that roamed the Duat, the Egyptian underworld, not as mere guardians, but as beings capable of crossing into the world of the living. One particularly disturbing account told of a creature called the Apep, a smaller manifestation of Apep, the great serpent of chaos. Unlike Apep, who battled the sun god Ari nightly, the Apep was said to target humans directly, feeding on their fears and growing stronger with each kill. The texts described entire villages disappearing overnight, their inhabitants found days later, lifeless, with expressions of unimaginable terror frozen on their faces. Layla shivered as she stared at the jackal-headed serpent on the papyrus. Was this another representation of Apep? If so, why had it been hidden away, buried beneath layers of sand and time? That night, as she lay in her small Cairo apartment, Layla couldn't sleep. The creature's image was burned into her mind, its coiled body haunting her thoughts. She couldn't shake the feeling that she had seen it before, not in a book or a museum, but somewhere much closer. Her dreams offered no solace. She found herself standing in a vast desert under a blood-red sky. The sand shifted beneath her feet, and the air was thick with the sound of hissing. Out of the shadows slithered the creature from the papyrus, its body undulating with a horrifying grace. It stopped a few feet away, its glowing eyes fixed on her. "Why have you summoned me?" it hissed, its voice a chilling mix of human and beast. Layla woke with a start, her heart pounding. The room was dark, but she swore she could still hear the faint echo of the creature's voice. She sat up, her breath shaky, and turned on the bedside lamp. The light offered little comfort. The next day, Kareem greeted her with a grim expression. "You won't believe this," he said, holding up a photograph. It was an image of a tomb mural recently uncovered in Luxor. The mural showed the same jackal-headed serpent, but this time, it wasn't alone. Surrounding it were smaller creatures, each one more grotesque than the last. Their forms were distorted, elongated limbs, mouths too wide, eyes too numerous. They called them the Ashabti of Chaos, Kareem explained. They were said to serve the greater beasts, spreading fear and death wherever they went. Layla studied the mural, her unease growing. The hieroglyphs spoke of a ritual meant to bind these creatures, to keep them locked away in the Duat. But the text was incomplete, the final instructions lost to time. "Do you think they believed these things were real?" Kareem asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Layla didn't answer. She didn't want to admit that a part of her believed it. That evening, as the sun set over the Nile, Layla stood on the museum balcony, staring at the horizon. The ancient Egyptians had lived in a world filled with gods and monsters, where the line between the real and the mythical was blurred. Modern scholars had tried to strip away the mysticism, reducing these creatures to symbols and allegories. But what if they were wrong? She thought of the villagers who had vanished, the priests who spoke of creatures that fed on fear, and the scribe who dreamt of Ammit before his heart was taken. These stories weren't just myths, they were warnings, fragments of a truth too frightening to fully comprehend. As darkness fell, Layla felt a strange sense of unease. The air seemed heavier, the shadows deeper. She glanced over her shoulder, half expecting to see the jackal-headed serpent coiled behind her. For the first time in her career, she wasn't sure if she wanted to know what lay hidden in the ancient texts. Some monsters, she realized, were better left in the past. A dimly lit theater buzzed with anticipation as the projector flickered to life. The screen filled with the image of a vast desert under a blazing sun, golden sands stretching endlessly. Then came the sound, a low, guttural growl that seemed to rumble through the room. A shadow slithered across the dunes, growing larger, more menacing. In the next moment, a massive, serpentine beast burst forth, its scales glinting like polished obsidian, eyes glowing with unearthly fire. The audience gasped as the monster reared back, its maw wide enough to swallow entire armies. This was how millions were first introduced to Apep, the Egyptian serpent of chaos, reimagined as a colossal, terrifying force in cinema. But this wasn't just a story on the big screen. For some, it stirred something primal, an ancient fear buried deep in humanity's collective memory. In books, Apep wasn't just a monster but an ever-present threat, an antagonist woven into the fabric of a fictional universe. One popular novel depicted him as an immortal entity that fed on despair, a cunning manipulator who whispered dark truths into the ears of those who sought power. His words were poison, his promises irresistible, and his presence a chilling reminder that chaos could never be fully defeated. It wasn't just Apep. Anubis, with his jackal head and piercing gaze, transformed from a solemn guide of souls into something far more sinister. In a popular video game, players faced Anubis as a final boss, his voice booming like thunder as he summoned spirits from the underworld to fight on his behalf. The game developers had studied ancient texts, blending mythology with horror to create an experience that left players trembling as they stared at their screens, hearts pounding. In one memorable scene, the player entered an ancient tomb, the air thick with the weight of centuries. A faint chanting could be heard, growing louder with every step. Suddenly, the walls trembled, and from the darkness emerged Anubis, his staff glowing with an eerie green light. His eyes burned with anger as he spoke, his words echoing in a language long forgotten. It wasn't just a battle, it was a confrontation with something ancient, something that felt real. Movies didn't hold back either. The Scorpion King brought a version of Ammit to life, a creature that wasn't just a guardian but a hunter. With its crocodile jaws and lion's body, it tore through enemies with brutal efficiency, leaving audiences gripping their seats. Directors played with shadows, using flickering torchlight to reveal glimpses of the monster, just enough to send shivers down spines. Even creatures less known to the world of myth found their way into pop culture. The benu, often overshadowed by its Greek counterpart, the phoenix, became the centerpiece of a fantasy series. In the story, the benu wasn't just a symbol of rebirth but a vengeful spirit, rising from its ashes to seek justice for ancient wrongs. Its fiery wings spread across the sky, casting cities in an ominous red glow. Children's books brought a gentler side to these creatures, though even their playful depictions carried a sense of awe. A series about a young adventurer in ancient Egypt introduced Sobek, the crocodile god, as a protective but mischievous companion. Sobek helped the protagonist navigate treacherous waters, his cunning and strength saving the day more than once. Yet, there was always an underlying warning in the story: respect the gods, for their favor could turn to wrath in an instant. Pop culture didn't just stop at portraying the monsters, it reimagined their origins, gave them motives, and sometimes even made them the heroes. One graphic novel flipped the narrative entirely, presenting Sekhmet, the lion-headed goddess of war, as a misunderstood protector. Her rage was not mindless but a response to humanity's betrayal. Her story was tragic, her strength unmatched, and her image unforgettable as she stood atop a battlefield, her mane dripping with the blood of those who defied her. Modern technology brought these myths to life in ways the ancients could never have imagined. Virtual reality experiences allow people to walk through the underworld, where the duets creatures loomed larger than life. Players could hear the growls of beasts hiding just beyond the torchlight, feel the ground shake as a monstrous tail slammed into the earth, and face Ammit herself as she judged their souls. But not all portrayals were terrifying. A popular animated series turned the gods and monsters into quirky characters, their personalities exaggerated for laughs. Thoth, the ibis-headed god of wisdom, became a neurotic librarian, constantly annoyed by the antics of Bes, the dwarf god of humor. The series introduced a new generation to Egyptian mythology, mixing humor with lessons about respect and bravery. Yet, for all the fun and entertainment, there were moments when the line between fiction and history blurred. Some movies and books took inspiration from real discoveries, adding an air of authenticity that made the stories hit harder. When archaeologists unearthed a statue resembling the creature from a blockbuster film, fans speculated whether the monster had been based on something real. The truth didn't matter as much as the feeling, that thrill of wondering if the ancient world was more alive than anyone dared to believe. These stories, these representations, brought new life to old myths, reminding the world of the creatures that once filled the shadows of human imagination. They weren't just relics of the past, they were alive, evolving, and as terrifying, or endearing, as ever. A dusty chamber, hidden beneath layers of stone and time, trembled as the excavation team broke through. The air inside was thick and stale, carrying the scent of something ancient. At first glance, the room seemed unremarkable, just another burial site in a land full of secrets. But then they saw it. Carved into the walls were figures that made the hairs on their necks stand. Towering beasts with unblinking eyes and coiled forms seemed to leap from the stone, their mouths frozen mid-snarl. One of the archaeologists shivered, feeling as though those monstrous eyes were staring straight at him. This wasn't just any find. The carvings showed creatures that had only existed in myths: Ammit, part lion, part crocodile, part hippopotamus, Apep, the serpent of chaos, and others that even the most seasoned scholars struggled to identify. These weren't just decorations, they were warnings, etched with painstaking precision, as if to keep something locked away. Days later, as the team unearthed more artifacts, they found fragments of ancient texts. One fragment spoke of the Veiled Ones, beings who roamed the lands before the gods. Their forms were said to be too terrible for mortal eyes, their voices like the roar of sandstorms. For centuries, these creatures had been dismissed as metaphors for natural disasters or the struggles of humanity. But now, the carvings and texts seemed to whisper otherwise. In a nearby tomb, a massive jar sealed with intricate symbols was uncovered. It took hours to crack it open, and when the lid finally gave way, the room filled with a strange hum. Inside were remains unlike anything seen before, bones that resembled no known animal, with joints and proportions that defied logic. A spine longer than any serpent's, claws sharper than those of any predator, and a skull that seemed both reptilian and bird-like. One researcher whispered, "This isn't supposed to exist." The find sparked a flurry of theories. Some believed the bones belonged to a creature that inspired the legend of Apep. Others argued it was a hoax, an elaborate prank crafted by ancient hands. But the more the bones were studied, the more questions arose. Scans revealed patterns in the bone structure that suggested a creature designed for both land and water, a predator that could hunt in silence and strike without warning. As the world learned of the discovery, whispers began to spread. People spoke of the myths in hushed tones, as though speaking too loudly might summon the monsters from their slumber. Elders in nearby villages told stories passed down through generations. One spoke of a beast that emerged during great floods, swallowing entire communities before vanishing into the rivers. Another spoke of a shadow that moved through the deserts, leaving nothing but silence in its wake. Not long after, another discovery shocked the world. A temple buried beneath the sands revealed more than just carvings, it held weapons. Massive spears and blades, far too large for any human to wield, were lined up as if awaiting battle. They were engraved with depictions of serpents, lions, and jackals, each piece humming with a faint energy that sent shivers through those who touched them. One inscription, carefully translated, read, "For the beasts who rise when chaos reigns." But it wasn't just physical discoveries that stirred the imagination. As scholars pieced together fragments of myth and artifact, they noticed connections that had gone unnoticed for centuries. Patterns in Egyptian texts hinted at battles between these creatures and the gods, struggles that shaped the world. Some of the creatures were said to guard treasures, while others sought only destruction. A particularly chilling text spoke of a creature known as the Screamer, said to haunt the dreams of the pharaohs. It was described as a shapeless entity that fed on fear, manifesting as whatever its victim dreaded most. The text claimed that pharaohs who encountered it often fell into madness, their cries echoing through the halls of their palaces. The modern discoveries seem to breathe life into these ancient tales. Was it possible that the myths weren't mere stories, but fragments of history distorted by time? People began to look at the ancient world with new eyes, wondering how much of it was real. In one corner of the excavation site, a mural was uncovered that stopped everyone in their tracks. It showed a battle between the gods and a massive beast, its body covered in flames. The god Ra stood at the center, his spear piercing the creature's chest. Yet the mural didn't show victory, it showed the beast crumbling into pieces, each fragment scattering into the winds. Beneath the mural, a chilling phrase was inscribed, "The fragments shall return when the stars align." As the days passed, the site became a magnet for visitors, each person eager to catch a glimpse of the ancient monsters. But there were those who came with caution, whispering prayers before stepping onto the grounds. One elderly woman, her face lined with years of sun and wisdom, placed an amulet on the ground. For protection, she said simply, before leaving without another word. And then came the strange events. Workers reported hearing sounds at night, low growls and the hiss of something slithering through the sand. Equipment moved without explanation, and shadows seemed to dance on their own. One night, a guard swore he saw glowing eyes staring at him from the darkness. Scholars brushed off these stories as nerves and superstition, but the locals weren't so sure. "You've disturbed their rest," one elder warned. "Some things are better left buried." The discoveries didn't just reignite old myths, they seemed to awaken something in the hearts of those who encountered them. Some felt awe, others fear, and a few, those brave enough, felt a strange sense of connection, as though the monsters of ancient times were not so far removed from the world after all. As more artifacts emerged, so did more questions. Were the monsters real? Had they truly roamed the earth, their forms now reduced to myths and warnings? Or were they something else entirely, a reflection of humanity's deepest fears and greatest battles? Whatever the truth, the discoveries left an undeniable mark, blurring the line between myth and reality. The sands of time had shifted, revealing not just artifacts, but the echoes of something ancient and alive. The boy stood trembling under the shadow of the massive carved wall. His torch flickered, casting jagged shapes on the sandstone surface. The monsters seemed alive, their hollow eyes watching him with an ancient, knowing gaze. His breath hitched as he reached out to touch one of the carvings, a towering figure with a crocodile's head, its mouth wide open in a silent roar. His fingers brushed the stone, and it felt warm, almost alive. He snatched his hand back, heart racing. "What are they?" he whispered to the archaeologist beside him, a woman who had spent her life studying these very images. "They are us," she replied quietly. Her voice carried a weight that stilled him. In the dim chamber, each figure seemed to pulse with an invisible energy. The lion-headed warrior roared in silent defiance, its claws outstretched as though ready to pounce. The coiled serpent with eyes of fire seemed to writhe in its stony prison, its fangs bared in an eternal threat. And then there was the thing with no shape, just a swirling mass of sharp edges and strange curves. The woman knelt and traced the outline of the shapeless figure with her fingers. "This one," she murmured, "was said to appear when people were at their weakest. It became whatever they feared most. A shadow. A beast. A friend turned traitor. They called it the echo of fear." The boy felt a chill creep up his spine. Why would they make something so terrifying? She turned to him, her eyes steady. Because it was real. Not the monster itself, but what it represented. Fear, doubt, betrayal. Things everyone carries, no matter when or where they live. These creatures weren't just monsters, they were reflections. Mirrors of the human heart. The boy's gaze shifted back to the carvings. He thought of the nights he lay awake, afraid his father wouldn't return from the mines. The whispers in his village that the drought would take them all. The gnawing pit in his stomach every time he saw his mother cry when she thought no one was looking. Did people really believe these things existed? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The woman nodded. They did. And in some ways, they still do. These monsters, they were their way of giving shape to what scared them most. By carving them, naming them, they believed they could face them, conquer them. She moved to another carving, this one of Ammit, the devourer of the unworthy. Half lion, half crocodile, half hippopotamus. Its massive jaws gaped open, ready to swallow the hearts of those who failed the god's judgment. Ammit, she said, her tone reverent. She was feared, yes, but also respected. She wasn't evil, she was justice. A force that reminded people to live honorably because the alternative was being consumed by their own wrongs. The boy stared at the beast, his fear slowly giving way to something else, understanding. He thought of the village elder who always warned them to act kindly, to keep their hearts light as feathers. So she wasn't just a monster, he said softly. She was a warning. The woman smiled faintly. Exactly. They moved further into the chamber, the air growing colder. The boy's torch flickered again, its light catching another carving, Apep, the serpent of chaos. It twisted and coiled along the wall, its fanged mouth open as if it were about to strike. The boy felt an involuntary shiver and took a step back. Apep was chaos, the woman said, her voice hushed. It wasn't just a snake, it was every storm that destroyed their homes, every river that flooded their crops, every illness that came without warning. To them, Apep was the embodiment of the world's unpredictability. The boy frowned. But they couldn't stop chaos, could they? No, she admitted. But they could fight it. Ra, the sun god, was said to battle Apep every night, keeping the serpent at bay so the sun could rise again. It was a reminder that even in the darkest times, they had to keep fighting. Because without that fight, chaos would win. The boy felt a lump form in his throat. He thought of his mother's hands, worn and calloused from weaving baskets to trade for food. He thought of his father's hunched back as he dug through endless rock, searching for something to sell. They fought, every day, even when it seemed hopeless. As they stood in silence, the woman reached into her bag and pulled out a small, worn notebook. She flipped to a page and held it out to him. The drawing was simple but haunting, a jackal-headed figure standing at a set of scales. That's Anubis, she explained. He guided souls to the afterlife and weighed their hearts. If the heart was light, they could move on. If it wasn't, she gestured back toward Ammit's carving. The boy's fingers tightened on the notebook. What if they were scared, he asked. What if they did bad things because they were afraid? The woman knelt beside him, her expression gentle. Then their fear became part of them. That's what the monsters were trying to teach. They weren't just warnings, they were reminders. That fear, anger, greed, they could consume you if you let them. Her words hung in the air, heavy and unshakable. The boy looked at the carvings again, seeing them differently now. They weren't just monsters. They were pieces of people, pieces of himself. He thought of Apep, the chaos serpent, and how the villagers kept planting their seeds even when the rains didn't come. He thought of Ammit, the devourer, and how his father always told him to be honest, no matter how much it hurt. And he thought of the shapeless thing, the echo of fear, and how his mother always held him close when he cried, even when her own tears fell silently. The woman stood and placed a hand on his shoulder. The Egyptians understood something that's easy to forget, she said. That fear doesn't have to win. It can be faced. It can be fought. And sometimes, it can even teach you. The boy didn't answer. His eyes lingered on the carvings, the flickering torchlight making the monsters seem alive. For the first time, they didn't seem so frightening. They seemed human. The fire crackled softly in the center of the old stone chamber, its flickering light casting long shadows on the walls. An elderly storyteller sat on a worn mat, her withered hands clasped around a carved staff. The room was packed with listeners, their eyes wide, their breaths shallow. Her voice, low and steady, carried through the air like a spell. They say the gods of Egypt never truly left, she began, her gaze fixed on the flames. They simply changed their names. And their monsters still walk among us. A child shifted uneasily, his small hand gripping his mother's arm. The storyteller noticed and smiled faintly, a glint of something ancient in her eyes. Long ago, she continued, there was a beast called Apep. A serpent so vast, it coiled through the heavens, its body a shadow across the stars. Every night, the sun god Ra battled it, ensuring the world did not fall into chaos. People prayed for Ra's victory, believing that the serpent's hunger would swallow the world if he failed. Does that sound familiar to you? She paused, letting her words sink in. The listeners glanced at one another, their thoughts spinning. Yes, they had heard similar stories, though not from Egypt. In whispered traditions, and ancient scriptures, and tales of devils and dragons, the idea of chaos battling order was the same. The storyteller leaned forward, her voice dropping to a whisper. And then there is the story of Ammit, the devourer. Part lion, part crocodile, part hippopotamus. She waited in the hall of judgment, hungry for the hearts of the unworthy. You might think of her as cruel, but she was a warning. A reminder to live rightly, to keep your heart light as a feather. The fire crackled louder, and the boy next to his mother shifted again, his gaze drawn to the dark corners of the room. He thought of the tales from his own village about creatures that came for those who lied, those who stole. How they had different names, but the same terrifying purpose. The storyteller's voice rose slightly, pulling everyone back. When the Greeks came, they called her Kerberos, the three-headed dog guarding the gates of the underworld. And when the Christians told their stories, they spoke of Satan himself, waiting to punish the wicked. A murmur rippled through the crowd. She raised her hand, silencing it. Do not mistake this for mere coincidence. The monsters of Egypt did not die with the pharaohs. They crossed oceans, climbed mountains, and whispered their way into the hearts of every culture they touched. Apep became Leviathan, the great sea beast of the Bible, and Ammit became a warning in every tale of hellfire and judgment. Even Anubis, the jackal-headed guide of the dead, left his mark. The Greeks spoke of Hades, the Romans of Pluto, and now we speak of angels who weigh our souls and lead us to the light. Her words wrapped around them, pulling them deeper into the story. An old man at the back nodded slowly, as if remembering something long buried. But the monsters didn't stop at religion, the storyteller went on, her voice taking on a haunting rhythm. They crept into the stories told by poets and bards. They became the dragons that knights slayed to prove their honor. They became the shapeless terrors that haunted the dark forests of Europe. They became the lurking fears that kept children awake at night, staring into the shadows of their rooms. The boy by the fire stared at the flames, his heart pounding. He thought of the stories his grandmother used to tell, of the creature with glowing red eyes that prowled their village, punishing those who disrespected the old ways. Could it have been the same as these Egyptian monsters? Could it have been something ancient, something that had traveled so far and yet stayed the same? And do you know why? The storyteller asked, her voice sharp now, cutting through their thoughts. Do you know why these monsters endured, why they refused to be forgotten? The room was silent, every listener holding their breath. Because they are not just stories, she said. They are warnings. They are truths dressed in fear. They remind us of what we must protect ourselves from: chaos, greed, cruelty. They remind us of the cost of our actions, the weight of our choices. Her words lingered, heavy and undeniable. The fire crackled again, its light casting strange shapes on the walls. The boy thought he saw something move in the shadows, but when he looked closer, there was nothing there. The Egyptians understood this, the storyteller said, her voice softening. They knew that monsters were not just things to fear, but things to learn from. And so they carved them into their temples, told their stories to their children, carried them in their hearts even as they built their great cities. They gave us the monsters so we would not forget. She sat back, her staff resting across her knees, her gaze distant now as if she were looking through time itself. The boy swallowed hard, his mind swirling. He thought of Apep and Ammit, of the monsters in his own village's tales. He thought of how they all seemed to speak the same truth, no matter their shape or name. He thought of how fear could teach, how it could protect, if only you listened. The fire burned lower, its light dimming, but the images her words had painted in their minds burned brightly still. The monsters had not disappeared. They had only transformed, their legacy living on in every story, every warning, every whispered prayer for protection. And in that moment, every listener understood, they carried the monsters with them. The wind howled through the open window of the old library, carrying with it the faint scent of dust and age. A lone scholar sat at a heavy wooden table, his fingers tracing the ancient pages of a thick manuscript. Around him, shelves groaned under the weight of countless volumes, their spines cracked with time. The faint flicker of a candle lit the room, casting shadows that seemed to shift and crawl. He paused, his breath catching as he turned to the last section of the book. This part was different. The pages were not filled with long narratives or elaborate myths, but with names, each one a doorway to something ancient and unknown. The air seemed heavier here, as if the room itself recognized the weight of what lay before him. Apep. The name leaped from the page like a spark. His heart quickened as he read the description. The serpent of chaos, coiled in the void, forever at war with the light. He could almost hear the hiss of its breath, feel the tremor of its vast body moving through the unseen. It was said to slither through the dreams of those who doubted, pulling them into the abyss. He closed his eyes for a moment, trying to shake the image from his mind. But then his gaze was drawn to the next entry. Ammit, the devourer. Part lion, part crocodile, part hippopotamus, a fusion of the Nile's fiercest predators. He pictured her lurking in the hall of judgment, waiting to consume the hearts of the unworthy. The weight of her presence seemed to press down on him, as though she could sense the tremor of his heartbeat from across the ages. The candle flickered again, the shadows lengthening, and he turned the page. Sekhmet, the lion-headed goddess of war and vengeance. The scholar could almost hear the roar of her rage, a sound that could shake mountains and flatten armies. She was fire and fury, her breath as hot as the desert winds. Yet beneath the ferocity lay a whisper of something more, a reminder that destruction could also bring renewal. He shivered, not from cold, but from the intensity of the images these names conjured. Each entry was more than just a description. It was a living thing, pulsing with the power of what it represented. These monsters were not just relics of the past. They were echoes of fears and hopes that still lingered in the world. His eyes darted to another name, one that seemed to hum with a darker energy. Babi, the baboon god of bloodlust, with teeth sharp enough to tear through steel. Babi was said to guard the gates of the underworld, his appetite insatiable, his laughter echoing through the darkness. The scholar's hand hovered over the page as though touching it might awaken something. The shadows on the walls began to look more like figures, elongated, clawed, watching. He shook his head and focused on the text. Sobek, the crocodile god, protector and predator. The scholar could almost feel the still waters of the Nile, where Sobek lay in wait, his emerald eyes glinting just above the surface. Was he friend or foe? The ambiguity made his presence all the more chilling. Page after page, name after name, the ancient creatures seemed to rise from the text. They weren't confined to the parchment, they bled into the room, filling the air with their power. The benu bird, with its blazing feathers, symbolized rebirth but carried the weight of eternity in its flight. Set, the god of storms and chaos, loomed like a thundercloud, his presence electric and unpredictable. The scholar's hand trembled as he reached the last few pages. Tauret, the hippo goddess of childbirth, a paradox of nurturing and ferocity. She guarded against evil, yet her form was one that inspired fear. Her image reminded him that even in protection, there was strength that could not be ignored. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes darting to the window as if half expecting to see one of these beings outside. The wind had stilled, leaving the room eerily silent. Yet the names continued to echo in his mind, each one a key to something greater, something both terrifying and wondrous. A single word caught his attention on the final page, Apophis. His breath hitched. The great serpent whose name meant destruction, destined to swallow the sun if it ever broke free. He could almost feel the scales, cold and smooth, coiling around him, squeezing the air from his lungs. This was not a monster that waited in shadows. It was one that promised an end to everything, the very embodiment of despair. The candle flickered one last time and went out, plunging the room into darkness. The scholar sat frozen, his heart pounding in his chest. The silence was deafening, and the air felt alive with presence. He realized, in that moment, that these creatures were more than myths. They were warnings, protectors, and threats. They were reminders of what humanity feared most, and what it might yet overcome. The names on the pages glowed faintly in the dim light of the moon, each one a tether to a world long past, but never truly gone. The scholar reached for the book again, his hand steady now. Whatever these monsters were, whatever they represented, they would not be forgotten.